All right, what's going on, everyone? My name is John Komarnicki, and I come from a smaller channel here on YouTube dedicated to web development and programming. Now, I do videos from your basic HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and I also do a lot of videos with the framework of Vue.js, which is what we're going to be using here for today's video. So, after watching this video here today, if you guys want to check out more content from myself, I believe Brad will have the link down below in the description. Now, before we go ahead and get started here, I want to go ahead and give a quick and massive thank you to Brad for having me here on the channel today. It's an amazing thing what he's doing here, allowing smaller YouTubers such as myself to come on his channel and create a project for his audience. So once again, just want to give him a massive thank you, and I'm really excited for this project here today. So let's go ahead and get started. All right, so what we're going to be building here today is an application called FireBlogs. So FireBlogs is going to be a simple application where we can go ahead and create and share blog posts. Okay, so for the stack on this application, what we're going to be using is Vue.js on the front end, and then we're going to be using Firebase for our backend. All right. Now, before we go ahead and get started with the construction of this application, I first want to do a short demo to show you guys what we're actually going to be building here. So when you first come to the home page of this application, you can see here we're not logged in or anything, and we have this nice little hero section here with our title. We have welcome, a little summary of what the application is about, and then a little call to action, login/register button here. And on the right, we have a simple little image. All right, so scrolling down here, we have some of our blog posts that I went ahead and already configured for this demo. As you can see, the first two are going to be displayed side by side, very similar to how we have our hero content up here, but as you can see, it's going to be replaced with the title of the blog, a little snippet, and then a call to action to go ahead and view the post. And on the left, we're using the blog cover photo, and then we have it flip-flop down here for the second blog post. Okay, now scrolling down here, we have some more recent blogs, and as you can see, these are going to be displayed using these little cards that have the blog cover photo on top. Then we have the title, the date posted, and then a little view post call to action down here. And when you hover over these, you can see that it does a little transformation, or, kind of rotates a little bit to the left. Okay. So on the home page, we're going to have 6 blogs in total, and how it works is the most recent blog will be here on the very top, and then it just kind of goes from there. So this is the second most recent blog, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, and then after that, like the 7th and 8th would not be shown here on the home page. So continuing on here, we have a simple little call to action for registering for FireBlogs itself, and then we have our footer right below that. All right, so scrolling back up, if we go ahead and go back to our navigation, we also have one other route we can go to when we're not logged in, which is going to be our blog. So in the event that you have more than 6 blogs, you can see all of them here on this page. And if you go ahead and click on one, you'll be taken to this blog, which you can see here we have our title, date posted, blog cover photo, and then the blog content here. So a pretty simple setup, but that is going to be what we're kind of building here today. All right, so on top of this, we can also log in and create an account here on FireBlogs. So if you don't have an account, you can go ahead and click register right here, which will take you to the register route. But since I already have an account, I'm not going to go ahead and do that here in this demonstration. So what I'm going to actually do is before we log in, we can also reset our password. So using Firebase, we're also able to do a little password reset here. So in case you did forget it, or a user did forget it, they can go ahead and do a password reset here. All right, so let's go ahead and log into our application here. All right, so once you're logged in, you'll see that we have a few new items on our navigation bar here. One's going to be create post, and we also have this little branding image with our initials in it. So if I click on this, you can see it's going to do a little pop-up menu here with my name, my username, my email, and then the initials again. And then we have some more pages we can go ahead and get to. So once you're logged in, if you are an admin, you'll have the option to go to the admin page and the create a post page. All right. Now, if you're just a standard user, you won't have access to create a post, but you will have access to your profile. So if we click on profile, let me show you what this looks like. So since I am an admin, you can say I have this little admin tag right here, and we can go ahead and change and update my name if we want to do that. So instead of John, let's just type out Johnny, and we can go ahead and save that. A little modal will pop up, and it's going to say changes were saved. And if I go up to my little profile menu here, you can see that it went ahead and updated here as well. All right, so pretty cool. And if we have this open, you can see that as I change it, it is actually changing up here as well. And we're going to be using the Vue store and state to make all this happen here. So if we save this again, it's going to close. That should all be good. And my name's back to what it originally was. Now, since I am an admin, we can actually go to the administration page here and make other users an admin. So let me show you what that looks like. I have one other account here on this application that I can go ahead and make an admin. So Komarnicki, this should be J2, and we can go ahead and hit submit here, and then it's going to come back with a message saying success. That email has now been made an admin. So if I logged on to that account, they would now have admin rights just like I do. All right, so that's pretty much all the information we have here in our profile dropdown, and then we also have the ability to sign out. Now, let's go to the main portion of this application, which is going to be creating blog posts. So if we hit the create blog post button here, we're going to be taken to this page where we have an input field to go ahead and insert our blog title. And then we also have this really cool rich text editor, which is going to be the Vue 2 editor plugin, which, as you can see, is going to be a full rich text editor where we can go ahead and enter images. We can go ahead and bold our text. We can go ahead and italicize it. We can go ahead and enter an image here. If I click on the image button right here, and we can, toss an image here. We can resize this, which is pretty cool. So it has an image sizer as well. And then what we can do is we can do a few lines down and say this is our testing blog. And then what we can do is we can actually post preview, and we can go and preview our blog right here. All right. Now we did enter a title, so if I went to go publish this blog, you'll see that we're going to have validation as well. And as you can see, it says please ensure that blog title and blog post have been filled out, which we didn't. So let's say testing here. And if we go to publish it now, we're going to get another error because we didn't upload a blog cover photo, which is required when we're actually creating a blog. So let's go ahead and do that. And we'll just select, it doesn't really matter, we'll do this one. And as you can see here, once we actually chose a file, the preview photo button was enabled, which we can actually see the photo before we go ahead and actually publish our blog. All right, so at this point, we're satisfied with our blog, so let's go ahead and publish it here. We're gonna have this loading animation here, and then we're gonna be taken to the actual route of our blog here. So you can see we have the title, we have the date posted, we have our cover photo, and then we have our blog content. So that is how we go ahead and create a post. So now that we are logged in and I am an admin, say for example, I messed up on the post, let's go ahead and edit it. So what we can do is we can select this toggle editing post button here, and we can go ahead and actually edit our post if we want to delete or edit. So first off, let's just go ahead and show you how we can edit this. So if we click on the pencil icon here, it's going to take us to a new route of edit and then the actual post ID. So we'll say testing and update here. And let's say we no longer want this text right here, and we say this is updated. And then, I don't know, let's just go ahead and bold that. All right, so now if we save our changes here, we're gonna once again load up, and then we're gonna get taken to our Vue route with our updated changes. You can see we have testing and update, and this is updates. All right, so pretty cool. Now, if we say, for example, no longer want this blog, we can once again come to our blog route here. We can toggle the editing post on, and we can also delete this. All right, so that is pretty much going to be our application. There are a few other small things I will show you along the way. Like I mentioned, we're going to be setting up password resetting, and then we're also going to be doing a little route guarding to block users from getting to routes if they're not logged in or if they're not an admin. So I can actually show you this really quick. If we were to sign out here and we try to go to a route that we don't have access to, which would be create a post. So if you're not logged in, we obviously wouldn't want you going to a route in order to create a post. So if we do that, you can see we got redirected back here to our home page. So I think that about wraps it up for our demo. So let's go ahead and begin creating this project. So to make things easier here, what I went ahead and did to begin is actually posted the starting files over on GitHub. So you can find the link down below in the description to this repository. Now, what you're going to want to do is navigate to this link here. And once you're here, we're going to click on this green code button and we're going to download the zip here. And then we're just going to go show in Finder here. And then what we can do is extract this. So what I need to do is click on the zip file here, and it should generate my folder. Now, since I'm on Mac, what I'm going to do is actually just take this folder and I'm going to open it up with VS Code here. Now, if you're on Windows, what you can go ahead and do is simply just, I think right-hand click and do open with VS Code or with whatever text editor you're going to be using. All right. So the first thing that we want to do here is install all of our dependencies. So what we're going to do inside of our terminal here is we're going to say npm install, if I can type correctly, and this is going to install all the dependencies for this project. All right, with that complete, we are ready to begin our project here. So the first thing I want to go ahead and do is spin up our local development server. Now, how we can do that is by running npm run and then say serve here. Okay, and this is going to go ahead and start our development server here on our local host. Now, once this has completed, you'll see that our app is going to be running on our local host right here. And what we can do is simply command and click this to open this up in our browser. So now we have our local development server running. So whenever we make changes to our project, we can go ahead and view them right in here. Okay, so now before we go ahead and get started here, what I want to go ahead and do is simply run you through the starting repo here. So in our SRC, which I'm going to be pretty much staying within here, everything else is just some default stuff that I don't want to go ahead and run through. But inside of our assets here, we have our sample blog cards, or I should say our stock blog cards that we're going to be using to populate our application before we go ahead and hook it up with our Firebase project here. And then we have our sample, or I should say stock blog photos. Okay. And then we have our icons, which are all SVGs. Now we're going to be using a dependency called the Vue SVG loader, which allows you to actually import these SVGs as components. And it's just a personal preference I have to go ahead and do it this way. Now you don't have to go ahead and follow this way that I do it, but I just prefer to use it whenever I have SVGs and icons within my project. And I'll go ahead and show you that in our dependencies in just a few seconds here. And then we simply have this background.png, and then we have this logo that is default within our project. Okay, so let's go ahead and close that up. And next up, we have our Firebase folder right here, and we have an empty JS file, which is going to hold our Firebase configuration here once we go ahead and set that up. Now for our router, it's all pretty much standard here. As you can see, nothing too crazy going on here, just a standard that you go ahead and get when you create your Vue project if you guys have used Vue before. Now the only thing I did go ahead and remove is the about path that they did go ahead and generate here. Okay, and then for our store, that is all empty at the moment. We'll go ahead and be using that for our state within our application. And then for our views, the only one we have right now is going to be this home view, which has this Vue logo in it. All right. And then in our app.vue, what I have is a few different things. So I have some standard styling that I went ahead and imported here. So the first thing is we're importing this URL for our font from Google, and we're going to be using the font type of Quicksand, or the font family of Quicksand here. And then what I did here is a simple reset on our application. And then I have a class for our app, which is this setting it to display flex direction column, and then a min height of 100 VH. And then our container here to contain everything, and then two helper classes for link and link light. Okay. Now in our main.js here, it's all pretty standard. The only thing I went ahead and added was I'm importing this Vue to editor from the Vue to editor, and then I'm initializing it here with Vue.use inside of our main.js here. So that's the only thing I went ahead and added extra that doesn't come default in this main.js file here. Okay, now the only thing I want to go ahead and go through is just our package.json to show you what dependencies we're going to be using here. So other than Vuex, which we went ahead and installed when we created our project here, and then our Vue router, and then Vue, we're going to be using Quill and the Quill image resize module, which is going to be for our rich text editor. And then, like I mentioned earlier, we have this Vue SVG loader, which is going to allow us to import our icons that are SVGs as components to use within our application. So, like I said earlier, just I think a cleaner way to go ahead and handle our SVGs. All right. And then lastly, here we have our Vue 2 editor. And I believe that's pretty much about all I want to go ahead and show you in this starting repo. So the first thing I want to go ahead and do is begin to set up and initialize our Firebase project. So let's head over to Firebase and begin to set that up. Okay, so the first thing that you want to make sure is that you have and are logged into your Google account. And once you're logged in, you should see here on the landing page for Firebase, we have a button that says Go to Console. All right, so let's go ahead and click on that. And from here, we're going to click on Add a Project. So let's enter in our project name here, which I'm going to go ahead and say FireBlogs, Blogs YT. Now you can name this anything you want, but obviously you should make it relevant to whatever you're working on. In our case, this is very relevant. So let's go ahead and click continue here. And then the second step is going to be for Google Analytics, which we're not going to use for this project. And then let's go ahead and click create our project. So this will take some time, and once it has completed, we can begin or finish setting up our Firebase project here. Okay, so that has completed, so let's go ahead and continue on here to our Firebase dashboard. So from here, the first few things you want to go ahead and do is actually enable all the services that we're going to be using here for this project. So the first one we're going to be using is the authentication. So let's go ahead and click on authentication here, and we're going to click get started. And that should go ahead and enable it for this project once it finishes loading here. And then what we want to do is come over to email/password, and we're going to enable save for the email/password sign in method here. Okay, now the next thing we want to do is actually enable our Firestore here. So we can click once again on the navigation here, and we're going to click create database. And for now, we're going to start this in test mode. Now later on within the project, more towards the end, we will come back in here and we will rewrite these rules and lock it down so we can put it into production mode and make sure that no one's going to get a hold of our data here. So let's click next, and then it's going to pretty much give you the best location available by default. So you're pretty much going to want to just hit enable from here, and this is going to provision. This will take a few minutes, and then once this is complete, we can begin to finish setting up this project. Okay, with that complete, the last thing we need to go ahead and do here is have a way for our project to communicate with our Firebase project. All right, so we need to connect the front end to the back end. Now, how we can do that is we need to head over to our project overview here. And you can see right here on the dashboard, it has a little header or hero section that says get started by adding your app, or you're adding Firebase to your app. So let's go ahead and click this web button here. And what we first need to do is register our app. So we need to give it a nickname. So let's just say FireBlogs YT. And we can also set up hosting right now, but as you can see here, it also says it can be set up later. So we're going to go ahead and ignore that for now and just register our app so we can continue setting this up for our project here. So this is going to generate, and we're going to get this SDK. So since we're using Vue, we don't need to actually use all of this right here. We're actually only going to grab this Firebase config var. Let's copy that. Let's head back over to our project, and inside of the Firebase init.js file, we're going to go ahead and copy and paste that in. Okay. Now let's go ahead and create a few lines here, and we need to add some additional lines of code. So we actually need to import Firebase from Firebase/app. Now, when we import it like this, import Firebase from Firebase/app, we could just say import Firebase and import the whole library, but we don't want that. We only want to import what we need here. So what we can do from here is actually do one more import and actually import the library that we need, which is going to be Firebase/Firestore. This way you're not loading redundant information or redundant services that you're no longer or not going to be using, and it just, causes you to have extra stuff you don't need. So that's how we can go ahead and minimize that. You actually will get a warning, I believe, if you actually import it the other way. So that's the best way to go ahead and do it here. So now the next thing we need to actually do is initialize our application here. So let's go ahead and create a variable here called const firebase app. And we're going to say firebase.initialize app. And so we're going to initialize our app with our Firebase config variable here. So let's go ahead and paste that in. And then the last thing, or sorry, I want to do one more variable here, which is going to be for our timestamp. Now, you may not understand how this is working and how we're actually getting this, but it is going to give us a timestamp with this line of code right here. And we will be using this later on within our project, so I thought we'd go ahead and set that up right now. So we're pretty much just creating a new variable here, and we're setting equal to the Firebase Firestore field value and then server timestamp. Okay. Now the last two things we need to do is actually export these variables here. So we're going to say export, and we're going to say timestamp, and then we also want to export default here, firebase.app.firestore. Okay, and if we save that, that is actually all we need to do, and now we have our front end here, Vue.js, hooked up to our back end over on Firebase. So with that all completed, we're now ready to begin working on building out our application here. And to get started, what we're going to be working on first is our navigation menu here at the very top. So as you can see, when we are on a desktop, laptop, or a larger tablet, this is how our navigation is going to look. And when we retract down to a mobile viewport, you can see the navigation is going to disappear. We're going to have this icon, and then our navigation is going to slide out from the left-hand side. And if we click it again, it's going to retract back. Now, one thing I did add, which you really don't need, is if you are on a mobile viewport here and you expand back to a desktop, it's going to automatically retract our navigation so that we do not break our application. All right, so that's what we're going to be starting off with here first. Let's begin by creating our first component here. So inside of our components folder, what we want to do is say a new file. And we're going to say navigation.vue. And then let's create our Vue template here. And then the one thing I do want to fix here is we're going to say style, and we're going to make this SCSS scope so that the styles that we add in this component only stay within this component. And we achieve that with the scoped tag here on our style tag. All right, now for HTML, it's pretty simple. Let's start off with our header tag here. And then we're going to have our nav tag with a class of container. Now recall, we're getting this class of container from our app.vue, where we have this helper class of container. Now, the reason why we're able to use this is because our style tag here in our app.vue is not scoped. So all of these classes we can use throughout our entire application in any component that we create. Okay. So back to here, what we want to start off with first is our branding. So we're going to have a div with a class of branding. And then we're going to have our router link here to link back to the home page of our application if you click on this. So we'll give this a class of header, and we're also going to bind our toAttribute to the component name of home. Okay. Now, the reason why we do it this way is you can also just, say to in the path you want to change it to, or you want to direct this link to go to. But the issue with that is if you go down that route, if say, for example, at some point in time you say, oh, well, I want to change that path to /home. Okay, so wouldn't be a big deal, but now you're going to have to go through your entire application, and everywhere that you use your router link with the to that path, you're going to have to change it. Now with this way, we can change the path name, and it's still going to work because it's going to look at the name of the route right here. Okay, so that's why you should usually do it this way, so that if you have to change your path names later on, it doesn't require you to come back into your application and update these manually. All right. Now, inside of our router link here, let's just go ahead and put our branding, and we're going to say FireBlogs. Now, the next thing we want to do is actually create our nav links. So we're going to say a div with a class of nav links here. And we're going to create a UL. And we're going to have our router links here. And we're going to give these a class of link. Now, since we don't have these routes created yet for these navigational links, what I'm going to do is create a normal to here. and we're just going to go ahead and put in a # here for now. And once we create those routes, we'll come back here and update these accordingly, just like we have up here. So the first one we want to have is home, and then since these are going to be the same, I'm just going to go ahead and duplicate this down 3 more times, and I'll save that to reformat it. And this one's going to be blogs. This one will be create, post, and we have login / register. Okay, and that is our nav link. So now that we have this, we also need to think about the mobile navigation. So that's going to be a little bit different, and we're going to create a whole new section for that. So what we want to do is we're first off going to actually import our first asset here with our icon, which is going to be, let's see here, the menu icon, which is going to be bars.regular. I had to look that up because I thought I forgot to import it here. So how we can actually import this is we're going to say import, and we're going to give it a name of menu icon, and we're going to say from, and then we're going to / into our assets, into our icons, and then we're going to say bars, see if I can spell regular.svg. Okay, now inside of our export default here, let's begin. We never gave this a name, so we're just going to say navigation. And then we also need to register this component. So what we're going to do here is say menu icon, and that should resolve that issue. And then right below the nav links here, or actually outside of the nav, we're going to have our menu icon, and we can actually use this as a component. So you can see how much more cleaner this is when you go down this method of our Vue SVG loader. I think it just looks a lot easier, and it kind of, just a personal preference. Okay, now for our mobile navigation here, we're going to create a similar structure to this right here. Now the only difference is we're going to actually create a transition around this, so that way we can transition in and out of the application smoothly. So we're going to say transition here, and there we go. And we're going to give this a name of mobile nav, and we'll kind of get into the reason why we're giving it a name in a little bit when we start getting into the styling. And then inside of here, we're simply just going to copy and paste this UL, and that's going to be it. All right, now if we head over to our application, you can see we don't have our navigation or even the HTML showing here, and that's because we have not yet imported our component here into our application. So let me just go ahead and save this. Actually, we don't want to save that. So let's go ahead and do that. So inside of our app.vue, we need to import our navigation here. So we're going to do it very similar to how we went ahead and imported our SVG. So we're going to say import navigation from, and we'll say, let's see here, components, and then we're going to look for our navigation. Now we're going to copy this, and in components we're going to say navigation here. We're going to save that, and then we're going to toss in our navigation component right here. Now if we head back over to our app here, you should see that we now have all of our HTML inserted here on our page. So that is all set, but obviously we need to do some styling here, so let's go ahead and work on that. Now let's go ahead and head down to our style tag here, and let's begin with our header tag. So we're going to go ahead and say header, and I'm going to copy and paste in this code for our background color, the padding, which we're going to be doing a top of 0, bottom 0, 25 left and right, and then a box shadow, and then a z index of 99. Okay, next up, what I want to target is our links. So as you recall, we do have this link class global here in our app.vue, but I do want to make a few adjustments here. So we're going to say font weight 500. We're going to add a padding property here of 0 on the top and bottom, 8 pixels on the left and right, and then a transition of 0.3 seconds on the color, and we're going to say ease, and let me spell that right. All right. Now, the reason why we're doing this transition is because we're going to add a hover property here. So we're going to say and hover, and we're going to change this to a color value of 1, let's see, 1.8b8, which is going to be a nice teal color. And let me go ahead and save that. All right. Now, next up, what I want to work on is our nav tag here. So I'm going to start by displaying this as flex and adding a padding here of 25 pixels on the top and bottom, 0 on the left and right. Now, within this nav tag, we have our branding class. And inside of here, I'm going to display this as flex, and we're going to align these items to the center here. Okay, and then we also have our header router link in here, which we gave it the class of header, which I'm going to style up with a font weight of 600, a font size of 24 pixels. We're going to give it a color of black, and then also a text decoration of none here. So if we head over to our file here, you can see things are starting to come along, but I do see, number one, I didn't realize we're not seeing our menu icon, and we have quite a few errors here in the console. So let me go ahead and check out what's going on here. So looks like the first one is invalid component definition. Oh, you know what? I think I forgot to go ahead and add something to the starting repo here, which is our Vue config. And then, oh, we have, we spelled the router links wrong. So let's go ahead and fix those really quick here. So, yep. You can see here, instead of router link, I put router links. That is not the correct tag name. So what I can do here quickly is just go ahead and copy all these and get rid of that S, and that should fix that error. Now, the other error I'll go ahead and fix in the repo, so don't worry about having to add this yourself. It should already be added when you go to download this repository. So what I'm going to do here is just go ahead and do a new file. We're going to say Vue.config.js here, and I'm going to copy in this module.export. So don't worry about adding this. It should already be added to the repository when you go to download it. So now that we added that, we will need to restart our server here. So let me go ahead and do this. So here we go, stop this and start that back up. And hopefully now when we head over to our application here, we should see that we're going to have that menu icon, and there we go. So that is all working out. Let's get rid of that, and we should be all set to continue on with our styling here. So let's head back to our style sheet and remove this. And the other issue that we need to do here is also add a class of menu icon to our menu, so when we go to style that up, we don't forget about that. Okay, now moving along here, we have the branding done. We need to focus on our nav links here, so we're going to say nav links next. Going to give this a position of relative. We're going to display this as flex. We're also going to add align items to the center to center everything up. And then we want to justify the content to the end of our navigation. So we'll say justify content flex end. And then what else do we need to do here? Display flex center. Oh, we also want to give this a flex value of 1. All right. Now for our UL, we're going to go ahead and target that within our nav links. We want to give this a margin right of 32 pixels. And then inside of here, we have our link tags. Now, the only thing I want to add to this is give it a margin right of 32 pixels. Now, what we don't want to do is have the last element or the last link have this margin right property. So what we can do is say link last child, and we can simply give it a margin right of 0. Okay. And then that should be it for our links. Now we need to focus on the actual mobile nav. So what I'm going to do is come outside of our nav tag here. And we're going to say, first off, let's start with our menu icon. So we gave that a class of menu icon just a few moments ago. And we're going to give this a cursor of pointer, a position of absolute, a top value of 32 pixels from the top. We want to give it a right value of 25 pixels. And then we want to give it a height of 25 pixels and make the width auto. Okay, so if we go and save that wrong way, you should see now we have the icon here on the right hand side. But currently we still have this showing here, which we'll get to that in just a few moments. So after this, we want to target our mobile nav here. So we'll say mobile nav, and we're going to start by giving it a padding here of 20 pixels, a width of 70%, but we also want to give it a max width here, 250 pixels. So it can be 70%, but no larger than 250. Okay, then going to display flexbox. We're going to say flex direction as a column here. We want to give this a position of fixed, a height of 100%, a background color here of 303030, which is a nice charcoal gray. We're going to say top 0, and we want to position this on the left hand side. So if we save this, we should now see we have our mobile nav here on the left hand side of our screen. Okay, but the one thing we do want to fix here is our links are not formatted properly. So we're going to say padding 15 pixels on the top and bottom, 0 left and right, and we want to pass this a color property of white. There we go. So if we save that, you can see that things are starting to look a lot better. But by default, we don't want to show this, and we don't want to show this icon. So our styling is completed, but we need to add a few different functions in order to get this working properly. Okay, so what we want to do is, first off, let's come over to our export default here, and we want to create some data here. Okay, so we'll say data and return this. So the first data value we're going to have is mobile. So this is going to detect, or this property is going to hold a true or false value indicating whether our application is in a mobile viewport or not. Okay, and then we're going to have a mobile nav value here, which also is going to hold a Boolean value of true or false, and this is going to detect if our mobile navigation is open. And then the last one here is going to store the window width, and by default this is going to be null, but it will have an actual number value. Okay, so now that we have this, we need to create our function. So the function we want to create, number one, is to check the screen size of our application, and if it is below a certain threshold, then the mobile will either be true or false, and we're going to store the value of the current window width inside of this data value right here. So let's begin by creating our functions here, number one, to detect our screen size. So we're going to open up our methods here, and we're going to create a function called check screen. And what this is going to do is we're going to have this dot window width equals window dot inner width. Okay, and then what we're going to do here is we're going to run a if check. So we're going to say if this dot window width is less than or equal to 750, go back up here, we want to say this dot mobile equals true, and then we will return out of this condition or this check here. And if this is false, what we want to do is say this dot mobile equals false. And we also want to say and make sure that we close out our mobile navigation if it goes between the mobile and the desktop size. So this is where we're going to add that condition where it's going to close the mobile navigation if we get above 750 and it is actually enabled. So we'll say mobile nav equals false. Okay, and then we also have to return out of here as well. Okay, now the other function we need to create is actually one when we click on our menu icon, it's going to toggle the mobile nav from opening. So right below check screen, we're going to create another function here called mobile nav. And inside of here, going to be a very simple function. We're going to say this dot mobile nav equals the opposite of this dot mobile nav. Okay. So the last thing we need to do is, because these functions are not going to run themselves, we want to run, number one, this function whenever the screen size changes, and also when the application is first loaded in. So where we can do this is in our created lifecycle hook here. So let's open this up. And how we're going to do this is we're going to add a window.add event listener, and we're going to look for the resize event. Okay. And every time this runs, we want to run this .check screen. And we also, when the application is first run, we want to run this function as well. Okay. Now that we have this, we need to actually add our values up here to our actual HTML. So let's see here. The first thing we want to do is when we have the menu icon get clicked, we want to run the toggle mobile nav function here. Okay. Now we also want to put a vshow and vif here on we want to put a vshow on the mobile nav here if this value is true. So what we can say here is we can do vshow only if mobile nav is true. So we'll say mobile nav right there. Okay. And then we also want to do something very similar on our UL up here. So we're going to say vshow only if mobile is false. So what it's saying here is if this value is false, which means the screen size is above 750, then we can show this. And then we don't want to, let's see here. Oh, we also want to put this on the menu icon as well. So vshow and say only if mobile is true. So if we head over to our application now, things should start to look a lot better. So we have our navigation up here, which looks great. And then what we have going on here is if we shrink this down, you should see that eventually at 750, that'll disappear. And then we have our mobile navigation, which if we click on it, will display our sidebar navigation. But as you can see, we don't have that smooth transition that we have on our actual working demo here. So if we click on this, you can see it comes in very smoothly. So earlier, we went ahead and added a transition name to our transition wrapper of this mobile nav. So using that, we can go ahead and animate this. So as I mentioned earlier, we gave this transition a name of mobile nav because now we can use this name and the default Vue classes that are added when you use a transition tag here to go ahead and animate this from coming in and out. So to do this, we're going to head down to our style sheet here. And what we want to do is open up a few classes. So like I said, we gave the name of our transition mobile nav. Now Vue has standards that are standard classes that are added when you use a transition property for entering and leaving. So what we want to do here is we want to target the mobile nav enter active class, and we also want to target the mobile nav leave active. Okay. And inside of here, we can actually run some classes. So if we open this up, we simply want to run a transition on all 1 second ease here. Okay, so this is going to target the transition that we're going to apply to our mobile navigation here. So the next class that we want to target is mobile nav, and we're going to say enter. So when this enters, we want to transform and translate on the X by a negative 250 pixels. Okay, now the next class that we want to target is mobile nav enter 2. So what's happening here is that when the transition starts, it's going to start off the page by negative 250, and then it's going to translate. So we're going to say transform, translate X, all the way back to 0 pixels. Okay, and then the final one that we want to target here is mobile nav leave and 2. Okay, so when it leaves, we want this to get transform, translate on the X, and we're going to say negative 250 pixels. And that is simply how we can use Vue transitions to animate our mobile navigation from coming in and out. So if we save that, head over to our application here and just do a little refresh, which I don't think we actually need, and we come down to our mobile view here. When we click on this, you should see now our mobile navigation is smoothly coming in and out. And if we expand this back to a larger viewport, the mobile navigation will now disappear. So moving along, the next thing that we're going to be working on is our footer. So to start off here, let's go ahead and create our component inside of our components folder here. And we're going to say footer.view. Now for this component, I'm going to copy and paste in all of it, mainly because it is just some simple HTML and CSS, and I don't want to waste too much time just typing out code. For that matter, there's a lot more to this application that we need to do, and I think we can save some time by just copying and pasting in a few things along the way that really don't need much explaining. So if you want to go ahead and get this code for the component, you can either pause the video as I'm pasting it in, or you can head over to the finished repository and you can go ahead and copy it from there, and the link should be down below in the description. All right, so let's start off with our Vue template here. So what we want to do inside of here is we're going to grab the HTML first, and we'll throw this in here. So HTML is nothing really too crazy. We just have our footer tag here, and inside there we have a div with a class container, and then we have it displayed as flex, or we have a left-hand side and a right. And you can see on the left-hand side we have some information for, you know, some socials, you have your branding, and then you have your little footer navigation here. And on the right hand side we have our copyright information. All right, now inside of our script tag we are going to be importing 4 different SVGs, and as you can see they're right here in this component, or this HTML up top here. And let me go ahead and grab this. There we are. And what's going on here? Why did we get an error with that? Let's see. Oh, I see why. I'm stupid. We have to actually import these above the script tag or the export default. So there is our 4 imports for our SVGs. And then let's go ahead and grab the actual name of the component and then the actual component itself. All right, so we're importing them right here. We're registering the components right here in the components. And then we're using those right here in our HTML. And that's going to be it for our script tag here. Now the last thing we need to do is get our styling tags here, or our CSS. So what I'm going to do here is we'll just change this to SCSS scoped, and then we're going to copy and paste in this the CSS. So once again, nothing too crazy, just mainly using Flexbox to align everything pretty much, using some the gap property here to go ahead and put some space between our flex items. We have the margin top set to auto so that it pushes the footer all the way to the bottom. If you don't recall, we set the app to have a min height of 100 VH. So what's going to happen is no matter how much content is filling the page, the footer will always be pushed to the bottom, and you'll see that in just a moment. And then, yeah, it's just, you know, some simple styling here. We're styling up the column 1 and 2. We got some shared styling here. And like I said, just some, you know, pretty simple styling here. So if you want to pause the video at any time while I'm scrolling, you can go ahead and do that. Or like I said, you can find all the HTML and CSS in the finished repository link, which is in the description. All right, so that is this component. Now, what we need to do is if we head over to our application here, you'll see if I refresh this, we don't have our footer. It's because we haven't registered it or imported it into our app. And one thing I realized is let's get rid of this Vue logo here really quick. We don't need it. So simply, we'll go to our home component here and remove that. Now, to import our footer here, what we need to do is the same way we did our navigation. So we're going to say footer right here, and then we can just copy this down, and we can change the navigation out for footer, and we'll say footer here. And then also we'll just put a comma and we'll add footer to our components here. All right, and that's all we need to do. If we scroll over to our application, we should now see we have our footer, which is fully responsive. And you can see when we get down to a smaller screen here, it looks like the title isn't centered. So let's go ahead and fix that. I must have forgot about that. So let's head to our footer here. It has the class of header on it, and we will just simply say text align center. And if we go back to it, that looks a lot better. All right, so that is going to be our footer. Okay, so a little bit of revision to that. As you can see, when we get back to our normal screen, the title here is centered, and we don't want that. So what we need to do is actually create a media query here. And as you can see, we're using the min width of 800 when we go ahead and switch between our mobile and our desktop/laptop view. So what we can do here is say at media, and we'll say min width of 800 pixels here. Then we will say text align initial, and that should go ahead and fix our issue. And there we go. So now that is our footer, and that looks a lot better when we go from a tablet/phone size all the way back up to our desktop/laptop. So continuing on here, the next thing that we're going to be working on is going to be our home page. So the home page is consisted of a few different components. Now the first one that we're going to be working on is going to be our blog post component, okay? And those can be seen here at the very top of the page. So you can see for the first blog post component, it's really not a blog post, it's more of a hero section, but it's going to have the same exact format as our blog post. So we're going to be using the same component for this. And then below that, we actually have two different blog posts. All right, so that's what we're going to be focusing on here. So let's go ahead and get started. So in VS Code, what I want to go ahead and do first off here is create our data, because we're going to be storing some data here to go ahead and populate these blog post components for the time being, and so we can go ahead and get some data inside of our Firestore collection. So inside data, we'll go ahead and return this. So you'll see here we have a object called welcome screen, and this is going to relate to this right here, okay? And then this array right here of sample blog posts is going to, for right now, populate these two components right here. All right, so hopefully that makes sense. And then once we get our Firestore collection set up, we'll go ahead and remove this sample blog post from our component and then populate it with our real data once we have that. Okay, so for right now, that's all we need to do inside of our home component. So the next thing that we want to do here is actually create our blog post component. So inside of our components folder, we're going to do a new file here, and we'll say blog post.vue. And let's go ahead and generate our view structure here, and we'll just put a empty div in here for the time being. We'll go ahead and give this a name of blog post. We'll save that, and then we'll replace these style tags with our SCSS scope. All right, so now that we have this created here, what we can actually do is, even though it's empty, I just want to go ahead and import this into our home component. So inside of our div of home, we don't have it imported yet, but what we're going to do here is we're going to say blog post here. Now, like I mentioned before, we have a welcome screen object, and we also have a sample blog post. So what we're going to be doing here is creating two different blog post components. So we're going to go ahead and, number one, hook up this object to this one. And then we're going to run an v-for loop through the second one here to iterate these two blog posts. So hopefully that makes sense, and you'll see why we're doing that when we start actually styling out our actual blog post component. So now what we need to do is actually import this component here. So import blog post from components and then blog post. And then let's go ahead and actually import our blog post component here. And then, yes, so now if we went over to our blog post here and we just said h2 hello, we should be able to go over to our actual file here, and we should see two hellos for right now. Okay, so that's all working great. But what we want to do here is, before we get into styling, I want to bind up our object and our array to these components. So what we want to do, or how this is going to look, is we're going to say the shorthand version, and we want to say post equals welcome screen. So inside of our blog post component, we're going to look for the prop post, and that's going to equate to our welcome screen object right here. Okay, now for the second one here, what we're going to do is we're going to say v-for, and then we're going to say post, and then index for our index value here, in sample blog post. And then for our v4, we always have to have a key, and then we're going to assign that the value of index. And then what we want to do is bind post equals post. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense what we're doing here, because we're using the same component, so we want to make sure that we keep the prop we're looking for the same here on both components. So that's why we're saying post is equal to welcome screen. All right, so now if we head over, we should see 3 because we have 1 for the welcome screen and then 2 for our sample blog post. All right, so that is all working great. Now let's get into the styling here. So inside of our blog post component, I'm going to remove this h2 for now. And what we want to do to start off here is give this div that we created a class of blog wrapper. Okay, and then inside of here, we're going to give it another div with the class of blog content. All right, so before we get too ahead of ourselves here, what we also need to do is register or actually say to this component, hey, look for the prop that we went ahead and binded here on our home view. So how we do that is we'll say props, and this takes in an array, and then we'll just say post. All right, so now this component is going to look for the prop of post, which we are defining right here on our home view. All right, now inside of blog content, we're going to have another div with no class, and we're going to be using VIFs and VElse because, like I mentioned before, if we go to our actual demo here, you can see that the hero section is a little bit different from the actual blog post view. Okay, so that's the reason why we have two separate, we have the object and then we have the sample blog post array. So what we want to do here is we're going to say h2 and we're going to say v-if here. Oh, sorry, we need to do this type of h2. We're going to say v-if the post.welcome screen is true. So if we go back to our home right here, and you can see that welcome screen, this right here is true. So if that exists, then we're going to output this right here, this h2. So what we want to do here is we're going to go ahead and put our curly brackets here, and we're going to say post. And then if we go back to our home route here, we gave this value that we want to get title. So we're going to say post.title. Okay. And then what we also want to do is I'm just going to copy this down, and we're going to say VElse. So if that's not true, then what's going to happen is then it's going to look and say, okay, we're not looking at our welcome screen object. We're going to be looking at the sample blog post here. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense and is not too confusing. So if that is not true, then what we want to output is post.blog, or what would we give it? Is it just title? Yes, it's just title. So we'll say title here. Okay, so if we just have that small change here, if we go back to our application, you can see we have the title here. So the first one's welcome, and then the second two are this is a filler title, which if we go back to our home route here, you can see matches up perfectly. And if we just say filler 2, you'll see that explicitly right here. Okay, so that's all working great. Now, the next thing we want to do is our paragraph tag here. And once again, we're going to be using the same VIF here. So we're going to say VIF post.welcome screen, and inside of here we're going to say post dot, and what we're looking for is the blog post. Okay, so we're going to say blog post, and then once again, if that is not true, we'll go ahead and say VElse here. And since this one's going to be styled up a little bit differently, we're going to go ahead and give this a, let's see, a class here of content preview, because we're only going to allow a snippet of our blog post that we have, because if we don't, it's going to show the whole thing and it's going to cause our blog card to be very long, and we don't want that. Okay, so we'll say we'll give this a class, and we'll just explicitly go ahead and style it up a little bit later. So instead of blog post here, we're going to say blog HTML, because once again, that is what we have here on this array. All right, cool. So that is all working great. Now, the next thing we want to do is have our button, which if we head over to our demo here, you can see we want to create this button right here, and then also this view post button. So what we're going to do is come back here, and we're going to be using a router link. And once again, what we're going to be doing here is we're going to say v if post.welcome screen is true, then we're going to output this one. If not, we're going to output this one, which we'll go ahead and get to in a second. We'll just go ahead and get this all set up here. And then for the class on here, we're going to be using our link and link light. So we'll say link and then link light, because this one on the welcome screen will have a darker background. So we want to go ahead and make that link white. And we have that option inside of our app.vue if we go down to link light, which is going to be the color of white. All right. And then what we want to do is, for now, we don't have this actual route created yet. So what we can do is just go to and then put in a # for now. And then once we have that route created, we'll go ahead and actually implement that. Now we're going to be using another SVG here. So what we want to do is actually import this. So we'll say import, and we're going to be using an arrow. And we can find that arrow here in the assets inside of icons, and it's going to be arrow right light. So we'll say here, assets, icons, and then arrow right light.svg. Okay, and then all we need to do now is come down to our export default here, components, and there we go. So what we want to do now is we're going to go ahead and throw our arrow in here. So we'll say arrow, and then we want to give this a class here. We'll say class arrow, and then arrow lights. Okay, because once again, this is going to be a dark background, so we want to explicitly make sure that this has arrow right, or arrow light, not right. So on top of this arrow, we want to also put the value inside of this router link to login/register. Okay. Now for the second one here, it's going to be very similar, and I probably should have just went ahead and waited to copy this until I finished it. So let's just do that to save some time here. So we'll go and copy that down, and then we're just going to put a v-else on here. And then instead of login register here, we're going to have it say view the post. Okay, and instead of having arrow light, because this will be a white background, we can just keep it as arrow. All right, so now the last thing that we want to go ahead and do here is actually get our blog photos. So outside of this div, which is going to be pretty much our left and right div, we're going to have another div with the class of blog photo. And this is where obviously we're going to have our blog photos. So what we want to do is create an image tag. And since for right now, we're not going to be reaching out to our database, we don't need to do, or we don't need to look for a post.welcome screen value here, because if we go back to, well, I guess we actually do, because we're going to be using cover photo and then photo. So I actually take that back. So we're going to go ahead and create two of these here, and we're going to say v if post.welcome. If that's true, we're going to bind this src attribute right here, and we're going to say inside of the quotes, we're going to say require, and then we're going to do some template interpolation here. So then we're going to go ahead and say assets, and what we're going to be looking for inside of our assets are going to be these blog photos. So what we're going to do is say assets, and then we're going to go photos here, and then we're going to say slash, and then we're going to use some interpolation here, which is why we have the backticks, and we're going to say post.photo.jpg. Okay, and then for alt, we're going to leave that blank, and to save some time, I'm going to go ahead and copy this src attribute right here. We'll paste that in, and we'll say v else right here. Okay, and then instead of saying post.photo, we're going to say blog cover photo here. All right, so fingers crossed that all works correctly. If we head over to our application, we should see those images, and we do. They're very large, and we should keep scrolling down here and have all the information we do. But I'm not seeing that second image there, so let me go ahead and see what's going on. I see the one right here, which is our first one, but I'm not seeing the second one or the third one. Let me see what's going on here. So it appears that I went ahead and did a typo on our blog cover photo here for the second one. So I spelled beautiful wrong. So let's go ahead and let's spell that correctly here. So Beautiful. And if we head over to our application now, we should see that second photo, I hope, and we do. All right, so obviously right now things don't look great. So let's go ahead and work on the styling so that we can get it to look more like this. So let's get started by creating a few line breaks inside of our style tag here. And the first class we want to target is going to be our blog wrapper here. And let's open this up. So first off, we want to display this as flex, and we're going to set the flex direction to column here. And then we're also going to have a box shadow, and because it's a very lengthy box shadow, I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste this in here. Okay. And then what we want to do is also set up our media query here. So we're going to say at media, and we're going to use the min width, and we'll say 700 pixels here. Okay. And we're going to give it a min height of 650 pixels, and then also a max height here. Let's see, max height 650 pixels. And then we're going to say flex direction is going to be row. All right, and that's going to do it for our blog wrapper. Now, the next class we want to target inside of here is going to be our blog content. And for this, we want to start off by giving it a display flex. We're going to say flex direction is going to be column. We want to justify and align everything to the center. So we're going to say just justify content center, and then align items to the center as well. And then we also want to give this a flex value of 4, and also set the order by default to 2. And then what we're going to do here is open up our media query again. We'll say min width. And at 700 pixels, we want the order to go back to number 1. So on mobile, we want the order to be number 2. So we'll say order, and then we'll say 1. And then what we also want to do is another media query here. And we'll say at media, and we're going to do min width, and at 800 pixels, we want the flex value to be 3. Okay, and that's for this whole blog content right here. So what we want to do next, and let me make sure I did this right. You know what? I actually didn't do that right. So what we want to do is actually have the blog photo outside of the blog content here. That just didn't seem right when I looked at that. All right, so I'm glad we looked at that and fixed that. So next up, inside of our blog content, we just have a div. Okay, so actually that's not going to work. We want to do it right inside of here. So inside of our blog content, we have this div without a class name. So we're going to be targeting this one specifically. Okay, and the reason why we don't have a class name is because we really don't need it, because we only have one div inside of blog content. So we are able to do that. Okay, so inside of here, we want to give this a max width of 375 pixels. We're going to give it a padding value of 72 on the top and bottom, and then 24 pixels on the left and right. And then let's open up another media query here. We'll say min width, and we're going to be using 700 again for this. And we're going to say padding is going to be 0 and then 24 pixels. Okay, and we'll save that. And next up, we want to target our headers, so our H2s. So what we'll do is come right below here, and we're going to say font size is going to be 32 pixels. Going to have a font weight of a little bit lighter, and we're going to have that to 300. And then we want this to be all uppercase, so we'll say text transform uppercase here. And then we're going to say margin on the bottom of 24 pixels on mobile. And then let's open up this media query, and you guys know we're going to be using 700 for this again, so 700 pixels. And we'll say font size, and we'll set that to 40 pixels here. Okay, and then let's go ahead and style up our paragraph tag here. So we're going to say font size 15 pixels, font weight, we're going to be doing 300, a little bit lighter. And then we're going to set a line height here to 1.7. Okay, now as you recall, we also did have this content preview because like I mentioned, we were going to go ahead and have this set up a little bit differently than our normal paragraph here. Okay, so let's go ahead and style that up. So what we want to do here is we'll say content preview. We're going to do a font size here of 13 pixels. We're going to do a max height of 24. We're going to say white space, and we're going to say no wrap, overflow set to hidden, and we're going to use a text overflow property here. Let's see. And we're going to set this to ellipsis. I think that's how you say that. Okay, and that's going to go ahead and append 3 dots at the end of our content preview. Okay, now inside of here, or did I do this wrong again? Let me see, content preview. Okay, so the issue is that currently we're not going to be importing our HTML from our blog post. Right now it's just some static text. So currently what we need to do, I believe, is just set a width here of 250 pixels, and that should solve our issue for now. But when we go ahead and actually get into creating our blog post and actually using our Firestore collection data to go ahead and populate this, we're going to have to go ahead and revisit the styling to go ahead and get it to actually format correctly. But I think for now, with this width of 250, we should be all set. Okay, now next up, what I want to go ahead and do here is style up our link. So as you know, we already have a global link class here, but I want to go ahead and do a few things different. So we're going to go ahead and set this display to inline flex. We're going to align the items to the center here. We're going to have a margin on the top of 32 pixels, padding on the bottom of 4 pixels here. We're going to do a border bottom. We're going to say 1 pixel solid, and we're going to use a transparent color for right now. Okay, and then what we want to do is a transition here, and we're going to say 0.5 seconds or half a second, and we're going to say ease in, and we're going to say on all of the properties here we want to transition. And now on the hover here, we're going to say, we'll say border bottom color, and we're going to change it to that charcoal gray we've been using, which is 303030. Okay, and then what we want to do here is we have our link light. So link light, and we're going to say and hover, and I forgot the colon. And on the hover, we want to change the border bottom color to white. All right, and that should be it for our blog content. Now, the next thing we want to do is I'm going to come back up here and I'm going to collapse the blog content, and we're going to target our blog photo. Okay, so what we want to do here is by default, we want this to have an order of 1 on mobile. We're going to give it a flex value of 3. And we're also going to have the same exact box shadow on here. So let's do another box shadow, and we'll paste that right there. Okay, now for the image inside of here, we're going to give it a display value of block, going to give it a width of 100% here, a height of 100%, and we're going to give it the property of object fit, and we want it to cover. Okay, now on our actual blog photo here, we're going to add some media queries. So we're going to say at media, we're going to say min width, and we're going to use that 700 pixels again, and we're going to say order back to number 2. And then we're also going to make another media query here, and we're going to say at 800 pixels, we're going to say give this the flex value of 4. All right, and that should go ahead and actually finish up our blog post styling here. But there's actually one other thing I actually noticed we need to do. So if we head over to our application here, you should see that it actually looks really good. But the only problem is, number 1, we don't have the color here on this one, and they're all on the same side. So what we want to do is, if we head back to our style sheet here, we're going to collapse this, and we're going to say blog wrapper nth child even, and we're going to say here blog content, and then we'll say order to, and then for the blog photo here, we want to change this to order number 1, and that should go ahead and fix the issue with that, I believe. Let me refresh here, and it did not. So let me see what's going on with that. Okay, so the problem is that we have this blog wrapper class defined inside of our blog wrapper wrap, so it's not going to work. Now to fix this, all we need to do is get rid of that and just say and nth child even, and if we go back over here, that should all work correctly. Now, one thing that I forgot to actually do is we need to create our arrow class that we see right up here, and also this should not have link light because it's not going to be on a light background. Okay, and if we go over to our app, what I want to go ahead and do is actually copy and paste in these arrow classes. Now the reason why we're putting these in the app.vue is because we'll be using these in other sections of our project, so it just makes sense to go ahead and globalize these. All right, so if we head back over to our application now, we should hopefully see view the post and view the post. Now the reason why we're not seeing this one is because the background is white, and I believe I know the reason for that as well. So later on within this application, we're going to be checking for if a user is logged in or not. And the problem we have right now is that we don't have that set up yet. So on our blog wrapper for just right now, I'm going to say no user. And once we get further into our application, we're going to dynamically go ahead and set this class using a Boolean value if a user is logged in or not. Okay, and what we need to do right now to go ahead and actually make this look correct is we need to head down to our style sheet here, and we're going to say no, let's see here, and this actually needs to be outside of this right here because it's on the blog wrapper. So we're going to say no user, and we're going to say first child, and we're going to say dot blog content, and we're going to say the background color needs to be that charcoal gray, so we'll say 303030, and then the color of white. So that should go ahead and fix our issue here, and everything on the home page for our blog post component should be all set. And there we go. So you can see here we have all our blog components loaded in, and it all looks great. And if we go ahead and inspect this here, you should see that it responds perfectly to how we have it in our demo. Now with this completed, the next thing that we need to work on here for the home page is going to be our blog cards, and they're going to go right below our blog post here. So if we head over to our finished demo application, you'll see that they're going to go right below here, and it's going to look like this. All right, so let's head back over to our Vue project here. And as we did with our sample blog post, we're going to need some more data to use as filler information until we go ahead and hook up our Firebase collection, which we'll be getting to in just a little bit. So I have some more data here. So we have this one, or an array called sample blog cards, and it has a blog title, a blog cover photo, which I went ahead and added this blog cards folder with 4 stock images, which will all be added in the repo. And then we have the blog date, and it's all just static for right now. Eventually it'll be used with the server timestamp that we set up earlier. Okay, so first things first, let's go ahead and actually create this component. So inside of our components folder, we're going to go ahead and create our component of blog card. So we'll say new file. All right, and then let's go ahead and create our view structure here and just add a simple div for now. Now, unlike how we just added this component inside of our home, we're going to have to do a little bit of styling within our home, or a little bit of HTML to make this work. Okay, so we're going to go right below our second blog post component, and we're going to create a div with a class of blog card wrap. Okay, now inside of here we're going to have a div with a class of container, and then we're going to have our h3, and this is going to be view, not actually view, view more recent blogs. All right, and then we're going to have a div with a class of blog cards. Okay, and then inside of here, we're going to go ahead and actually import our blog card components. So let's go ahead and actually import this here first. cards from components, blog card, and then we need to actually register this here inside of our component. There we go. And then let's go ahead and actually add it here. Okay, now just as we did with our blog post here in our sample blog post, we want to run a v-for loop through this and our array here of sample blog cards. So v-for, we're going to use post, we're going to pass it an index value here as well, in, and we'll say sample blog cards. All right. And then we'll say key, and we'll make that equivalent to the value of index. And that's all we need to really do here for the HTML. Now, for our styling here, what we're going to be doing inside of this component, which we don't even have our style tag, so let's go ahead and add that. We want to just go ahead and target our blog card wrap here. All right, and we're going to go ahead and target our H3, and we're going to give this a font weight of 300. We are going to give it a font size here of 28 pixels, and we'll throw that there. Oh, we forgot the semicolon there, that's why. And then we want to do a margin bottom here of 32 pixels. Okay, now we also are going to do some additional styling, but this is going to actually be found inside of our app.vue. Okay, now the reason why we're doing this is because we're also going to be using the same exact layout on our additional blogs pages. So if we go back over to our finished application, this section right here is actually going to be duplicated right here for the most part. So we're going to keep this styling global so we don't have to go ahead and repeat ourselves with the additional styling for each of these components here. Okay, so what we're going to do is head back over to our app.vue, and right below arrow.light, we're going to do some additional styling here. So we're going to target blog card wrap here, and we're going to start off here by giving it a position value of relative. We're going to give it a padding value here of 80 on the top and bottom, and then 16 on the left and right. And we're going to give this a background color of F1, F1, F1. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and put a media query on here for a min width of 500 pixels. And then we're going to give it a value here of padding, 100 pixels on the top and bottom, 16 on the left and right. Okay, now in addition to this, if we go back to our blog card, or I should say our homepage, we also have the blog cards here. Now, to display these cards as we have them right here, we're going to be using the grid. Okay, so let's go ahead and target our blog cards here. And then we're going to say display grid. We're going to give it a column. Actually, we can just say gap here and do 32 pixels because we're going to have the row and the column being the same. And then we're going to say grid, let's see, template columns 1FR. And this is going to be for our mobile first approach. Now, what we can do here is we're going to add some media queries, and there's other ways to go ahead and do this, but I'm going to go ahead and choose it to the media query way. We're going to target it at a min width of 500 pixels. And at this, we're going to change it from one fractional unit to a grid template columns of repeat to 1FR, which is going to mean 2 cards per row. Okay, so we'll say grid template columns. We'll pass it repeat and say 2 1FR. All right, and I'm just going to go ahead and copy this down 2 more times because then we're going to go ahead and hit the 900 viewport, and we're going to change it to 3. And then when we get to 1200 here, we'll put it back to a full 4 as you see on our demo when it's on laptop or desktop. And there we go. So if we head over to our application, you're probably not going to see much because number one, we have not styled out our blog cards. But if we were to go back to our blog card and we put a simple H2 in here, or 3, we can see hello. We should now see hello displayed on here 4 times. All right, so that is all working great. Okay, so back here in our blog cart component, let's go ahead and remove this H3 as we don't need it here. I just wanted to use it to show you how that was all working. And let's start here with our export default. So first things first, let's go ahead and give this component a name. So we're going to say blog card here. And then remember we passed it that prop of post. So we'll say props here. And I forgot the comma, that's why it's not working. So props, and then we'll pass post here as the value. All right, now for this component, we're going to be using 3 SVGs. So let's go ahead and actually import those. So we're going to say import, we'll say arrow from, and then we want to look at our assets here. And we're going to be using the icons, and then we're going to say arrow right light dot SVG. And I'm going to go ahead and copy this down 2 more times because we're also going to be having a edit button here and also a delete. But we also want to change this. So instead of arrow, we're going to have edit regular. And then for our delete, we're going to be using trash regular. And then what we need to do is come down here and register these as components. So then we'll go ahead and open this up and we will say arrow. It's supposed to be a comma. We'll say edit and then delete. Oops. Delete. All right, there we go. So that is all that we need to do for our script tags here. So let's go ahead and get into this HTML. So for our div up here, our starting div, let's go ahead and give this a class of blog card. All right. And then let's go ahead and open this up, and we're going to pass another div here, and we're going to give this the class of icons. So for right now, we're going to be showing the 2 icons that you've seen when we are a user. So if I go back to the application here, we're going to see an error because we're not using these. So if I go to login here, and we go to blogs. So for now, we're going to be showing these icons until we go ahead and get our condition here with our state set up. So by default, these will be showing because we're not going to be hiding them based on any condition. All right, so I just wanted to go ahead and point that out really quick. So here we're going to have our icons, and we're going to have another div with the class of icon, and then we're going to pass in our edit icon that we went ahead and registered here. So we'll say edit, and there we go, and then we're going to give this the class of icon. Okay, so we'll save that. And then we're going to go ahead and pass one more, or we're going to duplicate that, but instead of edit, we're going to have delete. Okay. Now, beyond this, which we have our icons right here, we're going to come right below this, and we're going to add our image tag here. Okay. So what we're going to do here is similar to how we did it in our blog post. We're going to use this binding to this require attribute here. So what I'm going to do is actually copy this to save some time and paste that in. So we're going to be in the same directory, except this time instead of blog photos, we're going to say blog cards. And then instead of post.photo, we're actually going to want to look at our home icon here, and it's going to be blog cover photo. Okay, so we'll change that. And these photos, if I go back up here, are all going to be ending in JPEG, so that should all be good. All right. Now, after this, we want to make another div here with a class of info. And inside of here, we're going to have a h4, which is going to have the post.blog title. And then below this, we're going to have an h6, and we're going to have the date. So we're going to say posted on, and we'll say our curly brackets here, and say post.blog dates. All right, and then after this, we're going to have our router link here, and we're going to give this the class of link. And for right now, since we don't have this route set up yet, we're going to go ahead and pass it the value of 2 with a pound sign for now. Okay, then inside of our router link here, what we want to do is we're going to pass it the value of view the post. Okay, and then we want to actually add in our arrow class here that we went ahead and imported earlier. All right, and then we'll say this, and then we'll pass the class of arrow, which if you guys recall is why we used it inside of our app right here, because we're going to be using this arrow in a few other spots. Okay, So if we look at this, this is actually going to be the HTML for our blog card. And if we head over to our application, it's probably not going to look like anything. And what is the reasoning for that? Let me take a look and see if we did something wrong. So I'm pretty sure you guys may have caught this before I actually just did, but as you can see here, we're getting a cannot read property of undefined, and the reason is we never went ahead in our home view here, actually binded the post to the actual component here, so therefore it doesn't actually see any of that. So if we save that, put that there, we should now see we should have all this giant really out of proportionate images and stuff for our blog cards. So let's go ahead and fix that. So first off, let's go ahead and replace these style tags with our SCSS scoped. So let's go ahead and do that, and let's go add a few line breaks here, and let's start off with our blog card here. And we're going to give this a position of relative, and we'll save that to reformat everything. We're going to give this a cursor of pointer, display this as flexbox, and then we're going to do a flex direction of column here, and then to give it a little bit of a rounded edges, we're going to give it a border radius of 8 pixels, a background color here of white, and then a min height value of 420 pixels. All right, and then we're going to add a transition here of ½ a second, ease, and all. Now, the reason why we're adding this is because if you recall, if we go back to our application here, when we hover over this, it has a little animation where it's transforming on the z-axis, where we're going to slant it to the left a little bit. Okay, so what we're going to do now is when we go hover over these, so we'll say on hover, we want to transform. Let's see, transform. We're going to rotate on the z-axis by -1 degree, and then we're also going to enlarge this. So we're going to pass it the scale, and we're going to go to 1.01. By default, scale is at 1, so we're barely going to be doing anything, but it's just going to be enough to notice a difference. And then we're going to be using this lengthy box shadow that I have used multiple times within this project. All right, so if we take a look at that, things probably aren't going to look any better because we haven't actually got to the icons yet. So let's go ahead and actually touch upon those. So let's target our icons class here. And let's see here. So to start off, we're going to display this as flex. We're going to position this absolute. We're going to give it a top value of 0. We're going to say top is 10 pixels. We're going to say right is 10 pixels. And we're also going to give this a z index of 99. Okay, now for our individual icon here, we're going to pass this the value of display flex again, and we want to justify the content in here to the center, so I can type, and we also want to align these to the center. Okay, and then we're going to give these a width and height value of 35 pixels. So we'll just, we'll go ahead and copy that down and change this to height. And then we want to round these, so we're going to give it a border radius of 50%. We're going to give this a background color of white, and also a transition of 0.5 seconds, ease, and all. Okay, and on the hover, what we want to do here is we're going to say and hover. We want to do a background color of 303030. Now, since our images here, or our icons, are SVGs, we can actually change the color of these when we hover over them. So how we're going to do this is, if you recall, we actually did not do that. So what did I do here? So instead of actually having a class of icon, this is going to have edit, and this is going to be delete. All right. Now, when we hover over these, we want to change the color of the SVG. So what we're going to do here is we're going to say edit, and then we're also going to target delete. And inside of here, we want to target the path, and we can say fill, and we can change this to white. Okay. And that's how we can simply go ahead and alter our SVG's colors, which is why I love using SVGs, because you can go ahead and do these simple animations where with images, you are unable to do those. Okay. And then what we want to do here and hover, let's see. So for the icon, let's see here, and we're going to say an nth child of 1. So the first one, we want to put a margin right to separate these so they're not touching. So we're going to say 8 pixels on here. Okay. And then next up, we're going to target, edit, and delete normally here. And what we're going to say is we want this to be a pointer event of none. We're going to give it a height of 15 pixels and a width of auto. All right, so that should go ahead and make things look a lot better. And we're getting there. If I refresh this, let's see. I still might be missing something. What's going on there? Yeah, so we look like we're getting better. The images right now are just really out of proportion. So let's go ahead and work on those. So just out of the icons styling here, let's go ahead and open up the image. I think that's what, or sorry, we want to just target image, not a class here. And what we want to do within here is we're going to say, display these images as block. We're going to give them a border radius of 8 pixels, 8 pixels, 0, and then 0. A z-index value of 1. We're going to give it a width of 100%. We're going to do a min height here of 200 pixels, and then object fit and cover. All right, and that should go ahead and fix it. Now, the last thing I want to go ahead and work on is our info. So we'll say info here. So we're also going to display this as flex. We're going to give it a flex direction of column. Give it a height of 100%. Z-index value of 3. A padding on the top and bottom of 32 pixels, and then 16 on the left and right. And then we're going to pass it a color here of black. Okay. Now we have the class of content preview up here, I believe. Let me see. Actually, my mistake. I'm looking at the wrong style sheet. Okay, so there's no content preview. So what we want to target inside of our info here is going to be our H4 first off, which is our title. So we're going to give it a padding bottom, and we're going to do 8 pixels here. We're going to give it a font size of 20 pixels, and then we're going to give it a font weight here of 300. Next up, we have our H6, which is going to be for our date. So we're going to give this a little bit of a heavier font weight with 400. Then we're going to give it a font size a little smaller of 12 pixels. And then a padding on the bottom of 16 pixels here. All right. Now for our link, like I said, again, we have this as a global style, but we're going to be making changes as we have to many of them in certain situations. So for this situation, we're going to give it a display of inline flex. We're going to align the items to the center. We're going to give it a margin top of auto to push it all the way to the bottom, no matter what the the size of the card actually is. In our case, the minimum height is 400, so we still want this link at the very bottom. Going to pass it a font weight here of 500, a padding on the top of 20 pixels, and then we're going to give it a font size here of 12 pixels. And then let's see here, we're going to do a padding on the bottom of 4. And then we're going to say transition half a second again, ease in, and then we're going to say all. Now on the hover here, what we're going to do is we're going to say color of this is going to change to an RGBA value of the charcoal gray we're using. But we're going to put the opacity down to 80%. Okay, and there we go. And then on top of that, what we want to do for the arrow here inside of our link is we're going to give it a new width of 10 pixels. All right, and that should go ahead and do it for our blog card components. So let's head over and check it out. And there we go. So the one issue I see is that these aren't centered. So let's go ahead and see what's going on with that. Now, what appears to be the issue is that I put justify content to the content here. So that's not a property. So let's go ahead and fix that, and we should be all set. So that's going to be in our icons here. And yeah, I'm not really sure what happened there, but that should go ahead and fix that. And there we go. So as you can see, when we hover over these, they have the rotation and they're getting a little bit bigger. You probably don't even notice it, but it's just a really cool illusion. And then when you hover over these, you can see the edit button turns to a white color, and then the background turns to gray. All right, and then when we inspect this, you can see that it is mobile responsive. When it hits a certain viewport, it's going to drop down to 3, and then 2, and then 1. All right, so that is our blog cards. Now, to finish up our home page here, the last thing that we're going to need to work on is our register section. So that's going to go right below our blog cards here. All right, so if we head over to our finished demo here, the section is going to look just like this. So pretty simple section to go ahead and create here. So in our home view here, we're not going to actually create a component for this. We're simply going to import or implement the HTML directly into this view. So right below the blog card wrap, we're going to create a div with the class of updates. And then inside of here, we're going to have another div, the class of container. And then we're going to have an H2. It says never miss a post. Register for your free account today. All right. And then below this, we're going to have our router link. Now, instead of having the class of link, we're actually going to be creating a new class called router button. And for now, since we don't have this route created as we have done for the most part of this application so far, we're just going to leave the 2 as a $. And inside of here, we're going to put register for FireBlogs. And let's capitalize B there. All right. And then what we're also going to do is we have used this arrow right here in a few of our components, and we're going to actually use it directly inside of our home view here. So I'm going to go ahead and import that here. And then we're going to import it as our component here. We're going to save that, and then we're going to import that right into this router link. And then we're going to go ahead and give this a class of arrow and then arrow light. Okay, and that should go ahead and do it for our HTML. So in our style tag here, let's go ahead and create our updates right here. And inside of here, we're just going to style up the container. We're going to say a padding value of 100 pixels. And on the top and bottom, 25 on the left and right. We're going to display this as flex, and we're going to say flex direction column, and we want to align our items to the center here. Okay, and then we're going to open up our media query here, and we're going to say min width, and we'll set that to 800 pixels. And inside of here, we're going to increase the padding to 125 on the top and bottom, and then 25 on the left and right here. And then we're going to set the flex direction to a row. All right. And now we haven't created our router button yet, so let's go ahead and actually do that. Let's see here. So we're actually going to be creating our button class and our router button to be the same. So let's go over to our app class. I'm going to copy and paste this in, and we'll do it right after our arrow light here. So for our button and our router button, it's going to be this layout right here. Nothing too crazy, just a little transition, cursor, some margin, some padding, and all that good stuff. So your basic button here. And I'm also going to import a couple other button classes here while we're doing this. So let me go ahead and grab these. And this will be our button ghost, and then we have button light, and then button inactive, which we'll go ahead and get into these a little bit later on in our application. But I thought, why not go ahead and import those while we're here. Okay, so back into our home view here. What we want to do now is we're actually going to style up our router button a little bit from what we have in our default layout here. So inside of our container here, let's go ahead and say router button. And we want to display this as flex, We're going to give this a font size of 14 pixels, and then a text decoration of none here, which I don't know if we went ahead and put that on this one already. We did not. Okay, just want to make sure we didn't have two of the same properties here on our selector or on our router button. All right, and then what we want to do is we're going to create a media query here. We're going to do our min width, and we're going to stick to 800 pixels. And we're going to go ahead and say margin left auto to go ahead and push it all the way to the right hand side when we are on our desktop and tablet and laptop view here. All right, and then the final thing we want to go ahead and do here is style up our H2. So pretty simple stuff here. We're going to have a font weight of 300, give this a font size of 32 pixels, and we're going to give it a max width of 425 pixels. And then we want it to also take up 100% of the width if the screen size is smaller than 425. Okay, and we want to do text align to the center here, and we're going to do text transform, and we want to make this all uppercase. And that's going to be it for our mobile view, but now we want to add some properties to our media query here. So we're going to say min width 800 pixels, and for here we're just going to say text align, set that back to initial here, and then give it a font size much larger on desktop to 40 pixels. Okay, and hopefully this time we don't encounter any errors, but that should go ahead and do it for our update section here, and it should go ahead and do it for our actual home page. So if we come back over here, you can see we have all this set up, and if we go to inspect it, you can see it'll go ahead and respond once it gets down to 800 pixels, and it's going to center like this. All right, so that is our update section or our register section, and that is actually going to do it for our home page here. All right, so the next thing that we're going to be working on is going to be our blogs view. So currently in our application right now, the only view that we have is this home page here. Okay, so what we want to do now is create this view up here in our navigation of blogs. So if we head over to our demo, we scroll up here, we want to create this view right here. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. So inside of VS Code, there's a few things that we need to do first off here. So in our views, let's go ahead and create a new file, and we're going to call this blogs.view. Okay, and just to get started, let's go ahead and get our template here, and let's save that, and let's give this a name, and we'll say blogs. All right, now inside of our router, we haven't done this yet. We need to go ahead and create a new route. So it's pretty simple. So what I'm going to do is inside of this const routes array, we have our objects for all of our routes. And simply what I'm going to go ahead and do is duplicate this one right here. And we're going to import, or we're going to change up the values here inside of this object. So for the path, we're going to say blogs. And then for the name, we'll say blogs here. And then the component is going to be blogs, but we don't have that imported here at the very top, so let's go ahead and get that imported here. We'll say blogs, and then we'll say blogs here, and that's all we have to go ahead and do. So if we were to go to our application here, let's see here, the template root requires exactly one element. All right, what did we do wrong here? We forgot to add our empty div here. Okay, so I should go ahead and fix that. So now if we head and navigate over to blogs, we should see this empty screen here. All right, so let's go ahead and actually implement this right here, or I should say these blog cards, which is pretty simple because we already have this component created. So inside of here, we want to do a few things. Now, before we get started, what I want to do is, because since we're going to be using this sample blog cards array inside of our blog, let's see here, inside of our home route here, and then also inside of this blogs route or view, I want to take this array for right now and throw it in our state, just because I don't want to have it implemented twice in two different components. So what we can do is we're going to copy and remove this, and then inside of our index, or inside of our store index.js, inside of state, I'm going to paste this in here. All right, now what we need to do is inside of our home view here, what we want to do is right below data, we're going to do a computed property. Now there's a few ways you can go ahead and do this for getting your state. I just prefer this way. So you can see here we have the value sample blog card. So what I'm going to do is we're going to create a computed property here, and then we're simply going to return, let's see, this dot store dot state, and then we're going to get that state that we have just copied over into our store right here. All right, and if we go and save this, we should see that we have the same exact scenario. Let's go back here on our blog card. So those all should still be working because we're just getting those from our store instead of having it localized in our component. Okay, so now inside of our blogs right here, let's go ahead and get this created. So for the class here, we're going to say blog card wrap. Then we're going to have a div with the class of blog cards and also container. And then inside of here, what we're going to have is a div, and we're going to give this a class of toggle edit, because if you recall, on our working demo here, I'm not logged in, but let me go ahead and do so. We have this toggle editing post button right here, which when we click on it is going to enable and disable the edit and deletion icons on our blog cards here. Okay, so that's what that is. So inside of this toggle edit div, we want to first create a span here, which is going to say toggle editing post, and then we're going to create our input here, which is going to have a type of checkbox. And then we want to do a v model here, which is going to be the way we're going to bind a data value here to determine whether this is true or false. So we're going to say edit post, which is going to be the value of the data we're going to create here in just a moment. All right, so now after this, what we want to do is inside of our blog cards div right here and our container, we're simply going to go ahead and just import our blog cards component right here. And actually, this should just be blog card, not blogs cards. It doesn't really matter what we name it here, but just to keep it consistent, let's just do blog card. Just makes sense because that's the name of the component we have here. It's not cards, it's just card. So let's copy this here, save that, and then we're going to paste this right in here. But right now, this is not going to work because we don't have this sample blog cards imported from our store inside of this component. So what we're going to do is we're going to say sample blog card, just as we did inside of our home view. And we're just going to return this dot store dot state dot sample blog cards. And now if we head over to our application here and we go to /blogs, we should see that we don't have those here. And why is that? And we forgot to actually import this component. All right, well, that would make a lot of sense. So import blog card from, let's see here, components, blog card, and then let's do blog card right inside of our components here. And this time when we head over here, we should see that we have these. But currently, we have to style up this toggle editing post button so that it doesn't go ahead and apply to our grid layout here. All right, so what we want to do here is I'm just going to copy and paste this style in for the actual checkbox here, as it's something pretty simple and I don't want to waste too much time on this. So let's go ahead and grab all this right here. And let's see. Okay. So this is going to be our input styling right here. So we're just going to be positioning this relative, and we have all this styling right here. So if you want to just go ahead and pause and copy and paste this in, or like I mentioned earlier inside of this video, you can go ahead and go to the finished repo for this application, and you can find all of this styling here. All right. Now, I do want to do some simple styling on this blog card here inside of this component. Now, remember that the reason why this is all formatted correctly is because we actually have the same exact class names here as what we have inside of our app.vue down here in blog card wrap. Okay, so I just wanted to go and point that out in case you were confused on how that was already styled. So that's the reason why we did this, is because it's going to be applying to more than just one portion of our application, so it made sense to do this. Okay, now inside of blog cards here, we just want to position relative here. And then what we want to do here is toggle, or we want to target our toggle edit class, and we're going to display it as flex. We're going to align the items to the center here, and we're going to position this absolute. Okay, and we want to do top, which is going to be -70 pixels here, and the right of 0. And then for our span inside of here, we want to do a margin right of 16 pixels. And to keep things consistent here, let's just go ahead and move all of this into that selector there of toggle edit. So copy that here, and then we'll go ahead and toss that right here. All right, so if we head over now, we should see, if we save this, we should hopefully have all that styled up correctly. All right, so when we click on this, you can see that it all works, but currently, right now, we still have these showing because we don't have our data value hooked up here to determine whether or not we're showing this right here. So let's go ahead and actually fix that. So what we want to do is head over to our store here and create a new state. So this is going to be, or we're going to give this state the value of edit post, which is going to be set to null at the start. So if you recall here in our blogs, we went ahead and did this input value right here with the V model of edit post. So we're going to keep it consistent, and we're just going to go ahead and call it that inside of our state. Now, in our computer property, since this is going to be changing based upon the value of our checkbox, we don't just want to simply return it like this. How we go ahead and actually return state that we're going to be changing is a little bit different. So we're going to say edit post here, and we're going to set this to an object, and then we're going to use a get right here to go ahead and get this value. So then we're going to say return this dot store dot state dot edit post. Okay, and then we're also going to do a set method because we want to actually change this value. So we're going to say set here, and we're going to send along a payload because on this V model it's going to send a true or false value, which is going to be considered a payload. So what we want to do is we're going to say this dot store dot commit. Now we haven't created this yet, so a commit is a mutation inside of our store, and a mutation is how you go ahead and update state. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. If you're new to Vue, Vuex or the Vue store, this may be a little confusing, but if you have experience with it, you guys will understand what I'm saying here. So the mutation that we want to go ahead and call here is going to be called toggle edit post, and then we're going to send along the payload here. Okay, so what we can do here is inside of our store, we have a mutation here. We want to create the mutation of toggle edit post, and we're going to, apply state here, and we're also going to be looking for the payload. And simply all we want to do is say state dot edit post equals the payload. Okay, and that's simply all we need to do. So for example here, if I was to console.log the edit post, or sorry, state.edit post, let's see, you should see that if we go over to our application now, and I believe we have it all hooked up here, we have it set here, and we have it set here, that when we toggle this checkbox, we should see that the value inside of our console will be going from true to false. Okay, so if I go ahead and do this, you can see property or method store is defined but not referenced. Did I set it up wrong here? Let's see, return this dot store dot state, this dot store dot state. What did we do wrong here? Oh, we forgot to put store with the money sign in front of it. So that was our issue. Let's go ahead and refresh this here. And now we should be good that if I click on this, you can see it goes from true. And then when I go back, it goes back to false. So we're going to be using this value right here to display these icons, and which is why we're using state, because we need to access this value inside of another component. So what we want to go ahead and do here is go back to our blog cards here. And then we want to actually go to our blog card component here. And then we're going to do another compute it here to go ahead and get that state value. So we're going to say compute it, do edit post, and we're going to do it the way we had it with our sample blog cards here, because we're not going to be changing it here. We just want to go return this dot store dot state dot edit post. Okay, and then what we want to do here is we're going to go to our icons, and we're going to say v show if edit post is true. All right, so now if we go over to our application, what we should see is that it's no longer visible here, which is what we want. So if we click on toggle edit post, now those will appear. Now the only problem with this currently is since we have that on and since it is state, we're going to have these on our home page here, which we do not want. So how can we go ahead and fix this? Well, it's actually pretty simple. What we want to do here is back in our blogs, we can actually run, let's go back to here, a lifecycle hook of, let's see, let's go right below here. We're going to say before destroy, and we're going to run a commitment to our mutation. So this dot store dot commit, and we're going to say toggle edit post, and we want to pass the value of false. So when we leave this view, it's going to commit to our mutation and set that state value of edit post to false. So now if we head over and we say /blogs here, and let's see if it loads in here. Now if we have this on and we go to our home route here, you can see that we should no longer have those icons available, because what happened is our mutation, when that component was destroyed, then got rid of the icons here. Okay, now since we have our view created, you can see when I click on the blogs here, we don't actually go to that route. So let's go ahead and fix that. So within our navigation here, what we want to do for the blogs is we want to get rid of this, and we're going to bind this right here. We'll say name, and then we gave it the value of blogs inside of our route. And then let's just go ahead and update our home one here as well. Go ahead and do this. There we go. And then we also need to do it inside of our mobile navigation here. So let's go ahead and copy the home one as well. Get rid of that. And let's do our blogs here. And that should go ahead and do it for our blogs page. So let's go ahead and copy this in here, paste that in, head over to our application here. So now if we click on blogs, it should take us to our blogs route here, and we go back to our home route if we click on the home route. And then if we go to our mobile navigation, if we have this scrolled down, we should be able to get access to that blog route as well from here. So that is all working perfectly, and that is going to be our blogs view. Now in the previous section of this video, we went ahead and worked on our blog cards, and as you can probably see now, the images here on the screen are a little bit different because we went ahead and swapped them out for some new ones. So initially the images I had inside of the repo were a little bit too large and were causing some performance issues, so I just went ahead and replaced them here, and they will be replaced in the repo that you go ahead and download when we went ahead and started this project. But I just wanted to go ahead and point that out so there was no confusion going forward. All right, so now in this section, what I want to focus on is the title inside of our tab here. So we're going to be starting to create all of our routes right now. So I want to go ahead and implement this before we begin to create those. So if we head over to our demo right now, you can see that whenever I go to a different route, so currently we're on the login, and in the tab it says login/FireBlogs or FireBlog. And then when we go to our home, it says home, blogs, etc. So currently, when we navigate to different routes, we don't have that. So that's what we're going to go ahead and implement here now. So inside of our code here, we're going to start in our router here. All right, so what we want to go ahead and do is on each one of our objects for our path or our paths, we're going to go ahead and add a new object, and it's going to be a meta object. And inside of this meta object, for right now, we're just going to go ahead and give it the title value. Now for our home route, we're just simply going to say home. Okay, and then I'm going to copy this right here, and we're going to paste that here on our blogs route as well. And the title here is going to be blogs. All right, so alone, this will not go ahead and actually implement our titles. We have to do a little bit more work here on our router. So right below this counts router, what we want to go ahead and do is reference our router, which is right here. Okay, so we're going to say router, and we're going to say before each, which is a method, and it accepts a few parameters. So we have 2, from, and then next. And I think we can actually get away with that. Nope, we actually have to wrap this ourselves. So we'll say here, and then we'll go right there. and then we're going to have our callback. Okay. Now inside of our before each here, we can get access to the document.title of that current route. And what we want to go ahead and do is we're going to set this equal to, and we're going to be using some template interpolation here. And we're going to say our backticks, and we're going to go money sign. And we want to access this to parameter right here because this is going to get the current route we're going to. So we're going to say to, and we're going to access that meta object, and then we want to get the title. All right. And then what we can do after this is just add some static text here, and we're going to say FireBlog. Okay. And then after this, we can just simply go ahead and call the next method here. All right. So that's all we need to go ahead and do to implement titles on our page. So if we head over to our application now, you should see that we have home and then FireBlog right here. And then if we navigate to our blogs, it'll say blogs and then FireBlog. All right. So that's how we go ahead and implement our tab titles. Now, currently with our application, we have a few components built out, and we also have our home and our blogs view built out. So to continue on finishing up this application, at this point, it makes sense to go ahead and implement our auth system over on Firebase. So that's what we're going to start to work on here. So if we head over to our demo, we're going to be creating our login, our register, and then also our forgot password pages here. All right, so let's head over to VS Code and begin implementing this. So let's begin here by actually creating all of our views. So we're going to have one for login.view. We're going to have another one for register.view. And then we're also going to have one for forgot password.view. Now, the way I set this up is that they're all going to share the same styling. So the implementation for these three pages is actually going to be pretty simple. So where we're going to start at is with our login here. So let's go ahead and say, get our Vue template here, and we'll do a div. And to go ahead and simplify this, what I'm going to do is just copy this all across the board here. All right, and then we'll save that here. Now, what we also want to do is implement our routes for these components here. So what we're going to also do is come over here, and we're going to duplicate this down 3 more times. So the first route here we're going to have is simply going to be login. The name is going to be login, and the component is going to be login, and then the title is login. All right, pretty simple. Then for our register path, we're going to have it say register. And this will be register here, and same thing here, and then obviously title will be register. All right, and then we have our forgot, let's see here if I can spell, password there, and then we're gonna say there we go, and then our component will be the same. Geez, I cannot spell right now. And then for our title, I believe we're just going to say, geez, having some trouble here. All right, so there are our routes. So we lastly have to go ahead and import these. So we'll go ahead and just grab here. We'll say login and login. I can probably make this simpler on myself by just copying both of these. And we'll say register there, and then we'll say password here. All right, so now if we head over to our application, if we were to go to our login here, we should see that we have this route right here. Now, when we are on our reset password and we're on our login and we're on our register, we don't want to show the navigation. So let's go ahead and actually fix that before we go ahead and begin implementing these pages here. So what we want to do is over in, let's see here, I don't have it open, our app.view, we need to detect what route we're on. So what we're going to go ahead and do here is, let me grab this, we're going to create a method here within our app.view, and it's going to be called check route. All right, now inside of this route, or sorry, inside of this check route function, what we want to do is check the route. All right, and if the route is equal to register, login, or reset password, then we're not going to show our navigation. So what we're going to also do is we're going to create a data value here called navigation disabled. I think I spelled that wrong. We'll just say navigation to keep it simple, because obviously my spelling isn't that great today. So we'll go ahead and call this null. All right, so let's go ahead and write our function out here. So what we're going to say is if this dot route dot name, so we can access the route name of the actual, so when we say this dot route dot name, we're going to be referring to this right here. We're going to say if it is equal to login, and we also want to check, I'm just going to copy this to keep it simple. So we're going to check if it's login. We are also going to check if it is equal to register. And then we also want to check if it's equal to forgot password. Let me just make sure we said it was forgot password here. And then let's go ahead and just copy that in here. All right, so let's go ahead and get rid of those spaces. So if this is true, then what we're going to go ahead and do here is say this dot navigation equals true. All right, and then then we want to return out of here. Otherwise, what we're going to do is say this dot navigation equals false. All right, so if we head over to our actual view here with our navigation and our footer, what we're going to say here, we only want to show this if navigation, let's see, NAV, if this is false. All right, and the same thing goes for our footer. Now, by default, this function's not going to run, so we need to actually initialize it here inside of our inside of our created lifecycle hook here. All right, and that's not all we need to do, because when we go ahead and actually switch routes here, we're going to want to check, whenever we switch routes, we're going to want to check this function right here. So we're going to have a watcher, and we're going to say route, and let's see here, and whenever this changes, we want to run this dot check route as well. All right, so fingers crossed, hopefully we did this all right. If we head over to this page now, we should no longer see the navigation or the footer, but if we go back to our home route, for example, we should now see those. All right, so that is all working great. So let's get back to actually configuring our register and our login page here. So inside of our login component here, let's go ahead and start off by giving this component a name, and we'll say login here. And then for our style tags, let's go ahead and say style.scss scope, but this one is not going to be scoped. And the reason is, if you recall a little bit earlier when we went ahead and created these login, register, and forgot password components, is that we're going to keep all the styling for these three inside of this login right here. They're all going to be sharing the same styling, so we're going to do all of that here within our login, and the register and forgot password will go ahead and follow the same structure. So like I said, this is going to be a pretty simple build for these three pages. All right, so for our HTML up top here, let's start off by giving our div here a class of form wrap, and then inside here we're going to have a form, and we're going to get rid of the action, and we're going to give this a class of login. Okay, now we're going to have a paragraph tag here, and we're going to have this have a class of login / dash register here. Now inside of here we're going to have it say don't have an account, and then we're going to send a router link over to our register page so that you can swap between register and login. Okay, so let's go ahead and skip a line here. We'll do our router link. We will have the class of router link right here, and then we're also going to bind our to attribute here to the component of register. And what do we do wrong here? Oh, these need to be single quotes, not double. Okay, there we go. Now, next up, what we want to do is below this paragraph tab, we're going to have our H2 with our branding, and we're going to say login to FireBlogs. FireBlogs. Then after this, we're going to have our input fields here. So we're going to have our div with the class of inputs. And then we'll have our input, which is going to have a div with the class of input. All right. And then inside of here, we're going to actually have our input. So this first one's going to be for our email. So we'll leave it as text, give it a placeholder of email. And then we're also going to do a V model here. And we're going to set this to email as well. Okay. And then what I'm going to go ahead and do here is we're going to need to import some of our SVGs. So inside of our icons here, we're going to be using the envelope and also the lock. So let's go ahead and import those here. So we're going to say import, we'll call it email from assets/icons, and then we'll do envelope dash regular.svg. And then we'll just go ahead and copy this down, and we'll say, instead of email, we'll say password here. And then we're going to want to say lock alt solid. Okay, and then we'll do our components here, and we will say email and password here. All right, and then we're going to go ahead and use these SVGs inside of our input here. So the first one we're going to be using is our email. We're going to give this a class of icon, and then we'll go ahead and close this off. And that is going to be our simple input div, our setup right there. So let's go ahead and duplicate this down. And then this one's going to be for our password. And then we'll say placeholder, we'll say password, and then we're going to have a V model here of password. All right. And then just below our inputs here, what we want to go ahead and do is actually implement our forgot password link. So we're going to say router link, and then we're going to have this one have a class of forgot password. And this one's going to go to, I believe we gave this one a name, let me check, of forgot password. Okay, and we'll throw that in here. And then we'll go ahead and enter the value here of forgot your password. Okay, and oops, wrong way. And then what we want to do here is inside of our router link, we didn't put our text, so we'll say register right there. And then I did see the warning that we did copy this down, but we never replaced it with our password icon. And then what we want to do below our router link here is going to be our button to sign into FireBlogs. So we're going to have a button here, and then it's just going to say sign in. Okay, and that's going to be it for our form here. Now below our form, as you guys can probably see, we have this angled div with this background image. So to go ahead and implement this, what we're going to be doing is we're going to have a, let's see, actually inside of the form, what I want to do here is we're actually going to have our div with the class of angle. All right, and then outside of the form, we're going to have a div with the class of background. All right, and that is going to be our simple HTML for our login form here. So obviously if we head over and we take a look, it's probably not going to look all that pretty. So let's go ahead and go over here, and you can see this is what we are left with so far. So obviously need to do some styling, so let's go ahead and address that. Now before we go ahead and get into that, I forgot that we want to go ahead and do our data here for our email and our password. So we'll say email, and we'll say null, and then we'll say password and set that equal to null as well. Okay, just didn't want to forget about that. So let's begin here with our styling. So we're going to say form, let's open up another line there, form wrap, and we're going to set overflow to hidden off the start here. We're going to display this as flex, give it a height of 100 VH, justify the content to the center, and then we're going to align self to the center here. All right, and we're going to set margin to 0 auto, and then we're going to give it a width of 90% here. Okay, and then we're going to have a media query, and this is going to be set to min width, and we're going to do 900 pixels for this component, and we're going to go ahead and set that to have a width of 100% here. Okay, Now, inside of our form wrap, we have this class of login register here, which is going to be our login register toggle. So we're going to give this a margin bottom to separate it from our form inputs of 32 pixels. And then we have the class of router link here, which we just want to go ahead and set a color to black. Okay, and that's going to be it for our login register text here. So next up we have our form. All right, and we want to give this a padding value of 0 and then 10 pixels there. And we're going to go, this is for mobile first, as we have been doing with our entire application here. We want to give this a position of relative. We want to display this as flexbox. We're going to set the flex direction here to column. We're going to justify the content to the center of the screen and also align the, let's see here, align items to the center. And then we also want to give this a flex value of 1. And then for our media query, as we used earlier, we'll say at media, min width, and 900 pixels again. What we're going to do here is set our padding to 0 on the top and bottom, and then 50 pixels on the left and right. Okay. Next up, we have our H2, which is going to hold our little title here of login to FireBlogs. We want to set the text align here to center, give it a font size of 32 pixels, and then give it a color of our charcoal gray we're using, which is 303030, and then give it a margin bottom to separate it once again of 40 pixels here. And then what we're going to do on our media query here for our desktop and laptop view is at 900 pixels, we are going to set a font size here of 40. So a little bit larger once we go ahead and go to our desktop and tablet. Now, next up, we have our forgot password link. So we'll say forgot password here. And for this, we're going to set a text decoration to none, a color to black. We're going to do a cursor pointer here. And we're going to do a font size of 14 pixels. And there we go. And then we're going to do a margin of 16 pixels on the top, 0, and then 32 pixels on the, let's see, so 16 on the top, I always get this confused, 0 on the right and left, and then 32 pixels on the bottom, I believe is what that is. I'm getting myself confused here. Okay, and then border bottom, we're going to do 1 pixel solid and set that to a transparent. And then we're going to use our transition here because we're going to put a border color on the bottom if you guys already couldn't tell. So 0.5 seconds, we're going to do ease, and we're going to set that to all. And then let's go ahead and add our hover property here. And for our hover property, we're going to simply set the border color to 303030. Okay, that should do it for our forgot password link. And then actually we got ahead of ourselves here. We forgot about our inputs. So what we're going to do is right above this, we'll tackle our inputs here. I just like to usually keep my styling in order from top to bottom. So for this, we want to give our inputs div a width of 100%. And then we want to also give a max width here of 350 pixels. And then we want to target our individual input that we have the class, or the individual input div we have, which we gave a class of input. We're going to set this to position relative. We want to display this as flex. We're going to justify the content to the center and then align items to the center. And then we're also going to toss a margin, let's see, bottom here, and we're going to set that to 8 pixels. Now for our individual, our actual input here, we want to give this a width of 100%. We are going to set the, let's see if I can get back up here, the border to none. We want to give this a background color of F2, F7, F6, okay, which is kind of like a little bit grayer white. And then we're going to set a padding here to 4 pixels, 4 pixels, 4 pixels, 30 pixels. Okay, and then we want to give this a height of 50 pixels specifically. All right, and then what we also want to do here is we're going to say and focus. What we want to do here is say outline, and we're going to say none, because that's going to get rid of that nasty border by default that we have on our actual inputs here. Okay, now inside of our input we have an icon. So what we want to do here is actually, wait a minute, inside of our input div here. So yes, right outside of here we're going to say our icon, and we want to give this a width of 12 pixels. And because we set this to position relative, we're going to set our icon position absolute here. And then we want to set it to left of 6 pixels. So if we save that and we take a look at what we have currently, you'll see it looks like this. All right, so everything's starting to take shape here. Now, what we want to work on next is actually getting our background and our angle in here. Okay, so let's go ahead and begin to work on that. So what we want to do here is, let's see here, outside of our inputs. So right below our inputs here and below forgot password, we're going to say angle. Now, if you don't recall where this angle came from, it's going to be within our form right here, and it comes after our sign in button. Okay, and we're going to say angle. And what we want to do in here is we're going to set it to display none by default. Okay, because on smaller screens we don't want to show this. So we're going to do a position, and we're going to set this, let's see here, absolute. We're going to give this a background color of FFF. We're going to transform this with a rotate on the Z, and we're going to do something small with 3 degrees. All right, and we're going to give this a width of 60 pixels, right of -30 pixels, and a height here of 101%. Okay, and then we're going to have a media query here, and we're going to say a min width of our 900 pixels. We want to display this as initial. All right, and that's going to be it for our angle. Now, what we want to do now is we want to get our background initialized here or taken care of. So let's go ahead and do that. So for our background div, what we're going to do here is we're going to say display none by default again. We want to set this to a flex value of 2. If you recall, we set this flex, our form right here, to flex 1. So what we want to do here is we're going to set a background size, and we're going to say cover. Okay, and then for our background, let's see, background image here, we're going to say URL, not URK, URL, and we're going to go into our assets here, and we're going to look for our background.png. Okay, and then we're going to just explicitly say width 100%, height 100%, and then what we want to do is do a at media here for our media query of min width and 900 pixels once again, and we're simply going to say display initial. All right, so fingers crossed, that should be all the styling that we need to do here for this component. Now if we head over to our view now, you can see it could not find the background.png. So oh, you know what, I actually lowercased it here, so I think it's just going to be lowercase. And there we go. So that is our login page. So next up, we're going to work on the register and our forgot password. But like I mentioned to you before, they're all going to share the same style. So these next two will be really simple. Now for our register page here, all we need to go ahead and do is open up this component right here. And then simply what I want to start off with is we're going to say name, and we're going to say register here. And let's capitalize that. So as I mentioned, it's going to be the same exact setup. So what we can do here is we can literally just copy and paste this form wrap here from our login, and then we're going to go ahead and paste it inside of our register page. Okay, so a few things I want to go ahead and do is we're going to change login to register, and you'll see why in just a moment. And then for our inputs here, we need to change these up just a little bit. So first off, we're going to want to import our components here of email and password over to register. So let's go ahead and do that. Now, we're also going to want to import one more. So let's go ahead and do that. So below here, we're going to import our user. We'll say just user. And if we come over to our icons, we should have, I believe it's user alt light. So let's go ahead and import that here. So user alt lights.svg, and then we'll say components here, and we're going to say email, password, and then we're also going to say our user. All right, so what we want to do here is we need to actually change up a little bit of our inputs like I was saying. So we're going to keep our email and our password here, but what we want to do is actually add a few more. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, and below here I'm going to paste this down 3 times. So we're going to have a total of 5 inputs here. So for the first one here, it's going to stay as an input type of text, but we want to change the placeholder to first, and we'll say name. And then we're going to change this V model here to first name as well. Okay. Now for the second one here, we're going to have it the same thing. We're going to leave it as type of text, but we're going to change the placeholder to last name. And instead of having these as email, we're going to change these. Oh, I actually can't do that. So if we do it like this, I think we can. So we want to change these 3 right here to the user icon. All right. And then we have it set here. So for our V model, we want to say last name. And then finally, we're going to change the third one here. So we're going to keep it as text, but we're going to say user name here. And then we're going to say user name here. All right. And I did that in the completely wrong spot. So let's just go ahead and move this up like that. And that should go ahead and fix our issue. But we want to change this back to email and this one to user. All right. And then also what we want to do is instead of having it say sign up, we're going to have our sign in. We want to have it say sign up. All right. And then one more change we want to make here is we don't want this router link of forgot password, because at this point they wouldn't have had an account. So it doesn't make sense to have that. And then also we want to change the text up here from don't have an account to already have an account. And then we want to change them or take them back to login here. And we'll change this text to login as well. And then lastly, we're going to change this H2 to create your oops, got to put a space there, your FireBlog account. All right. And that should go ahead and do it for our HTML. Now in our styling tag here, what we're going to do is we're going to change this number 1 to a style SCSS scoped, and we're going to target our register class here. Now, if you recall, I went ahead and changed the form class from register or from login to register up top here. So inside of here for our H2, we simply want to just go ahead and give this H2 a max width of 350 pixels, and that should go ahead and do it. And the last thing I want to go ahead and do is actually create our data here. So, to save some time, I'm just going to copy this in because it's nothing really we haven't done before. So we have our data, first name, last name, username, email, and password. Now, if you're wondering what we're going to be using this for, upcoming or in a few moments here, we're going to actually use these values to, number 1, reach out to our Firebase Auth service to go ahead and create an account. So we're going to supply Firebase with these 5 data values right here. And then we're going to use the values here of email and password on our login component to go ahead and sign into our Firebase Auth. All right, so with that all being said, let's go ahead and check out our register page here. So if we click on register on our login page, you can see that we have this view right here, which is very similar to our login page. So let's go ahead and see how this responds. It's going to look exactly like our login page here. So at 900, the image is going to drop off, and then everything is going to center into the middle here. And we can still go ahead and switch back and forth between our login and register. So that is our register component. Now the final one that we need to go ahead and create here is going to be the forgot your password component. Now, very similar to our register component here, let's begin inside of this component by giving it a name. So we'll say name here, and we're going to say forgot password here. And then let's replace these style tags with our SCSS scoped, which are right here. All right, now for this HTML, I'm just going to copy and paste it in from my demo here. And the biggest thing that's going to change from the login and the register is that we're going to surround our div with the class of form wrap with another div called reset password. And I'll show you why in just one moment, but for now, we're just going to leave it as is. So we are using our email icon in here. So let's go ahead and import that. So I'm going to come back to our login component here. We're going to copy import, head back over to our component here and import this and components, and then we'll say email. And now if we head over to our application, actually hold that thought, we need to do a couple of style adjustments here. So what I'm going to do is copy and paste this in as well. There we go. So for our reset password, we're going to position this as relative, and you'll see why in just a few moments, like I said earlier. And then for our form wrap, we're just styling up the H2 and the paragraph a little bit differently. So we have our H2 right here, and we added this additional paragraph text. And you know what? I'm also going to say text align, let's see, to the center here. Okay, so we added this extra paragraph tag in addition to what we have currently on our login and register, just to go ahead and give some meaning behind what we're doing here with this reset password. All right, so if we head over to our application now and we refresh here, we're going to see an error because we defined email on our component here, but we never registered, which we'll get to in just a second. It's not too big of a deal right now. So if we shrink this down, you can see that it's going to respond just like our other two components of login and register. Now, one thing I want to show you, which is kind of why I added that extra div, is if I go to forgot my password on our working demo and disregard this icon being out of place, is something I did when I was changing some code up, but AI.com, you can see when I hit reset, number one, we have this loading animation up here, and then we have a modal, and if we click close, it's going to close that out. So on our reset password component, what we need to do is insert two components here. Number one is going to be a loading component, and the other one's going to be our modal. So let's begin with actually creating our modal here. So in our components, let's go ahead and create a new file, and we're going to call this modal.vue. And we will use this in other portions of our app actually. So what I'm going to do here, and once again to save some time, I think these modals are pretty simple, and I'll explain it to you. So for our template here, we're going to have a div with the class of modal. We're going to have a div with the class of modal content, and then we're going to also throw in a prop here for our modal message so we can go ahead and use this dynamically throughout our whole application. Okay, and then we have this button right here, which when we click it is going to run a function of close modal. So let me go ahead and copy in the script tag here. Now for this, we're going to accept the prop of modal message on wherever we're going to use this component, which is where this is going to come from right here. And then on our methods here, we just have this close modal function. Now for the styling here, it's pretty simple. Let me go ahead and get this really quick. So what we want to do here is we're going to do our style tags and say SCSS scoped. And pretty much we're just going to display the modal as flex, align and justify everything to the center, 100% width. And then we're going to center our modal content as well. And you can see we're just doing some other aligning to the center with our paragraph and our button. Okay, so pretty simple modal. And like I mentioned before, you can pause it here at any time and copy this all in, or you can just head over to the finished repo and grab this code here. Okay, so back in our forgot password component here, let's go ahead and actually use this component. So what we want to do here is at the top, we're going to say modal, and we're going to import it like that. Now we need to go ahead and import this modal. So we're going to say import modal from components modal, and then we're going to say it's just component slash modal. I'm getting a little carried away here. All right, and then let's go ahead and throw in our modal here. So we need to still do a few things here. So let me go ahead and get this back up. So what we want to do is we're going to create some data here because we don't want to show this modal when the application is first opened up or when you first go to the register page here. So what we're going to do is we're going to run a oops, what am I doing here? We want to create a, number one, let's go ahead and create our email data here and set this to null. Then we're going to create a modal active, which is going to toggle our modal on and off and set that to null. And then we're going to set our modal message here. And we're going to change this in this component to changes. Let's see here. Changes were saved, and we'll just say, did we do this wrong here? Why does it say changes were saved? Oh, you know what? What we need to do here is we'll go ahead and just leave this as an empty string for right now. Okay, we're going to go ahead and set this inside of a function in just a moment. All right, so for now we're going to leave that blank, and we're going to come up to our modal here, and we want to say v if, let's see, modal active is true. So if we come over to a register page now, we should not see that, and we don't. But if I go and set this to true, we should see that modal pop up like this. All right, so that's how that works. Now, if we go over to our modal, you'll see that we are sending over an emit of close modal every time we click on this button here. So what we need to do is we need to listen for this this emit on this component. We can do that by saying v on, and we can go ahead and say close modal, because that's the event we're looking for. And then whenever we hear that event, we're going to go ahead and run a function called close modal here. All right, so if we head down to our script tag here, and just below components here, let's go ahead and define some methods. All right, and what we want to do is we're going to say close modal, and what we're going to say here is we're going to say this dot modal active equals the opposite of this dot modal active. All right, and then we're also going to clear our email value and set that to an empty string. Okay, so now hypothetically, if I come over to our application here and we refresh it, you can see that the modal is going to be up, but when we click on close, the modal is going to disappear. So the functionality for that is working great. Now, the last thing we need to go ahead and do is actually get our loading component in here. And we'll go ahead and actually configure this more and completely when we set up the actual reset password through Firebase Auth. And we'll get to that in just a little bit, but for now we're going to keep the modal as it is right now. So for our loading component here, what we want to do is, let me just go ahead and close that, and we're going to do a new file here, and we're going to call this loading.vue. Now, likewise to our modal, we're going to use this loading component in multiple places. So what I'm going to do to save some time is I'm going to copy and paste this in as well. So it's pretty simple, and I've used this in a numerous of my projects that you can find on my channel as well. It's my kind of go-to for a loading spinner. So you can see here we have a div with the class of loading, and then we have our span tags here. All right, and then for the script tag here, nothing too crazy, just going to have our name of loading in here. And then for the styling, it's actually pretty simple as well, nothing too crazy. It's just some simple CSS here. And let's go ahead and get that. So you can see we are targeting our loading class here, and we are just doing some display flex, position fixed, width and height, similar to our modal. And then we also have a keyframe here that we're rotating on the z-axis by 360 degrees. And on our span here, we're going to create our little loading animation, and we're also going to throw on the animation of spin right here, which is going to make this span spin 360 degrees. And you can see it's going to run infinitely. All right, so that is our loading component. So let me go ahead and minimize this and get that. And then what we want to do here is we'll say loading. And then let's go ahead and import that down here. So we're going to say import loading from components, and we'll say loading. And then let's just go ahead and get this right here. So for now, so we can actually see the loading animation, let's go ahead and set this to false. So now when we head over to our forgot password, if we refresh here, we should see that loading animation, and we don't. And why don't we? Let's see here. Okay, so back here in our loading component, the issue seems to be that we never went ahead and actually closed our style tag here, which is why we're not seeing our loading animation on our forgot password component. So let's go ahead and close this up here, and that should go ahead and resolve our problem. So if we head over to our forgot our password component, you can see that we now have this loading animation that is present. But obviously, just like the modal, we don't want to have this pop up when a user comes to this page. So what we need to do is come over to our forgot our password component. We can actually remove the loading for right now. And we're going to define a new data value right here. And we don't want that capitalized, so we'll just say loading here. And we'll give this a value of null. And what we want to do is we're going to define a VIF up here, and we're only going to show this if loading is true. So if we head back over to our forgot our password component now, you can see obviously we're not going to see that loading animation. All right, so that is going to do it for our forgot our password component. Now, since we went ahead and created some new routes, we need to go ahead and update our navigation, our mobile navigation, and also our footers. So let's head over to our code here, and inside of our navigation here, let's just go ahead and copy this one for blogs and paste it in where we have the login and register here. So what we're going to say here is login, and I'm just going to copy this one right here, and then we'll replace it for our login and register on our mobile navigation. Okay. Now we also need to do some updates to our footer here. So these are the ones we actually copied and pasted in, and these are the wrong names. We actually have them with a capital H here. So we're going to go ahead and update this, and then we're going to update this with a capital B for blogs, and then for login here, once again, just a capital L. And then for our create a post, we don't have this one yet, and we are getting a little bit of a warning on our console. So to get rid of that for now, let's just go ahead and replace that with a £, and that should go ahead and do it for our updates to our navigation. So if we click on our routes now of home, blogs, and login and register, those should all take us to the correct spot. Now, currently within our application, we have all of our pages created to go ahead and log in, register, and if you need to reset your password, we can go ahead and reset that. But the issue is they're all static pages and they don't actually do anything. So we're going to go ahead and address that now. So first off, we want to go ahead and create a user here. So when our user fills out this form, we want to reach out to our Firebase Auth services and create an account. And then we're also going to create a users collection on our database with all this information as well. All right, so let's go ahead and get started with this. So first off, what we want to go ahead and do here is import all of the things that we're going to need to actually complete this. So first off, we're going to want to import Firebase from Firebase/app. And the package that we're going to be using here in this component is going to be Firebase/auth. Okay. Now, the last thing we need is, as I mentioned, we're going to be reaching out to our database and creating a users collection to store all this information right here from our users. So in order to actually create that on our database, we need to import our database here into this component. So I'm going to call this import DB, and we're going to say from, and we're going to reach out to our Firebase folder here, and then the Firebase init JS file that we went ahead and created earlier on here in this video. Okay, so that's all we're going to need to go ahead and import here. Now, what we want to go ahead and do here is when a user hits or clicks this button of sign up, we want to fire a function and then actually register that user. All right, so in order to do this, we need to create a function. So we need to create our methods here. And the function we're going to call this is simply register. And we're going to be using async in here. So we need to go ahead and define async in front of this. And then let's go ahead and open this up. And there we go. So now, first thing we want to go ahead and do when a user clicks on this button is ensure they have filled out all 5 of the fields here. Okay, so to do that, we're going to run a simple if check here, which I'm going to copy and paste in to save some time and not have to type all this out. It's really simple. So what we're going to be doing here is if the user's fields are all not empty, then we'll allow them through. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and display them in error. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually just say return out of here. We'll go ahead and write the function in a second. Let's go ahead and address the error status here. So we don't have this data created just yet, but we will go ahead and do this in a second. So we're going to say, first off, this dot error is true. And then we're going to have a data value called error message here. And we're going to set this equal to please fill out all the fields. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that. Now we actually need to create this data here inside of our data. So let's say error, and we're going to set this equal to null by default. And then let's go ahead and define, our error message here. And for now, we're going to go ahead and leave this as an empty string. Now, to actually display this error, where we're going to go is inside of our inputs here. And we're going to create a new class or a new div. So right below our input here, we're going to go ahead and say a div with a class of error here. And we're going to display this dot error message. Now we only want to show this, so we're going to say vShow if error is true. All right. So what I also want to do really quick is head over to our app file and actually create this error class, because we will be using it on our login form. So it makes sense to go ahead and globalize this class. So we'll go right below our button inactive here and paste this in. So simply all we're going to be doing here is text aligning the text to the center, font size of 12, color of red for an error. That's just kind of the normal. All right. So that is how we're going to handle an error, and then we need to return out of here once we are all set. Okay, so let's begin with actually registering the user if they are indeed passing all these checks right here. So the first thing we want to go ahead and do is we want to reset the error if there was. So we'll say error and set that equal to false. And this dot error message, we can just set that to an empty string. We don't have to do this, but I just want to go ahead and clear that out. Okay, now the first thing we want to go ahead and do is reach out to our Firebase auth. So since we're going to be using async, I'm going to go ahead and create a constant here called Firebase auth, and we're going to await this. So we're going to say await Firebase dot auth here. Okay, now we have a method we can go ahead and get from Firebase auth called create user with email and password. So I'm going to create another constant here, and we're going to call this create user, and we want to await this as well. We'll say Firebase auth because we're going to be taking the value that is returned from here, which is stored in Firebase auth in our variable, and we're going to say create user with email and password. And simply what we want to go ahead and do is pass in the value of this dot email and this dot password, which are our two values right here on our inputs. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that. Now we want to go ahead and wait the result. So we're going to say const result equals await create user. All right, so at this point, our user will be created. Now, we also want to reach out to our Firebase collection, or actually create a new collection if we don't have one, and store all the user information in there as well. So what we want to do is we're going to create another variable here and call this database. And we're going to set this equal to DB. Now we can reference a collection over in Firebase by saying DB collection and the collection that we want. Now, if you don't have the collection created that you pass in here, it'll go ahead and create it for you, which is really cool. So we're going to reference a collection of users, and then we want to create a new doc here. And normally Firebase will go ahead and automatically give it a doc ID, but what we want to go ahead and do here is from this result, we can actually get the user's unique ID that is created when we are actually creating this account, or we're creating their account. So to do that, we're going to say result.user.uid. So that way we're able to, look up the user by their UID if we ever needed to. So that's how we're going to go ahead and handle that. All right. Now we're going to save this, and then finally what we want to go ahead and do is set the information inside of this database reference we just went ahead and defined here with our first name, last name, username, and email. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to say await database, and we're going to use a set here, and we're going to open up an object here, and then we're going to define all of the values that we want to set here in our database for this user. So we're going to say first name, and this is going to be equal to this dot first name. and then I'm going to copy this down 4 more times. And instead of first name here, let's just go ahead and say last name. Last name there. And then we need to put a comma here so we don't get that error. And we don't need one on the last one. And then we're going to get the username here. And no, we don't want this .username here just yet. And then we'll say username here. And then finally, our email. And then we'll say this .email. All right. And then after this, what we want to go ahead and do is we're going to push the user to our home page. Now, how we can do this is saying this .router .push, and then we want to push them. So we're going to pass similarly how we did our to's and our router links. We're going to say name, and then the component name that we want to push them to, which is going to be home. Okay. And that is going to be our register function here. So now what we want to do is on our button, we want to add a click method here. Now, by default on a form, if you click it, it's going to refresh the whole form. And what we can do on our click is pass along a prevent, which is going to prevent the default from happening on this click. And then what function we want to run is our register function. So we're going to say register. So crossing our fingers here, if we head over to our register form, we should now be able to sign up and then head over to our Firebase auth and see that the account has been created. Now, before we can go ahead and test this out, I did make one small mistake here on our validation. So instead of these being OR operators, they should be AND, because if one of these equates true, then the entire function right here will go ahead and run, and we don't want that. So we change these to ANDs. That'll go ahead and fix our validation issue that we would have. Okay. Now, one other thing I want to go and update here is instead of having null for our values of first name, last name, username, email, and password, we're going to change these to an empty string instead. All right, so let's go ahead and test out our creation of an account here. So let's go ahead and put our first name in here, our last name, and we'll leave the username blank to go ahead and test out the validation. And then for our email, let me go ahead and type this out here. And we'll do our password. And if we click sign up, we should hopefully see our validation error right here because we left this blank, and we do. So that is working how it's supposed to. So let's go ahead and fill that in here, and we'll just say our username is that. And if we hit sign up now, we should be taken to our home page, and we should have our Firebase auth account created and also a Firebase data collection of users created from our information right here. So if we click sign up, we are redirected to the home page, so that is a good sign. And if we go over to our Firebase auth, if I refresh here, we should see that we have an account with my email, and we have this user UID. So I want you to pay attention to this. Now, when we go over to our Firestore here, we should have our users collection here. And you can see that the UID that we had in our auth is the same as we have here for our document ID. So there we go. That is all working great, and we can now create an account on our application. Okay, now that we can go ahead and create our account, we're also going to want to be able to log into that account here. So what we want to go ahead and do is when we provide an email and password to this login component, we're going to want to sign into our account. So let's go ahead and begin to implement that. So first thing we want to go ahead and do here is import our Firebase app and our Firebase auth to go ahead and reach out to our Firebase auth service here. All right, now just as we went ahead and did in our register component here, we're going to want to create some new data here called error and error message in the event that we have some sort of error here when we are logging into our application. Okay, so what we're going to be doing here is very similar to what we had on our register. Is when we click on the sign in button, we're going to want to run a function to sign into our application. Now, one thing I also want to do here is we need to import our div with the error class on it right after our input here. Okay. And if you recall, we went ahead and set up this error class in our app.vue, so we don't have to do any styling to this. So now what we want to go ahead and do is create our function here. So let's go ahead and define our methods here. And we're going to create a function called sign-in. Now, as opposed to how we use a sync and await in our register component here, we're not going to go ahead and do that. We're just going to go ahead and use then and catch. Now, usually my reasoning for using async and await is if I'm doing more than one then on my function. And in this case, we're not going to be. We're only going to be doing one, so I find it acceptable to go ahead and do that. Now, it's all personal preference. If you still want to go ahead and use async and await, you're more than welcome to. But in this case, I think using a .then method is going to be perfectly okay. So what we're going to do is say Firebase.auth, and then we want to call the method sign in with email and password. And then we're simply going to use this .email, and then we're going to pass this .password here. Okay. Now after this, we want to call our then method here, and we're going to run a callback. Now, inside of this callback, what we want to do is if they are successfully signed in, we're going to push them to the home route here. So we'll say this .router .push, and we're going to send them to the home component here. Okay. Now, what we also want to do is if we had an error at some point, let's go ahead and reset that. So we're going to say this to false, and then let's go ahead and say this error message and set that back to an empty string here. All right. Now, in order to visually see us logging in here, what I'm going to go ahead and do for now is log out to the console here. We can actually get the current user ID once we actually successfully sign in here, and we can go ahead and get that by saying Firebase and calling the auth here. And then we can actually get the current user. And then there's another property on here called the UID, which is going to be that unique identifier that we had in our, let's see here, in our register section. Okay. So if that is all successful, then this will all run. Now we want to put on a catch method here to go ahead and catch any errors that we go ahead and get. And this is also going to accept a callback here. All right. Now inside of here, what we're going to do is we're going to say this.error equals true. And because at this point we'll have an error, and we're going to want to display our error div right here. Okay. Now the next thing we want to go ahead and do is set up our error message here. So we're going to say error message, and we're going to use this param right here of error to go ahead and say that we want this message to be the error and then the message that that error has. And that's simply going to be it. So now before we can actually use this, we need to put our click handler on our sign button here. So we're going to say @click, and just as we did for our register, by default we want to get rid of the prevent behavior of this click on a form, and then we're going to simply say sign in. Okay, so now if we head over to our application here and we go to log in, so let's just go ahead and say we mess up the email here, so we don't have the .com on here, so we should hypothetically see an error here. Let's go ahead and put our password in. And to go ahead and display some stuff here for you when we actually do sign in successfully, I'm going to go ahead and open the console here. And if I sign in, we should receive an error. So it says there is no user corresponding to this identifier. The user may have been deleted. So this message is coming straight from the Firebase auth service. Okay, so we're going to be handling errors correctly there. So we're going to let the user know if they are unsuccessfully signing in here. But if I go ahead and toss on my right email here and I put in the wrong password, like maybe just put in some stuff here, we should get a different error here that says the password is invalid or the user does not have a password. So you can see how this is going to respond with our error message, so it gives the user a good reasoning as to why they are not able to sign in. All right, so with all that aside, let's go ahead and sign in successfully here, and you should see we have this unique identifier appear here in our console when we go ahead and sign in. And there we go. So you can see there that once we sign in, we have our successful UID, which is going to match up to what we have here in our auth. So you can see that I am signed in under this account right here. Now we can log into our application here and that is great, but there's still one small issue I want to go ahead and point out here. So as you can see, when we logged in, we received this unique ID here in our console from our login component. Now, what I want to do is when this application is first created, I want to go ahead and show you what happens if we log this value out to the console. All right, so let's head over to our application code here. And what I want to do is, since we're going to be using Firebase in our app.vue, we need to actually import it here. Okay, and then what I want to do is we're going to get this console.log statement here, and we're going to paste it inside of our created lifecycle hook here. Okay, so if I go and let's actually remove this UID for right now because it's going to cause a problem when I show you this. So if we refresh it here, you're going to see that the value is null. Now, when we refresh the page, we should not be logged out. So why is it becoming null? And we also didn't log out. I want to go ahead and point that out here. But the main issue is our application is being initialized before Firebase is actually initialized. So we're going to receive the value of null here. And I can go ahead and show you that if we go to our created lifecycle hook here and we do a set timeout and we run our callback here. And let's just say 2,000 seconds for this to go ahead and resolve. And let's go ahead and run that same console.log statement. Now, if I refresh the page, you're going to see that we're going to get null. And then after 2 seconds here, we're going to receive our unique ID because at that point, after 2 seconds, our application and Firebase have resolved and we're able to go ahead and get that value. Now, we can go ahead and use a set timeout method on our application, but that's not going to be a great way of handling things, okay? Now, what's really cool is that Firebase has this method called onAuth state change that we can go ahead and use to detect when Firebase is ready, okay? So what we're gonna do here is let's go ahead and remove this set timeout method from our created lifecycle hook. We don't need it anymore. And let's head over to our main.js. Now, this is where our application is first initialized. And what we're going to go ahead and do is wrap our application here in the Firebase auth method of onAuth state change. So what we want to do is head over to our register component here and let's grab our imports of Firebase and Firebase auth again. And let's go ahead and paste those inside of our main.js here. Now what we want to do here is we're going to declare a new variable called app, okay? And you'll see why in just a second. And then we want to say firebase.auth and then the method of onAuth state changed here. And this is going to have a callback, okay? So what we want to do here is we want to say if app is not true, meaning the application has not already been initialized, then we want to go ahead and initialize our application here. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy this new Vue instance right here and we're going to paste it inside of this if condition here. All right, so that should go ahead and address our problem with the application and Firebase not being in sync here. So if we head over to our application now and we go to refresh here, we should no longer be getting the value of null. We're going to see that the current user is available right when we go ahead and refresh our page here. Now to finish up our implementation here for our auth, we're going to work on the password reset functionality for our app here. So one thing I do want to add is the ability to get back to the login page if you're on this component, because right now the only way to do that would be to maybe hit the back button or actually manually type in login here, and I don't like that. So what we can do is inside of a forgot password component, we already have this built out for our login and register to switch back and forth between the two components. So we're just going to copy the same sort of formatting here, and then we're going to implement it here in our forgot password, okay? So it's going to have a p tag class of login register, and then it's going to just say back to, and then take us back to the login page here. So if we head over to the component now, you'll see we have it right above the heading, and it'll take us back to our login component. Okay, so that is all working great. Now, let's go ahead and work on this implementation here. So if you recall, we have this loading component and we have this modal component that we're going to be using. Now, since we're going to be dynamically changing the modal message here, what we want to do is we're going to bind this modal message to our modal component here. So we're going to say modal message equals modal message. And if you recall, in our modal component here, we're going to be looking for this prop right here, which is going to display the current information when you go ahead and go to reset your password. All right, so now let's work on the functionality of this. So what we want to do here is we're going to start by creating a new method. And this method is going to be reset password. All right, and like I mentioned before, we have used a sync and await, but once again, we're only going to be having one then method for this promise. So we're just going to go ahead and use that instead of a sync and await. All right, so when we first load or call this function, we want to first off say this dot loading, and we want to set this equal to true. All right, so then after this, we want to reach out to our Firebase auth services, which we need to go ahead and import here. So let's go ahead and grab these from our other component to save some time. And we will paste those right below our 2 or 3 components we have here. Now the code we're going to do for this is going to be firebase.auth, and they have a method which makes sense, send password reset email. And what we want to do is we want to reference the email here. So once again, I'm just going to change this to email here, and we're going to say this dot email. All right, now what we want to do here is tack on a then method. And inside of here, we're going to run a few things. So first off, we want to say this dot modal message equals if your account exists, you will receive a email. Okay? And then what we want to do at this point is we want to turn off loading. So we're going to say this dot loading equals false. And then we're going to make our modal active here. So we're going to say this dot modal active equals true. All right, so what if we have an error? What are we going to do? So let's go ahead and add a catch method here. So we're going to say catch, and we're going to have the param of error here. And what we're going to go ahead and look for here is if there's an error within this promise. So if there is, what we want to go ahead and do is we're going to say this dot modal message equals error dot message here. And then what we also want to do is turn off loading. So we'll say this dot loading equals false. And then as well, we're going to display our modal here. So this dot modal active equals true. All right, and that should do it for our function here. Now what we want to do, as we had before, is on the button here, we're going to add a click event, and we want to prevent the default. So we'll say, oops, can't type today, prevent, and then we're going to run this function of reset password here. So reset password. So with that said, we should be able to head over to our component now and attempt to reset our password here. Okay, so one issue here is when I went to go ahead and bind our modal message to our modal here, I forgot the L. So this would actually not work. So let's go ahead and save that. And then now let's go ahead and attempt to do a password reset here. So since we have our validation in here, let's go ahead and just put something that probably would result in an error. So say someone just goes ahead and puts this in here and tries to do a password reset, and we hit reset. You'll see that Firebase will come back with this message right here saying the email address is badly formatted. And now when we click close, it's going to remove that email address, because if you recall, inside of our code here, if we scroll down to the bottom there, whenever we close out our modal, we're going to reset the email input back to an empty string. Okay, so let's go ahead and this time actually enter a real email address, or the email address that we have our account for. And let's go ahead and hit reset here. Okay, so as you can see, it took a little bit of time to load, so we had the loading animation there, and then we received this modal saying, if your account exists, you will receive an email. All right, so if we go ahead and hit close here, it's going to clear our email, and let's go ahead and go back to login here. Now, I actually have my email hooked up right here, and as you can see, we got an email from our FireBlogs app here. And it says that we can go ahead and reset our password for this account by clicking on this link right here. So let's go ahead and do that. And as you can see, it has this little reset password pop up here. So let's go ahead and reset our password. Hit save. And as you can see now, I'm going to close this. It says here we can now sign in with our new password. So let's go back to our login here. And let's go ahead and try this and make sure this all works. And if I hit sign in now, we can still go ahead and sign in with our newly reset password. So that is all working as it should. Now, with the ability to log into our application, we're going to want to display the current user that's logged in within our app here. Now, we're going to be doing this in several different places, meaning we're going to be using the profiles information throughout our entire app here. So it makes sense to go ahead and store this information in our store or state. All right, so to begin here, I went ahead and copied and pasted in a few state values or a few state data values that we're going to be using here. So we have our user, which is going to be set to null, which I'll explain what we're going to be using this for in a minute. And then obviously you can probably tell our profile email, first name, last name, username is all things that we went ahead and defined when we created our user. Now the profile ID is going to be that unique ID that we go ahead and get when we created our user. And then our profile initials we're going to go ahead and manipulate based on our profile first name and last name. And we'll get to that in just a little bit. Now, since we're going to be accessing Firestore and we're going to be using the Firebase Auth services, we need to import those here inside of our store. So I'm going to go ahead and copy these in. We've used them plenty of times before. So let me go ahead and paste these in here. So we have our Firebase app, we have our Firebase Auth, and we're also going to be looking at our DB, our database from our Firestore, our Firebase folder, which actually I changed the directory up from here. So if I copy and paste this in for my demo, it's not going to work. So let's go ahead and do Firebase/init there. All right, that is the right directory. So now what we need to do is create our first action inside of our store to go ahead and get the current user. So down here in the actions, let's go ahead and open this up. And the function we're going to be creating here is going to be called get current user. Okay, so current user. And then for the params in here, we're going to throw some curly brackets in here, and we're going to pass in the value of commit. Now, a general best practice when using the store is that you don't make changes or updates to your state inside of an action. You only make those inside of a mutation. And to go ahead and make a mutation, you go ahead and make a commit, which is why we have this value of commit right in here. All right, so what we want to go ahead and do here inside of this function is first off, we want to create a new value here, or sorry, a new variable, and we're going to call this database. And we're going to set this equal to await db.collection. And if you recall, we have our users collection here. Now, if we go ahead and just say doc, it's not really going, it's going to get all the users in our collection. Now, we only have one, so that would be acceptable for right now. But if you have more than one user, this will simply not work. So what we want to do is get a certain doc. Now we can go ahead and get a certain doc by saying Firebase dot auth, and we can say dot current user dot uid. So what this is going to do is it's going to reach out to our collection here, and it's going to get the collection that has the current user ID that is logged into our application. Okay, now let's go ahead and create another variable here called db results, and let's actually lowercase that e. And here we want to also await, we're going to say database.get. Okay, now from here we're going to have our results, and we're going to want to update this state with those results. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a commit. Now we don't have our mutation set up yet, but we can still go ahead and call it here. We're just going to have to create it after we do. So what we're going to be committing here is a mutation called set profile info. Okay, and then we're going to send over as a payload our DB results. Okay, now after this, we want to also do a commit, and we're going to say another mutation called set profile ini, let's see, initials there. Okay, so what we're going to be doing here is we're going to reach out to our database. We're going to get that current user. we're going to then set the profile info in a mutation of set profile info, and then we're also going to be setting our profile initials in another mutation. Okay, so let's go ahead and work on these mutations here. So let's go ahead and copy this and then go ahead and paste it right here. All right, and then what we want to pass along here in this mutation is state and then also payload here. Okay, now what we want to do is we're going to use the result here from our Firebase collection, and we're going to populate our information for our profile here. Okay, so we're going to say state dot profile ID, and we're going to set this equal to the doc or the DB result, which we're going to actually, let's just call this doc. Okay, so sorry if that's confusing. So what we're doing here is we're going to have a payload, which is going to be this right here, and we're going to name that doc. Okay, now what we want to do is this doc has a value of doc.id, so that'll be our profile ID. Next up, we're going to have the state.profile email here, and this is going to be doc.data, and then the value that we went ahead and gave it on the Firestore collection. If we head over to that right here, let's go to Firestore. You'll see that we have email, first name, last name, and username. So these are the ones we're going to reference in our mutation here. Okay, so we're going to say email. Next up, we have our state.profile first name, and that's going to be equal to doc.data.first name here. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and colon that, and then we have state.profile last name, and that's going to equal doc.data.last name. I believe that's what we gave it, right? Yep. Oh wait, no, they're camel cased. That's what I thought. So it'll be first name here and then last name. And then lastly, we have our state.profile username here. And we'll say doc.data.username. And I think that wasn't camel cased, right? Nope. Okay. So that is going to be our mutation for setting the profile info. Now for the profile initials here, I'm just going to copy and paste this in because I don't feel like typing it all out. It's pretty simple. So what we're doing here is we're taking the state.profile initials and we're setting it equal to state.profile first name .match. So pretty much what this is doing is getting the first initial out of the first name here, and then we're going to add it with the state.profile last name, and we're going to get that first initial, and that's going to go ahead and generate our initials of our first name and our last name. Okay, so that's all we're going to have to do here in our store. Now, in order to get the current user, we need to actually listen for when there is an auth state change in our application so that we can go ahead and make this dispatch to go ahead and get the current user. So to do this, we need to head over to our app.vue. Now inside of our app.vue, we want to listen for whenever there is an auth state change within our application. So to do that, we're going to listen for that auth state change right here in our created lifecycle hook. Now, in order to use Firebase or Firebase auth inside of this application, we need to add it back to our app.vue. So I went ahead and removed it after I removed the console.log for our current user ID. So we're going to need to add that back in. So I'm going to come over to our index.js here, and we'll just paste that below our footer here. Okay, so what we want to say here is Firebase dot auth, and we're going to say dot on auth state change here, and we can actually put in a parameter here of user. Okay, and then we're going to run a callback here. Now, one thing we did not go ahead and do is set up a mutation for the user that we have here in our state. So this right here is going to equate to whether or not a user is logged in or we don't have a user logged in. All right, and we're going to use this value to display and hide certain things within our application if a user is not signed in to FireBlogs. Okay, so here in our mutations, what we want to go ahead and do real quick is create another mutation to update our user state. So we'll do that right here above set profile initials, and we'll call this one update user. Okay, and this is just going to accept the, let's see here, the value of state or params of state and then payload. Okay, and inside of here we're just going to say state dot user equals the payload, which is going to return a value of true or false. And let's go ahead and put a comma right there. And then we'll save this. Now in our app.vue, what we want to do here is we're going to say whenever there's an auth state change, we want to run that mutation to update the user whether they logged in or they signed out. Okay, so we're going to say this dot store dot commit, and we want to commit update user. Now we're also going to send over the user param right here, which is going to be true or false if the user is signed in or not. Okay, now let's go ahead and put a semicolon there. Now what we also want to do here is we want to say if this value of user here is true, then we want to go ahead and reach out to our store and run our get current user function right here. Okay, so what we can say here is this dot store dot dispatch, not dispatch, dispatch, and we want to dispatch the function of get current user. Okay, and then if we save that and we head over to, well, we're not going to see anything yet, so we can actually go to, let's see right here, to our get current user function here, and let's just console.log the DB results just to show you that this is working. So if we go over to our application here and we inspect this, you should see that we're going to have an error. It says cannot read property match of undefined here. What did we do wrong? Okay, so it appears I went ahead and did a few misspellings here on our state value. So I apologize about the amount of misspellings here within this video, but if we fix these, we should be all set. So let me go ahead and replace this with that. And then for our first name, I also went ahead and misspelled that, and let's change it here as well. Okay, with that, if we save it, we head over to our application here. You should see that now that is all working. When we load up the application, it is going to reach out to our Firestore collection and return the values for our current user. So if we go through here, you can see we are getting this return value from our DB results, which is right here. So just to go ahead and clarify and explicitly show this is working, what we can do now is say console.log this .store.state. Let's do profile email. Okay. So if we go ahead and log that out to the console, you should see that now you can see the current email that is logged in is john@johnkomarnicki.com. Now, with us populating our user information, let's go ahead and work on this profile dropdown here once we are logged into our application. So this is going to display the initials, our first and last name, our username, and also our email. And then it's also going to have additional routes such as our profile, an admin if we are an admin, and also the ability to sign out of our account here. So let's go ahead and begin working on implementing this into our navigation component here. So let's get started here with our markup. So inside of our div with a class of nav links is where we're going to create this profile menu. Okay, so the first thing you want to go ahead and do is create a new div with the class of profile here. And we're also going to attach a ref attribute here, which is going to be profile as well. Now inside of this div, what we want to go ahead and do is first off, we want to display our initials right here. So that's what we're going to initially be displaying right here. So what we want to go ahead and do is I'm going to copy the span tag in, and we want to reference our profile initials from our state. So to go ahead and do that, we're going to say this.store.state.profile initials, which is how we go ahead and get that value from our store. Okay. Now that's going to be this just portion right here. Now when we click on this, we want to expand this profile menu right here. Okay. So inside of this div, we're going to create another div with our actual profile menu here. Okay. Now inside of here, we're going to start off with our info, which is going to be all the information for our user that is currently logged into the application here. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a div with the class of info here. Now inside of here, we're going to start off with a paragraph tag, which is going to have a class of initials. And then we're going to reference inside of here the same thing that we have up here. Okay, let's go ahead and do that right here. All right, now this is going to be on the left hand side, so what we're going to be doing here is displaying this class of div, or this div of the class of info as flex. So this is going to be on the left hand side, and then we're going to create another div which is going to have the class of right for all the information on the right hand side. So what we want to go ahead and do here is have another paragraph tag inside of here, and we're going to say this dot store dot state dot first name here, and I believe actually it's profile. There we go. This dot store dot state dot profile first name here. Okay, and then inside of here we also want to have our last name, so we're going to copy this, we'll paste it, and we'll say last name. Okay, and then after this we want to have another paragraph tag here, which is going to contain our profile username. So we'll say this dot store dot state dot profile username, and let's go ahead and duplicate this down one more time for our profile email here. All right, and we can actually just say profile email, and that should do it for our info here. Okay, so let me go ahead and close this up. Now, next thing we want to go ahead and do is actually create the div for our routes here, which is going to be the options, is what we're going to call this. Okay, now inside of here, we're going to start off with a div. Let's go ahead and say div with the class of option. Now, these options are going to be what we can go ahead and select. So if we go back to our application here, when we click on this, we have the profile, admin, and sign out. So each one of these are going to be a separate option. All right. Now what we want to go ahead and do in here is have a router link. Now we haven't gone ahead and created these routes just yet. So as we have done throughout the application, let's just go ahead and give this a # here. And then we're also going to give this a class of option as well. Okay, now we're going to have a few things inside of here. So first off, we're going to be using an icon from our icons here inside of our assets, and that's going to be, we're going to give this name user icon. Okay, and this is going to have the class of icon as well, and then there we go. Now we haven't imported this yet, but we will in a moment. And then we're going to say profile here. So this is going to take us to your profile menu. Now let's just go ahead and duplicate this down 2 more times. Now the second one is going to be for our admin, so we're going to have an admin icon here, so let's just say admin icon, and this one will be admin. Okay, and then the final one's going to be for us to sign out, and then we need to use the sign out icon here, so sign out icon. Okay, and that's going to be our HTML. But before we want to continue on here, before we encounter any errors, let's go ahead and import our 3 icons here. So what we're going to do is just duplicate this down 3 times. So we're going to say, let's do user icon, admin icon, and then also our sign out icon here. Now, if we go up to our icons here, we have we're going to be using the user alt light. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this, and we'll paste it right here. And then for the admin icon, we're going to be using the user crown light right here. So let's go ahead and rename that, grab this, and paste it in here. And then for the sign out icon, we're going to be using sign out alt regular. So let's go ahead and copy and paste that in right here. And then finally, what we need to do here is actually import these into our components here. So let's go ahead and say user icon, and we'll say admin icon, and then finally our sign out icon. And that should go ahead and do it for our markup here. So if we head over to our application, you should see now when we refresh, we're going to have this mess right here. So currently it is obviously not formatted, so let's go ahead and address that. Now here in our style tag, what we want to go ahead and do is head down to the nav links, and just below our UL, we're going to implement the styling for this markup. So we're going to start with our profile here. Now We want to start off by positioning this relative because we're going to position our profile menu absolute to this div right here. Okay, and then we're going to say cursor pointer, display as flex, and we want to align the items to the center, and we also want to justify content to the center here. We want to give this a specific width of 40 pixels and also a height of 40 pixels. And then to go ahead and round this off for our initials and to make the profile, logo a circle, we need to give this a border radius of 50% here. And then we want to give it a color of white and then also a background color here of 303030. And that should go ahead and do it for our profile here. Just the actual initial part. So back on our application here, you should see now we have the circle right here, which is what we just went ahead and defined with this. Now for our actual profile menu here, let's go ahead and nest this inside of our profile. We're going to say profile and then menu. And now for this, we want to position this absolute like I mentioned before, which is why we set this to position relative here. And then we want to say top 60 pixels to push it away from the top by 60 pixels, and we're going to set the right to 0. And we're going to give this a specific width or a defined width of 250 pixels, and then we're going to give it a background color of 303030. And then we're also going to put a box shadow on here to separate it from our application a little bit, which is the box shadow we have been mainly using for most of our application here, the same box shadow, I should say. Okay. Now, inside of our profile menu, first off, we have our info. Now, for our info, it's going to be pretty simple here. We want to display this as flex, like I kind of mentioned before. We want to align the items to the center. We want to give it a padding of 15 pixels around all the sides. And then we're going to have a border bottom to separate it from the options div. So we're going to say 1 pixel, solid, and then white here. Okay. Now, inside of info, what we have here, let's go back up. We have the paragraph tag with our initials and then also the div with a class of right here. So let's go ahead and style up our initials here, which is going to look really similar to our profile. So in that event, to save some time here, let's go back to info. I'm going to copy in the initial styling here just to go ahead and speed things up a little bit. Like I said, it's pretty similar to what we had in our profile here. So we're giving it a position initial, a width and height of 40, background color white, color gray, displaying everything and pushing it to the center, and then border radius of 50%. So if we save that, things should be starting to come along here, and you can see that currently it looks like this. Okay. Now, next up, we want to target our right class here. Now, what we want to go ahead and do here is define flex with a value of 1, and that'll go ahead and address, let me see here, what did we do wrong? Did we type in initials wrong up here? Because I think that's what's going on within here. No, we didn't. So what is actually causing that? Maybe it's still the icons that are causing an issue here. So let's continue on, and hopefully that'll adjust as we continue the styling here. So let's change this to margin left of 24 pixels. And now inside of this right class, we have the paragraph tags for our first and last name, username, and also our email. So what I want to go ahead and do here is I'm going to copy and paste in some selectors. So for the first paragraph tag here inside of right, we want to have the font size be a little bit larger at 14, and then the username and email are going to be a little bit smaller at 12 pixels here. Okay, now that is going to be it for the info. So I'm going to go ahead and close this up here. Now let's go ahead and work on the options here. So let's go ahead and open this up here, and we're going to start by giving this a padding of 15 pixels around all sides. Now, for each one of our options, we have the class of option here, and we want to give this a text decoration of none. We're going to give it a color of white here, and we want to display these as flex, and then we want to align the items to the center, and then we want to give it a margin bottom to separate it from the other options by 12 pixels here. Okay, now inside of our option, we also have our icon. And what we want to go ahead and do here is give this a width of 18 pixels and a height of auto. Okay, And now for our paragraph tag inside of here, do we actually put a paragraph tag or did I forget that? Let me go ahead and check. It's a very lengthy project, so, oh yes, we did. So we do have a paragraph tag in there, and I often kind of forget what we implemented sometimes when doing the styling here, so my mistake. So for our paragraph tag in here, which is going to house the route destination, we want to say font size 14 pixels here, and then give it a margin left to separate it from our icon by 12 pixels. Okay, now we also want to address the problem here that if we go over, things should start to look a lot better now. All this extra space on our last icon here. So what we can do is inside of option, we can say, let's just do it outside of here. There's a couple ways we can go ahead and do this, but to explicitly show you how we're doing this, we'll just do it outside of the option here. So we're going to say option and last child. We want to say margin bottom 0 pixels, and that should go ahead and get rid of that margin bottom on the last one. Now what we could also do here is inside of option, I believe this should work. We can say and last child and do a margin bottom here of 0 pixels, and if we remove this, I believe that should also still work, and it does. Okay, so that's a little bit cleaner way of doing it, but I just wanted to explicitly show you how we were going to go ahead and do it. All right, now there's still one or two things we need to go ahead and do here. So if you look at this right now, you can see that it's open all the time, and we don't want that. We want to be able to obviously click and show, and then we also have to address the fact that when we sign out here and we don't have a user logged in, we no longer want to display this, because right now, no matter if we're logged in or not, this is going to show here, and we don't want that. All right, so let's go ahead and address that. So what we want to do here is we want to create a new data value inside of our navigation component here. So we're going to say profile menu, and we're going to set that equal to null. So just as we did with our mobile nav here, we're going to use this value, whether it be true or false, to toggle or hide or show our profile menu. So what we need to do is come up to our div of the class of profile menu, and we're going to give this a vShow. And we're going to say if profile menu is true, only go ahead and show this. So right now we should no longer see that we have this. If we refresh, that should be hidden. Okay. So what we want to do now is whenever we click on this icon right here, we want to toggle and then open or close our profile menu. So with that said, we want to go ahead and pass a click handler here on our profile, and we're going to call this toggle profile menu. Okay, so what we want to say here is come down to our methods, and we need to define this. And simply what this is going to look like is we're just going to change the value of profile menu from true to false each time a user goes ahead and clicks on it. Okay, so we're going to say equals the opposite of this dot profile menu. Now when we click on this now, we should see that it's going to toggle and then hide and close the profile menu here. Now one small issue we have is when we click anywhere on this box, it's going to close the profile menu, which we do not want. So in order to fix that, what we can do here is, if you recall back on the markup when we did this, we added a ref attribute of profile. And what we're going to do here is use this ref attribute to determine what the user is clicking on and only toggle the profile menu data here if the user clicks on this. Okay, so what we can do is run a if check here, and we're going to say if, actually I forgot we need to actually define the event parameter here, so we're going to say e inside of our function here. We're going to say if e dot target, not dash, e dot target equals this dot money sign refs, which is how we access a ref attribute here in our Vue project, and we want to look for the profile ref attribute. So if that equates to true, then at this point we'll go ahead and toggle our profile menu, otherwise we will not. Okay, so if we come back to our application here and we click on this, it'll go ahead and toggle it, but if we click anywhere on the actual box here, it will not. Now there's one small issue here, is if we click directly on the center here, you can see that nothing's going to happen. It's only outside of the span that we're able to toggle the profile menu, which is no good. Now, what we can do to fix this is pretty simple. So in our styling here, if we come down to profile, there's a span tag in here with the initials. So what we can do is change the pointer event to none, and that should go ahead and bypass the ability to click on the initials and not have a display or show. So it's going to act like that span is not even there when we go ahead and click on it, okay? So if we click directly on the center here now, you should see that we're able to toggle and hide our profile menu. Now, the next thing we need to look at here is when we click on our profile menu and we click sign out, nothing is happening. So we need to implement the ability to actually be able to sign out of our account when we click on this route right here. Okay, so let's head back over to our application here. Now, one mistake I did make with the markup with this is we actually don't need this inside of a router link here. So what I'm going to go ahead and do for our sign out option is actually remove that, because we are not going to be going to a route. We're simply going to be calling a function here. So what we need to do is we're going to put a @click on here, and we're going to say sign out whenever a user clicks on this. So this is going to run a function in order to sign that user out. Okay, so inside of our methods here, let's head down. And first thing we need to go ahead and do is import Firebase and Firebase Auth to go ahead and actually sign our user out when we click on that button. Okay, so let's go ahead and paste those right below our SVGs here. Now, inside of our methods here, we'll just go ahead and let's put a space there, and we'll go ahead and call the function of sign out here. Now, this is actually pretty simple. What we want to go ahead and do here is say firebase.auth, and we want to call the method they have of sign out. Okay, and that's pretty much all we need to do. Now, what I also want to do is I want to initiate a reload of our application when a user signs out. So what we can do here is do a window.location, and we can run the reload method here. All right, so let's go ahead and test this out and see what happens when we sign out here. So let's go ahead and close that up. And then if we click on here and we click sign out, you can see that the application reloaded and we are now signed out, but this is still showing. Now, when we're signed out, we don't want to show this because a user is not logged in, and it's going to display empty information such as a profile menu or profile route that they're going to want to get to, the admin route, and it just doesn't make sense to show this when a user is logged out. So let's go ahead and fix that. Now, if you recall, what we went ahead and did earlier is whenever there's an auth state change within our application, we're going to be running the mutation to update our value of state inside of our store of user to true or false right here. All right. Now, like I said earlier, we're going to be using this value of user to hide or show things from the people on our application, whether or not they are signed in or not. And this is going to be the first instance where we're going to implement this inside of our app. So inside of our navigation component here, what we want to go ahead and do is define a compute it. And what we want to say here is user. And then we'll return this, and we're going to say return this dot store state dot user. And this is going to return a value of true or false. Now, what we want to go ahead and do is here on our profile div, we only want to show this if the user is currently signed in. So we're going to say vif here because we're not going to be toggling this too many times, so it's okay to use a vif here. Usually you use vshow if things are going to toggle many times, so it makes sense on the profile menu because the user can click on that many times to hide and show it. Okay, so what we want to say here is only show this if the user is logged in. Okay, so now if we head over here, you should see that we no longer have that. But if we go to login here and we say like that, and we sign in, we're now going to have our icon and our profile menu visible here. Now, while we're doing this, as you can see, when we're logged in, it does not make sense to show this login and register. And it also doesn't make sense to have this welcome screen because we're already signed in, we're already a user. So let's go ahead and do a few more updates with this value of user while we're already implementing this into our application here. So secondly, we want to go ahead and say if a user's logged in, we don't want to show this login and register navigation link here. So what we can do is inside of our nav here, or our UL, we want to say only show this. So we're going to say v if user is false. So that should go ahead and hide it from our navigation here when we're signed in. And now we also want to do the same thing on our mobile nav here. which is going to be down here, and then we'll go ahead and implement this like put a space there, and there we go. Now, where we also want to do this is going to be in our footer. So let's go ahead and implement that. And what I'm going to go ahead and do here is we're going to need the same computed property. So let's just go ahead and copy this because we're going to need to get that value of user inside of our footer here. So under components here, we're going to copy in our computed of user. And then what we want to do here is if you're logged in. So we're going to say right here, we'll say v if user is only false. Okay. So that should actually do it for our navigation and our footer update. So if we head down here now, you'll see that login is no longer visible, and the same thing for up here. Okay, now the next spot we want to update this is on our home view, because you can see here we don't want to show this, and then we're also not going to want to show this because we're already registered. So once again, this does not make sense to go ahead and display if we're logged in. So let's go ahead and update that. Now here in our home view, we already have our computed defined from our sample blog card. So we'll just go below this and we're going to copy and paste in our user value here. Now this is why we had two separate components for this, is because we're going to be toggling this one based upon if a user is logged in or not. So we'll say v if user is false, and then we're going to do the same thing right here. Okay, and then user. So now if we come over to our application, you're going to see that this looks a little bit off. Now, what we want to do is, if you also recall earlier on our blog post component, so let me go ahead and collapse this, you can see we have this no user class here. So if I remove this, you can see that it'll all look all right. So we're going to be using a conditional class here, or we're going to apply a class only if the user is not logged in. So how we can do that is, first off, let's go ahead and actually import our component here, or sorry, our compute. So we'll say, just grab it from here because we don't have them defined yet in our blog post. So we'll come right below our components, we'll do compute. So how we do this is we're going to go outside of our current class here, and we're going to go ahead and say :class, and then we're going to say equals, we're going to throw in an object here, and we want to apply the class of no user only if user is false. Okay, so now if we come over to our application, you should see that it all looks good, and you can see that that's going to be hidden, and then our registration is also gone here at the very bottom. Now if we sign out, you can see that it's going to refresh. We're going to have our welcome screen back here, and it all still looks formatted correctly. And then if you come down to the bottom here, we're going to have our register section back. So currently within our profile menu, we have two additional routes that we're going to need to create, which is going to be our profile route and then our admin route here. So if we head over to our demo and we click on our profile menu here and we click on profile, this is the page we're going to want to create, as well as our admin page here. So let's go ahead and begin to implement those. So let's begin here by creating our files. So we're going to say profile.view, and then the second one's going to be admin.view. Okay, and to go ahead and get rid of any errors we're going to have, let's just go ahead and create our Vue template here for both of these components. When we go ahead and import these into our router, if they don't have anything in them, it'll go ahead and resolve an error. So to go ahead and avoid that, let's go ahead and fill these with that for right now. Now inside of our index.js file in our router here, we want to register these paths, or create these paths, I should say. So let's go ahead and take our forgot password path and duplicate that 2 times. And the first path is going to be for profile. And then the name is going to be profile here. And then let's go ahead and import the component, and then also the title. Now for the admin, it's going to simply be /admin. And we're going to say admin for the name, and then copy this down for the component, and then also for the title here. All right, now lastly, we need to go ahead and import these components into our application or our router file here. So we're going to say profile, copy this really quick, and then for the path, we're going to say /view/profile, and then admin here, and then we're going to do the same thing for this. Okay, so that should be all set. Now if we head over to our application now and we click on this and we go to profile and admin, as you can see, nothing is happening. That's because we never went ahead and configured these to go anywhere yet. So before we get started with creating our pages, let's go ahead and address that. So inside of our navigation here, what we want to do is, you can see here currently our twos are going to an empty pound sign. So let's go ahead and resolve these to go to the correct page here. So we're going to do an object, say name, and then the first one's going to be profile. And then for our admin here, let's go ahead and change this to name, and then we'll say, got to be single string or single quotes there, and we're going to do, if I can type, admin. So now if we refresh this, and let's just go ahead and go to localhost without the pound sign here. And if we go to profile, it'll take us a profile, and then admin takes us to admin, and the titles are corresponding correctly to what page we are on. All right, so let's go ahead and start off with our profile markup here. Now, to save some time with this, since it's going to be pretty simple markup, I'm going to copy and paste this in. Okay, so we have a div of profile. We're going to be using our modal here. And then we have a simple container, an h2, and then we have our profile info with our input. So pretty simple. And then we're also going to have this div with the admin badge if the user is an admin. And then we'll go ahead and show that and hide that based upon whether or not they're an admin. And we'll go ahead and get to that when we actually create our admin page here. All right. Now I'm going to also copy and paste in the style here. And sorry, I just hit my mic if you heard that. And what we want to do is we need to actually create these style tags to be, let's see, style, SCSS scoped, and there is going to be our simple styling here. So pretty much what we're doing is we're setting a max width to this, setting some padding on the container, H2, pretty simple styling, profile info, once again, you know, some display flex, some simple styling with the box shadow, and our initials and whatnot. Okay, so if you want to pause this at any time to go ahead and get the HTML and CSS, you're more than welcome to. Or like I mentioned, as always, you can find this in the finished repository. But just want to go ahead and speed this up as I don't feel this page is too complicated. So yeah. Now what we also need to do here is we need to import a few things. So we are using the modal and we are using our admin icon within this component. So let's go ahead and import those. So we're going to say import, and we're going to say modal from, let's see here, components / modal. All right, and then we're also going to be using our admin icon here. So we're going to import that as well. Import admin icon from, we'll do assets, icons, and the icon we're going to be using here is users, or I should say user crown, crown light.svg. Okay, and then we also want to go ahead and import these components. Okay, and there is our components. Now we also want to give this component a name, and we'll say profile and our comma there. Now next up, what we want to go ahead and do here is define some of the data on this component, which we have modal active and also modal message. And oh, you know what, this needs to be a lowercase a. All right, otherwise we're going to get an error there. So for our data here, what we want to go ahead and do is we'll put a comma here, and then we want to return this, and we're going to say modal message is going to equate to changes were saved, and we'll put a comma there, and then we're going to do modal active here and set this equal to null. All right, so if we save that, we should see that we have this right here, and if I was to change this to true, for example, the modal should pop up with changes were closed. Okay, now let's go ahead and put that back to false. Now we also want to go ahead and define a method for closing our modal, which is going to be very similar to what we did, I believe, I forgot what page it was on, but we've already done this. So we're looking for the event of close modal, and then we're going to run the close modal method. So let's go ahead and create that really quick. So after data here, let's go ahead and define our methods. And we're going to say close modal, and then we're going to run this, and it's going to equate to this dot modal active equals the opposite of this dot modal active here. And now if we change this back to true, and we head over here, it's going to be open, and when we click on close, we should be able to go ahead and close that out. Now, one other issue here is that we need to actually populate this with our current profile information, and we don't have that set up just yet in ours. You can see it's all blank, and the issue is that we haven't actually, let me refresh it here to get rid of some of the console errors. We don't have our username, last name, or any of these fields actually hooked up to go ahead and retrieve those from our state. So let's go ahead and actually resolve that here. Now, first thing I want to go ahead and do to avoid this from popping up is put this back to null. And to import our state here, we're going to need to define our computed property here. Okay, so just below our methods here, let's go ahead and create our computed. And we're going to go ahead and get our first name off here first. So since we're going to do two-way binding, we need to go ahead and do a get and a set here. So we're going to say get, and then we want to return this dot store dot, let's see here, state dot profile first name here. Now if we save this and head over to our application, we should see that we have John in here because that is currently the name of the first name that we have here logged into our application. All right, now on our set, we want to go ahead and pass it the payload of whatever the user is typing in here. And what we're going to do here is we're going to make a mutation to our store. So we do that by saying this dot store dot commit, and we're going to say change first name, and we're going to pass along the payload here. All right, now this is going to be the format for our first name, last name, and our username. So what I'm going to go ahead and do here is just duplicate this down 3 times. And instead of saying first name here, we'll change this one to last name, and this to last name, and then our mutation here is going to be change last name as well. Okay, and then for the first name here again, we want to do username, and we want to do profile. We'll do username here, and then it's going to be the same thing for our commit. We're going to change it to username and then the payload. Now in our email here, we're going to have it disabled, so we don't need to actually do a set here, so we can just do the normal, we can define here, we can say email, and then we can just simply return this dot store dot state dot profile email. Okay, and if we head to our application now, we should see that all of our fields are populated. Now as you can see, when you have it disabled, you can't even go ahead and click on these, but the other ones we can go ahead and change. Okay, so let's go ahead and set up our mutations inside of our store here. So inside of our mutations here, let's go ahead and create our first one, which is going to be change first name. This is going to accept state, and then we're also passing it a payload here. All right, and we simply want to say state dot profile first name equals the payload here. All right, and this is going to be the simple format for all 3 of them. So what I'm going to do is copy this down 3 times, and then we're going to say change last name here, and it's going to be profile last name, and then simply we're going to do change username, which is going to replace this one, and then if we want to go profile, let's see here, dot username equals a payload. Okay, so now if we head over to our application again, we should see that if I go actually up here, watch this, if I start to change my name, you should see that now we're going to see that change happen in our state because we're communicating to our store that we want to update the actual state with what we have here in our input field. So we are pretty much doing a two-way binding here. Okay, now if we did go ahead and change our stuff right now, so maybe I want to change this to Johnny, and I go ahead and hit save, nothing is going to happen. So now what we need to do is when a user hits save changes, we need to go ahead and actually make these changes over on our Cloud Firestore to actually update this information. Now, when a user clicks on the Save Changes button, we're going to want to fire a function to reach out to our Cloud Firestore to update the user's settings. So let's go ahead and pass a click here, and then we want to run the function of update profile. And let's go ahead and create that function down here in our methods. So we'll say update profile here, and then we'll save this to format that a little bit better and scroll down. Now, inside of this function, we're going to be making a dispatch out to our store to actually update these settings. So we're going to say this dot store dot dispatch, and the function we want to go ahead and run is going to be called update user settings here. Okay, and then on top of this, what we also want to do is now have our modal become active. So we're going to say this dot modal active equals the opposite of this dot modal active. Okay, so If we come over to our function here, or sorry, our application, and we click Save Changes, you can see we're going to have this modal appear that says changes were saved, and we can now close out of that. But as you can see, we got a warning here or an error because it does not recognize this update user settings dispatch. So let's go ahead and create that. So within our store here, let's go ahead and create our function. So just outside of this right here of get current user, let's go ahead and create our new function of update user settings. So we're going to say async and then update user settings and then open this up. So what we want to do here is we're going to add in our curly brackets here, and we're going to go ahead and pass the value of commit, and then we're also going to pass in the value of state here. Okay, now what we want to go ahead and do is we're going to create a new variable here, and we're going to call this database, and we're going to say await db.collection, and we want to reach out to our users collection here, and we want to get a specific doc. Now, as you recall, the docs are going to be the user's UID, which we are storing in our state of profile ID here. So what we can do is pass in here inside of doc state.profile ID. Okay, and let's go ahead and put a semicolon there. Now, what we want to do is we want to await this, and we want to await database to go ahead and return this, and then we're going to perform an update on that collection item. Okay, and inside of here we go ahead and pass our object, and I'll go put a semicolon on here so we don't get an error. Now, what we're going to be updating is going to be our first name, which is going to be state.profile. Profile first name. We're going to be updating our last name here, which is going to be state.profile last name. And then also we want to update our username here. Okay, so we're going to say state.username. All right, so that's going to be what we're going to be updating. Now, what we also want to do is we're possibly going to have a first name and last name change, which is going to result in us needing to redefine our profile initials. So the reason why we have commit in here is because we're going to want to commit this right here, our mutation of set profile initials. So once this is all completed, we're going to come back and we're going to say, hey, let's go ahead and update the profile initials if there was a change. Okay, now if we head over to our application, and we see commit is defined but never used. Let's see, why do we have that error here? Okay, so not really sure why we had that error, but nothing was wrong, and once I refreshed, it went away. So let's go ahead and test this out now. So let's go ahead and change my name to Johnny, and then let's try the last name of Smith, something generic here, and then we'll just try J Smith inside of our username here. So let's go ahead and save the changes, and if we hit close, you'll see that now the, let's see here, the initials went ahead and changed. And if we go over to our Firestore here and we click on the collection of myself or the user, you can see that all of our information was now updated inside of our Firestore here. Now, the final page that we need to go ahead and implement here is going to be our add admin page, where we can go ahead and add an administrator to our application here. Now, the way we're going to be adding an admin to our application is going to be through a custom claim, and we're going to add an admin value to that custom claim of either true or false to decide or to detect whether or not they're an admin in our application here. Okay, so for this, we're going to be using Firebase functions. Now, if you aren't aware, as of right now, you cannot use functions for free within Firebase. Now, what I mean by that is if you're on the free plan, you're not able to actually take use of these. You actually have to upgrade to a Blaze plan, which is free, but you have the opportunity to potentially get charged. So just want to make a disclaimer, if you don't want to follow along with this portion of the video, you don't have to. It's just an added asset to our application. It will determine a few things such as whether or not you can create a post later on our application, but just want to throw that word out here that if you do upgrade to the Blaze plan, you have a potential to maybe get charged for the data that you use, but I highly doubt that's going to happen, but I just want to go ahead and throw that disclaimer out there. All right, so with that being said, let's go ahead and begin with the markup for this page right here. Now, as I went ahead and did with our profile page, I'm going to copy and paste in the markup and styling for this component here. So as you can see, pretty simple markup here. And let me go ahead and grab the styling here. And let's replace these style tags with our SCSS scoped. And there we go. So if you want to pause the video and copy and paste these in, you can go ahead and do that now. And I'll just go ahead and scroll through this really quick, and then we'll head back up here. All right, so what I want to do next is we want to import a name here for this component. We're going to say admin, and then we also have some data values in here that we want to go ahead and add really quick. So we'll say data here, comma there, return, and then we have our admin email, which is going to be, let's go ahead and spell that right actually, which is going to be our V model here to go ahead and detect what the user's email they type in is, and then we're going to set this equal to an empty string. And then also we have our function message right here, which will set equal to null, which is what we're going to be getting back from our function when we go ahead and create our admin here. Okay. Now, at this point, what we need to go ahead and do is actually head over to Firebase and begin to implement and set up Firebase functions for our project. Now, as I mentioned, in order to use functions, you need to upgrade the project to the Blaze plan. So let's go ahead and do that really quick. So we're just going to go ahead and purchase, and it's not going to charge you anything, but you can see here that our upgrade has been completed. Now, what we need to do to get started here is click on Get Started, and we need to import or install our Firebase tools here. So let's go ahead and copy this really quick. And what we want to do is open a new terminal up over here in our project, and we're going to paste this in. And let's go ahead and do that. I may get an error because I didn't do it as sudo. Let's see if that goes through here. So as I expected, I didn't put sudo in front of that, so it was going to go ahead and throw me an error, and it's going to ask me for my MAC password here, and now this should work and should install our Firebase tools here. Okay, so that went ahead and worked, and we now have Firebase tools installed for our project here. So let's head back over to our setup here and hit continue. Now after we do this, we need to go ahead and init our project. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this code right here as well. So let's go ahead and say Firebase init. And it's going to initialize our project here. So what we want to go ahead and do is select all the features we want to set up for this. So currently we have our Firestore. We want to do functions, and we're also going to be using storage. So we're going to go ahead and select that. Now we'll be using storage later on when we go ahead and set up our ability to create some posts. So with those selected, let's go ahead and hit enter here. And it's going to say, please select an option. So we already have an existing project. So we're going to go ahead and select the first option here. And you can see it has all the options currently I have inside of my account, which we're going to be using FireBlogs YT. Okay, and then it's going to allow us to select the file for our Firestore rule. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter and leave that as default. And then I'm going to leave this as default as well for the Firestore indexes. And then what would you like to use for the language? We're going to go ahead and stick with JavaScript here. And it says, would you like to use ESLint? And we're going to just say, we'll just say no for that. Okay. And it says you want to install all these dependencies now with npm, and we're going to go ahead and select yes. Okay. So once again, this will take some more time, but we should be all set after this is done installing. All right. So apparently we're not done yet. We have some stuff for our storage. So we're going to go ahead and leave our file here for storage rules as default. And I believe that should be all we need to do. So as you can see, now we have our Firebase initialization complete. And I believe if we go back up to the top here, we're now going to have this folder with the value or name of functions and all this stuff in it here. So this is where we're going to actually create our our Firebase function to add our admin. Now inside of our functions folder here, we're going to have a file by the name of index.js, which is where we're going to actually create our Firebase cloud function. Okay, so by default it has one that's commented out here, so I'm just going to go ahead and remove that. We're not going to need it. Okay, now the first thing I want to go ahead and do here is create a new variable called admin to go ahead and require the Firebase admin package. Okay, so we're going to say require here, and we're going to say Firebase admin. And then what we want to go ahead and do here is initialize this by saying admin.initialize app. Okay. Now, with that out of the way, what we're going to be doing here is actually creating our function. Now, to go ahead and create our function, we start out by saying exports and then defining the name of the function. Now, in our case here, it's going to be called add admin. And we'll just say role, add admin role, okay? And then what we want to do is set this equal to functions, and then we say HTTPS, and then say the method on call here. Now, this on call accepts two parameters, and the first one's going to be data, and then we have context. If I can type. Geez. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and run a callback in here. Okay. Now, the first thing we want to go ahead and do here is return admin, and then we want to go ahead and say .auth. And then what we want to do is go ahead and get the user's email. Now, how we're going to do this is by saying get users by email here. And on the front end, when we go ahead and call this function later on, we're going to pass the email inside of this function. So what we can say here is we can go data.email, and that'll go ahead and give us the email that we're going to be looking for. Now this is going to return a promise, so what we want to go ahead and do is say .then here, and then we're going to want to go ahead and give it a param here of user, and then we're going to run a callback in here. Now inside of here, what we want to go ahead and do is we're going to return once again the admin.auth, and we're going to want to go ahead and run, let's see here, actually auth, I forgot the parentheses there, and there is a method that is called set custom user claims. Okay, now this accepts two parameters. Now the first one's going to be the user.uid that we're going to be returned from this right here. Okay, and then what we want to go ahead and do is pass it a object here, which is going to be the custom claim that we want to set on this user. So what we want to set here is going to be the admin, and we're going to set that equal to true here. Okay, and that's it for this part of the then. Now, in addition to this, we also then after this want to return some sort of success message letting us know that this has been successful. So at the end of this .then right here, we're going to tack on one more, and we're going to run an empty callback here. And what we want to say is we want to once again return, and we're going to look for a message here. Okay, now this message is going to say success, and then what we can do here is, since we're going to be using backticks, we can use some template interpolation here, and we're going to say data.email, because once again we're still going to have access to that email that we provided when we called the function on the front end here. And then after this, we're going to say has been made an admin with 2 exclamation points, because at this point we're happy that we were made an admin. Okay, now after this we also want to have some sort of method to catch our error. So with our .then here at the end, we can attach a .catch, and we can pass it the error, and then what we can do is run a callback here, and we could just we'll just console.log the error. Okay, and that's going to be it for our function. Now with this complete, we need to go ahead and deploy this over to our Firebase functions. Now to go ahead and do this, what we need to do is open up a new terminal here. So we're going to say new terminal, and we're going to say Firebase deploy, and what we can do is say only functions here to deploy only the functions over to our Firebase. So this will go ahead and take some time. As you can see, it's going to start deploying now, and once it is done, we should now be able to go ahead and see that we have our new function of add admin role on our Cloud Firestore dashboard. So that did take some time to go ahead and complete, but as you can see right now, everything has been successfully updated. So if we head over to our dashboard, you should see now we have this function of add admin add role. So we're now able to use this on the front end to go ahead and actually pass along an email and then make that user an actual admin within our application. Now, in order to use our function here on the front end, we need to go ahead and import the Firebase functions library into this component. So right in our script tag here, I'm going to go ahead and import our Firebase app and then our Firebase functions library. Now, when a user clicks on the button of submit, that's when we're going to want to go ahead and reach out and call our function on our Cloud Functions dashboard. Now, we're actually going to run this in a function here locally, and then we're going to reach out to that function within that function. So hopefully that doesn't make or isn't too confusing. So we're going to say add click here, and then we're going to do a function called add admin. Now, inside of our export default here, let's go ahead and define our methods here. And we're going to say async, because we're going to run this asynchronously, and do add admin here. All right. Now, inside of here, what we want to go ahead and do is we're going to create a new variable called add admin here. And we want to await Firebase.functions. And then we're going to say .https callable here, and we want to reach out and get the name of the function that we created, which is going to be called add admin role. All right. Now we're going to create another variable here called result, which is going to store the result of this function. So we're going to say await add admin, and then what we want to do is pass it an object here. So if you recall, we went ahead and defined an email on this function. So what we're going to do is we're going to say email, and then we're going to pass it this dot admin email, which is right here, which is hooked up to this input as admin email. All right. So once we have that, we should then get a result of either success or we're going to get a error logged out to the console. So what we'll do is we're going to say this dot function message equals results dot data dot message here. Whoops. Message. All right. So now if we head over to our application and let's go ahead and refresh it here to get rid of all the errors. And if we go to make a user an admin, so we'll just do mine here, and we hit submit, we should now see that after a few seconds here, we're going to get this message saying that we have successfully been made an admin. Now, we can add an admin to our account, and that's great, but currently it has no significant meaning within our application as of right now, and I want to go ahead and change that. So I want to go ahead and restrict certain parts of our application to whether or not you're an admin or you're not. Okay, so before we go ahead and get into that, I first want to show you how we can access that custom claim that we went ahead and set on our account here. So inside of our created lifecycle hook, we have this on auth state change, which will return a user here. So if it's true, what I want to go ahead and do is first off, we're going to run a sync right in front of this callback here. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to create a new variable called token. And we're going to go ahead and await, actually we got to set this to equals to, getting ahead of myself here. We're going to go ahead and set this equal to await user dot get ID token result here. All right. Now what I want to go ahead and do is I want to log us out to the console here, and we're going to say token dot claims. Okay. So if we head back to our application now, we're signed in under the account that I just went ahead and made an admin. And if we go to inspect and we go to console, you're going to see we're going to have this object which is going to return all the custom claims that we have on this account. And as you can see, we have the admin one that we just went ahead and created. Now, I do want to mention, if you don't see this, try logging in and signing back into your account and then refreshing it. Sometimes it takes a second, or you have to relog in and relog out for this to actually take effect. Okay, so now that we can actually get this value, we need to add it within our application so that we can hide and show things within our app, such as create a post or actually this admin page here, because we don't want any standard user to go ahead and access these pages. Now, I know we haven't actually created the create post component yet, but we can still see it here on our navigation, and we want to hide that if a user is not an admin. So let's go ahead and implement that into our app here. So instead of having this logged out to the console inside of our created lifecycle hook, I'm simply going to go ahead and remove it here. Now what we want to do is actually pass the user over to our dispatch here of get current user. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is we're going to pass the user over as a payload. Now in our store, what we want to go ahead and do is we want to go to this function. Oh, that's the wrong one. That's my router. So inside of the store, we have this function called get current user. Okay, so what we want to go ahead and do is we want to also accept the payload of user right here. Okay, now what we want to do here is right below the set profile initials, we're going to do something similar that we did inside of our created lifecycle hook just a moment ago. We're going to go ahead and create a new variable here called token, and we want to await the, let's see here, user dot get, wait user dot get ID token result here. Okay, oops, go ahead and fix that. So we're going to await this right here, and then what we want to do is we want to say const admin equals await token here dot claims dot admin. Okay, and then what we want to go ahead and do is set a mutation to go ahead and set the admin state that we haven't created to go ahead and be whatever this value is right here, whether it be true or false, because this will return either it's an admin as true or it'll return as admin as false. So let's go ahead and say commit, and we're going to say set profile admin here, and then we're going to send along this admin variable right here. So let's head up to our state here, and what we want to do is you want to create a new state value, which is going to be called profile admin, and we'll put this right after our user state here. So we'll say profile admin here, And by default, we'll set this to null. And then in our mutations here, let's go ahead and copy this. And right below our update user here, we'll go ahead and create this mutation. So we'll say this, and then comma there, we'll say state, and then we'll say payload. And then we can say state.profile, or let's see, profile admin equals the payload. Okay, so now if I console.log state.profile admin here, if we head back over to our application and I refresh this here, you should see that this value from our store is going to be returned true. So that implementation is all set up. Now we can actually use that inside of our different components, such as our navigation and our profile menu here, to hide certain things that we only want admins to see. Now to implement this, we're going to do it very similar to how we have our user right here. So what I'm going to do is just actually copy and paste this down, and we're going to replace user with admin here. And then what we want to do is say state.profile admin. Okay, so if we head back up to our markup here, what we want to do is on our mobile nav here, we'll just kind of do it from the bottom up. We want to say v if admin is only true, that we want to show this create a post router link here. Okay, and now on our option of admin here to get to this route, we also want to do the same. So we're going to say v show if admin is true. Actually, you know, this can be v if too. This one's not going to change. So we'll say v if there. And then finally up in our default navigation here, we'll do the same thing. We'll say v if admin is true. Now we have one other instance where we're going to want to show this, which is going to be in our footer. So let's go ahead and copy this computer right here to go ahead and save some time and go over to our footer. And we'll go ahead and copy this right below our user here. And then we're going to say v if admin is only true. Okay, so if we go back over to our application, we shouldn't see much change, but let's go ahead and create a testing account to go ahead and see if this is all working properly. So let's go ahead and sign out, and let's go ahead and log in and register here. And we're going to say register for an account, and we'll just say John testing, and we'll say J testing right here, and then we'll just do a fake email. So we'll say jtesting@yahoo.com, and then let's create a password here. So if we hit sign up, we should hopefully be taken to our home page, and as you can see right here, we no longer see that create post link up here. And if we go to our profile menu, we're no longer going to see that admin section here. And if we go down to the bottom of our application, that is now gone from our footer navigation here as well. Now, the final portion that we need to go ahead and implement into our app here is going to be for creating a new blog post. So let's go ahead and begin to implement that. So first off, what we want to go ahead and do here is inside of our views folder, we're going to create our new view. And this is going to be called create post.view. Okay. Now, inside of this component, we want to go ahead and create our default view template here. And we'll just go ahead and put a filler div in there for now. And then inside of our our index.js for our router, we're going to go ahead and create this route. So we'll copy the profile here, and we're going to give this route the name of create post. And then the name is going to be create post, and then the same thing for our component, and then the name we'll just go ahead and do create space post. All right, so that should go ahead and add this path to our project here. Now what we want to go ahead and do is add it to our navigation. So inside of our navigation.view, we have a few spots we need to change this in, and the first one's going to be right here in the mobile navigation. So what I'm going to do is copy this, change it here, and then we'll do, I think we gave it just create post, no spaces, right? Yep, okay. So for the name here, we'll say create post right there, and then I'm going to copy this like so. Oops, doesn't like that. So we're going to copy it here, and then we're going to paste it right here inside of this one. Okay, now the other spot we need to go ahead and change this is going to be in our footer. So let's go ahead and head over to our footer, and we'll go ahead and update this as well. All right, and that should do it for our navigation here. So let's close these out. Now, what we want to do next is inside of our store, we're going to need a few new values of state for creating our post here. So I want to go and create those now before we start populating our component here. So inside of our store, what I'm going to go ahead and do is copy in a few things here. And right above let's see, right above edit post, what I want to go ahead and do is import these values of state. So we got our blog HTML, we have our blog title, we have our blog photo name, which is going to be the blog cover photo name. Then we're going to have that URL, and also we're going to have something for a blog photo preview, which if we head over to our finished application is going to be this right here. So if I upload a cover photo here, just to show you, we have this photo preview option where we can go ahead and preview the photo before we go ahead and upload it, which is what that's going to be. So we're going to be able to toggle this using that value of state. Okay. Now that should do it for our state. So let's go ahead and begin to work out the markup for our create post component here. So let's begin here by giving our component a name. So we're going to say name, and then we'll say create post here. Now, one thing I do want to go ahead and do here off the bat is actually import the Quill module that we're going to be using for our rich text editors. So in our script tag here above export default, I'm going to copy and paste in a few things here. So what we have here is we're importing Quill from Quill, and then we have window.quill is equal to Quill. And then we're going to be using our image resize, so we're also registering that as a module. Now, what we need to do is we need to create our data here. And we're going to put a comma here, and we're going to return this. Now inside of here, I want to go ahead and define our data. So first off, we're going to have a value by the name of error, and this is going to be null. Then we're going to have error message. This is also going to be null by default. And then we have an object called editor settings, and this is going to be, like I said, an object, and there's going to be another object inside of here called modules. And this is going to have the image resize here, okay? And it's going to be an empty object, all right, which is where this comes in right here. Okay, so that should be all we need to go ahead and do here for the start. So let's go ahead and begin on our markup here. So inside of our div of the template tags here, I want to go ahead and say class, and we're going to say create post, okay? Next up, inside of this div, you want to contain everything, so we're going to say div dot container here. And then first off, what we want to go ahead and create is going to be our error handling here. So we're going to have a div with the class of error message here. And then inside of here, we're going to have a paragraph tag and also a span tag. And this is going to, in the span tag, we're going to have this style a little bit differently, which is why we're using the span tag inside of the paragraph tag in order to do that. So we're going to say error and then a colon. And then we're going to output one of our data values here of this dot error message. Okay. Now we're also going to be doing a little bit of class binding here. And what we're going to be doing here is we're going to say the class invisible is going to be only applied if error is false. So how this works is that invisible is going to be on our class because by default error is going to be null. Now when we get an error, we're going to go ahead and set this to true, which is going to take this class off, and then therefore we'll show our error message here. Okay, so that's how that's going to work. Now the next thing we need to go ahead and work on is going to be our blog info div. So just below this error message, we're going to have a div with a class of blog info. Now inside of here, we're going to have an input with the type of text for our blog title. So we're going to have a placeholder here, and we're going to have it say enter blog title. And then we're going to also attach a V model to this of blog title, which is where, which this value is going to come from our Vue store or our state, which we'll go ahead and import into computer property once we finish this markup here. Okay. Now below this, we want to have another div with a class of upload -file. Now this obviously is going to be so that we can upload our file here for our cover photo. So let's go ahead and create our label here for blog photo, and this label is going to say upload cover photo here. Okay, now below this we're going to have our input with the type of file, and this is going to have a ref of blog photo here. And then this is also going to have an ID of blog-photo because we want to hide the default input here and create our own custom one. So we do this by having a label that will attach to this input of the type of file, so that way we can hide this. Okay, and I'll show you how to do that with the styling once we get to that. And then what we also want to do here is put an accept field on, and we're going to say we only want to accept PNG here. So .png, .jpg, and then also .jpeg. Okay, so that will do it for our input file. Now we want to also have a button here with the class of preview. So that way we can go ahead and preview our photo here, which we'll go ahead and create that component here in a little bit as well. So what we also want to do is we want to do a class binding similar to how we have our air one up here. Now this one's going to have the class name of, let's see, what did I do wrong here? So we're going to do button, and we're going to say inactive here. And we only want this class to be applied if this.store.state.blog photo file URL is true. So if this is false, then we're going to have this class on our button here, because at that point we would not have a photo to preview, so it doesn't make sense for a user to have the option to click on it. Okay, so that's what we're going to do here. Now for the value inside of this button, we're going to have it say preview photo. Okay, and that is actually not it. I was going to say we're done with that div, but we also want to create a span here for the name of the file chosen. So we're going to say span file chosen, and then our curly brackets here, and we're going to say this dot store dot state dot, let's see, blog photo name. Okay, and that's going to do it for our blog info. So next up, we actually want to import our actual Vue editor here. And what I'm going to do is just copy and paste this in here to save some time, because we're going to have to do some additional bindings to this component. So we're going to have a div with the class of editor, and we have our Vue editor component right here. Now we're going to bind these editor settings here as editor options. Okay. Now for the V model here, we want to hook this up to our blog HTML, which we'll go ahead and import from a computer property. We're going to use the custom image handler. And for now, I want to remove this because we don't have this function created, and I don't want to have an error present. So we'll go ahead and add this back on once we get around to creating that function to handle our images. Okay. Now the final div we need to add here is going to have a div with the class of blog actions. Okay. Now inside of here, we're going to have a button to submit and also preview our blog. So we're going to have a button here, and it's simply going to say publish blog. And we don't need to do any styling on this because we have our default button styling in our app.vue. And then we're also going to have a router link here to navigate us to a new component or a new view with our preview of our blog here. So for now, we don't have this route created. So we're just going to say $2 empty $. And we're going to give this a class of router button. Okay. And then inside of the router link for the actual test, we're going to set our text. We're going to say post preview here. All right, and that should go ahead and do it for our HTML or our markup. And if we head over to view this, you should see, oh, it says we have an error. So it says create post is not defined. Oh, you know what? I bet you we forgot to actually import this at the top. Yeah, we did. All right, so sorry about that. So let's say create post like this. And then let's go ahead and paste that in here like that. All right, so it says it cannot resolve Quill image resize modules. So, all right, so I did a server restart on our local host here, and it seemed to go ahead and resolve the error of not being able to find our module here. But I came across two other errors. So number one, I forgot to put the money sign in front of the store here. And also this image resize value needs to be a lowercase I, okay? And now if we head over to our route here, we should see that we're going to have a few errors here, but everything is loaded incorrectly. So obviously we need to do some styling here. So let's go ahead and address that. So let's begin here by adding our lang to our style tags here of SCSS. Now for this component, we're actually not going to be scoping this out, and I'll show you why in just a moment. So first off, let's go ahead and create our create post here. And what we want to define in here is a position of relative, and we want to give this a height of 100%. Now for our button here, or our buttons on the page, I want to go ahead and give this a margin top and set that to 0. And then for our router, let's see, router button, I want to go ahead and target this and give this a text decoration of none and then a color of whites. Okay. Now, what I want to go ahead and do here to save some time is I'm going to copy and paste in the actual styling for our label button and router button that we're going to make for this component here. So what we have going on here is a transition on here of 500 milliseconds, so we can actually change this to 0.5 seconds too. I like that a little better. It looks a little more cleaner that way. Then we have it aligning the self to the center, font size 14, cursor pointer, border radius 20 pixels, padding, color, background color, and text decoration set to none. And then we also have the hover effect on here to change the background color to a opacity version of this color right here. All right. Now, what I also want to do here is we're going to target our container, and we're going to say a position of relative here, and we want to set the height to 100% and then add some padding here of 10 pixels on the top, 25 pixels on the left and right, and then 60 pixels on the bottom here. All right, so after this, I'm going to go ahead and put a comment down here for our error styling. And what we're going to say here is we have this class of invisible. Okay, and what we want to do on this class of invisible is set the opacity to 0, and we want to make this important. All right, now for our error message here, so we're going to say error message. We want to give this a width of 100%. We're going to give it a padding of 12 pixels all around, a border radius of 8 pixels, a color of white, a margin on the bottom of 10 pixels. We're going to be using the background color here of our charcoal gray. And then we want the opacity by default to be 1. And then the transition on here is going to be 0.5 seconds, ease all. All right. Now, inside of this error message, we do have our span and paragraph tags. So we have our paragraph tag here. We want the font size to be, let's see, 14 pixels. And then we also have our span tag, which we're going to give this a little bit heavier of a font weight than our paragraph tag here and set that to 600. All right. So that's going to go ahead and do it for our error styling here. Now, next up, I want to target our blog info. So we'll say blog info. And what we want to go ahead and do here is display this as flex. And we want to give it a margin bottom to separate it from our rich text editor of 32 pixels. Okay. Now inside of here, we're going to have our input. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is say input, and we're going to say nth, nth child, and we're going to say 1. And what we want to go ahead and do here is just give this a minimum width of 300 pixels here. All right. Now I want to go ahead and target all of our inputs here, and we're going to have this have a transition of 0.5 seconds, ease in, out, and then on all. Give it a padding of 10 pixels on the top and bottom, 4 pixels on the left and right. Give it a border of none, and then set the border bottom here to 1 pixel solid, and then give that a color 303030. So if I save that and we take a look, things are starting to take shape here. So you can see we have all of our buttons look a lot better, and then this is starting to come along right here. All right, so eventually what's going to happen is if we click on upload cover photo, it's going to open here, so we no longer need this. So next up, what we're going to do is start to hide this. Okay, so what we want to go ahead and do here is actually on our input, when we go ahead and focus on it, so we're going to say and focus, we want to set the outline to none, and then we want to give this a box. Let's see here. Whoops, I spelled it wrong. That's why. Box shadow. And we're going to put 0, 1 pixel, 0, 0, and then our charcoal gray here. All right. So that should go ahead and do it for our inputs here. Now for our upload file, we're going to come out of here and we'll say upload file. And we want to give this a flex value of 1. We want to position this, or we want to give it a margin left to push it away from our input by 16 pixels. We want to give it a position of relative here. And we also want to display, oops, we went ahead and put the semicolon in the next line. We want to display this as flex. Okay. Now, inside of here, we have our input. So what we're going to do is say input, and we want to give this a display value of none. So if we do that and we come over here, we should no longer see that default input box that we were seeing before. So when we went ahead and put this to display none, that went ahead and hid it. And we can still click on upload cover photo here, and it should still open up the ability to upload our photo. So that's all working great. All right. Now, next up, what we want to go ahead and do here is target our preview. And inside of here, we're going to go ahead and give this a margin left to separate it again from our upload button by 16 pixels. And then we want the text transformation here. Let's see, text transform, and we want to put that back to initial. All right, and I'm not really sure why we added that. So you know what, we don't really need that. I don't think that's, oh, I know why we needed that. Okay, so let's go, oops. Let's go ahead and put that back. So text transform, let's see, text transform initial, because by default, I think it was set to uppercase on our default preview, or our default button that we had there. That's why we're using that, okay? And then next up, what we want to do here is target our span tag, and we're going to give this a font size here of 12 pixels. Now, this is going to be for our file name, and then once again, we're going to do a margin left on here of 16 pixels to separate it from our button, and then you want to align it to the center by saying align self and putting that to the center. And that should go ahead and do it for our blog info here. Now, the reason why we set this to not be scoped is because we need to go ahead and target some of the classes for this editor here. So if I click inspect here, you can see that we're able to actually see we have these QL editor classes, the QL wrapper. Now, if we had it set to scoped, we would not be able to edit these classes, which is why we're not going to be having it scoped for this component, okay? Just wanted to go ahead and point out the reason why we weren't using scoped for this component. So for our editor, we're going to give this a height of 60 VH. We want to display this as flex and then set the flex direction to column here. Okay, now inside of here we have our Quill. We have a class called Quill wrapper. Now what we want to go ahead and do here is set this to position relative. We want to, let's see, display this as flex, and we want the flex direction to be a column as well. And we want to set the height here to 100%. And if you see this now, you can start to see it taking shape a little bit. Now, I believe the reason why we're doing this, it's been a minute since I did this styling, but I believe if we take this away, it's not going to fill up the entire space available, even though we defined here on our editor a height of 60 VH. So that is the reason why we're targeting this Quill wrapper class right here. Okay. Now, we also want to target our QL, let's see, container here. And inside of here, we want to go ahead and display this as flex. We want to set the flex direction to a column. And then we're going to set the height of this to 100% as well. And we're going to set the overflow to scroll. All right. And that's just going to let us not have the ability for it to keep expanding. So that way, when we get past a certain height, so if I did all this, it's going to, instead of keep expanding, it's just going to be able to scroll instead of expanding the actual container here. So now we can scroll inside of here. Okay. So that's what we did there when we were targeting our QL container. So that should do it for there. And then finally, what I want to go ahead and do is target the QL editor. And let's go ahead and put a period there. And what we want to do here is give it a padding. And we're going to say 20 pixels on the top, 16 on the left and right, and then 30 pixels on the bottom there. And that should go ahead and do it for our editor. Now, the last thing we need to go ahead and do here is target the blog actions. Okay. And simply what we're going to go ahead and do here is give it a margin top of 32 pixels to separate it from our editor. And then for the button here, which we're only going to be having one because the other one's going to be a router link, we're just going to go ahead and say margin right 16 pixels here and typo. Okay, and that should do it for our styling here. So let's head over to our view and check it out here. And for the most part, it looks really good. It is pretty identical to our demo here. Now, when we hover over or actually focus on the input, you can see the box shadow below here. When we hover over a button, it has that nice hover effect to the opacity version of the background color, and same thing down here for these two. Now, the only issue is there's no separation between these two buttons here. So let's go ahead and see where we made that mistake. So in our upload file, we want to look at the preview, and yep, so right here, instead of saying margin left, we put it on the right. So that is a simple fix, and that should go ahead and wrap up our create a post styling here. Now, currently we're still getting some errors in our console here because we have yet to define some of the properties that we have within our markup here, such as blog HTML, blog title, and I believe there's a few other ones that we also are using that we need to go ahead and import here. So let's go ahead and work on that. So inside of our script tag here, or export default, right below data, we're going to do a computed here. All right. And the first one we're going to return is going to be our profile ID. Now, we're not going to be using this right away, but I still want to return it while we're here. So we're going to say return this store.state.profile ID. All right. Next up, I want to go ahead and import the blog cover photo name. And this is going to be returned from this.store.state. blog, let's see, it's actually called blog photo name here. And then the additional two are actually going to be a little bit different. We're going to be actually doing two-way binding, so we're going to be using the get and set on these. So we're going to say blog title here. We're going to get this, so pretty much the same thing we have here, return this.store.state.blog title, and then we want to also set here, and we're going to pass in the payload here, and we're going to say this.store.commit, and we're going to commit a new mutation here to upload or update our blog title. So we're going to say updates, and we'll say blog title here. All right, and then we want to pass along the payload here. Cool. Now, the next thing we want to go ahead and do is copy and paste this, because we need to do the same exact thing for our blog HTML here. And what did I just do there? Let's go ahead and backspace there, and then let's go ahead and copy this down, and then we're going to say blog, we're going to say blog HTML here. Okay, and then we'll change this out. Instead of blog title, it'll be blog HTML, and then inside of the commit here, the mutation is going to be new blog post, and then we're going to pass along the payload. Okay, so let's go ahead and create those mutations in our store here. So just above our toggle edit mutation here, let's go ahead and say new blog post here, and then we're going to open this up, put a comma there, and we want to accept our state here, and then our payload here. And then what we want to do is say state.blog.html equals that payload. All right, and then the last one for now we want to go ahead and create is our update blog title. This is also going to accept state and payload. Okay, and we'll put a comma there, and we're simply going to say state.blog title equals our payload. Now, one thing I haven't shown you yet is exactly what we're getting from this payload that we're updating our state.blog.html to. So let me go ahead and briefly console.log that to the console, just to kind of show you how this rich text editor works here. So we're going to say state.blog.html. So if we head back over to our application now, you'll see that we have this context, or we have this text here that says write your blog title here, and we have this paragraph tag here wrapped around it. So this is currently what the current output is from a rich text editor. It's in a paragraph tag. So as I continue to write things here or do some spaces, you'll see that the HTML will go ahead and get updated with whatever I'm doing inside of this rich text editor. So currently I have 2 line breaks and 2 paragraphs. So if I say hello, this is a test here, and then I can go ahead and highlight all this, for example, bold, underline, italicize, strike through, and you can see all that's going to correspond here in our HTML that's being outputted from this rich text editor. So it's going to allow us to create some really dynamic blog posts with this application. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and remove this, and what I'm going to also do is remove this from our state here, or mutation, because that's going to get quite annoying logging that all out to the console here. Okay, so next up, what we want to work on here is the ability to upload a cover photo here. So if I click on upload, we want to be able to, number one, have this preview photo button become inactive and be able to click on this and open a photo preview. And also we want to go ahead and generate the file name here so we can see exactly what we chose within our file chosen section. So let's go ahead and begin working on implementing this. Now, when a user uploads a photo, what's going to happen is this input right here is going to fire off a change event. Now, when we hear that change event, we want to go ahead and run a function. So what we want to do here is say @change, and then we're going to run the function of file change. So inside of our script tag here, let's go ahead and define our methods. So we'll say methods, and then we're going to say file change here. Okay. And then let's go ahead and put a comma there to go ahead and save that. Now, before we begin this function, what I want to go ahead and do is define a new data value that's going to be file, and we're going to set that equal to null. Okay. Now, inside of our function here, it's going to be actually pretty simple. First off, we want to go ahead and actually get access to the file the user just went ahead and uploaded. So how we can do that is we can say this.file, which is referring to this value right here. And we want to look at the input. So how we're going to look at the file is by accessing this ref attribute here on this input type. So we're going to say this.moneysignrefs.blog photo, and we can actually get access to that file by saying .files, and this is going to be an array. Now, we only want the first file in the array because we're only going to be uploading one, so we can go ahead and pass the value of 0 here. Okay, now next up, what we want to go ahead and do is get a reference to the file name that was just uploaded. So what we can do is create a new variable here, and we're going to call this file name, and we're going to set it equal to this.file. So we're accessing this right here, and we just want to go ahead and get the name of this. So we can say this.file.name, and that'll go ahead and give us the name of the file that the user just went ahead and uploaded. Now from here, we want to do two things. Number one, we want to go ahead and update the blog cover photo state value, and also we want to upload, or update, I should say, the file URL that we have in our state, which is going to be right here. So we have the blog photo name, and we also have the blog photo file URL here. So we want to go ahead and fire off two mutations here. So we want to say this.store.commit. Now, the first one that we want to go ahead and commit here is going to be called file name change here. Okay, and then we want to pass along here as a payload file name. All right. Now, the second one we want to go ahead and create here is going to be called, if I got scrolled up here, is going to be called create file URL. Now, instead of passing along the file name here, what we want to go ahead and do is actually create a URL. Now, how we can do this pretty easily in, as to creating a local URL is saying URL.create, object URL here. And then all we simply want to go ahead and do is pass it this.file, and it'll generate a local URL for us. All right, so now with this completed, we want to go ahead and actually create these two mutations in our store. Now, just below our update blog title mutation, let's go ahead and create our file name change. So file name change here, and this needs to accept state and also the payload. And here we're going to say state.blog photo name equals the payload. Okay, and then the second one we want to go ahead and create is going to be called create file URL here. All right, and then let's go ahead and put our curly brackets here and a comma. And just like the previous one, we're going to say state, and then we want to pass in the payload here. So all we're going to say is state.blog photo file URL is equal to the payload here. Okay, so now if we head back over to our application here, and that's the wrong way, we want to try this out here. So if we upload a cover photo here, a few things should happen. So number one, this should become inactive, and we should also see a file chosen here that's going to have the name of the file. So if we click on view query strings, we should see that we have the name of the file here, and then we also have this file, or I should say this preview photo button is now enabled. Now, although our preview photo button is enabled, it has no functionality. So if I go to click on this, nothing's going to happen. We don't have anything popping up displaying our photo that we just went ahead and uploaded. So let's go ahead and actually implement that functionality into our application. So what we want to go ahead and do here is actually create a component for the photo, which is going to be sort of like a modal. So let's go ahead and in our components here, create a new file. And this is going to be called blog cover preview.vue. Okay, now in order to save some time here, I'm going to go ahead and actually copy and paste in the markup and styling for this, as we've already created something very similar with our modal right here. So it's going to be pretty much the same exact setup, just a little bit different. Okay, so in our template tags here, we're going to have a div with the class of modal. We have the modal content, and then we have a close icon here, which is going to be our SVG. And then we're going to display our image here from we're going to bind our image to an src value of this blog cover photo, which is going to be our blog cover photo URL that we're going to go ahead and retrieve from our state. Okay, now what I also want to do here is copy and paste in the script tag as well. And what we have here is we're importing our close icon, but actually, is that correct? We want to say assets/icons. Yes, that is the correct destination there. And then we're exporting our default here with our components, and then our method here. So when we click on the close icon, it's going to close the preview. So it's going to do a mutation to our store of open photo preview. And then we have our computer here, which is returning this right here, which is getting our blog photo file URL. Now, lastly, I want to go ahead and import the styling here, which is pretty simple. It's literally almost the same exact styling we have done in our actual modal here. So we'll say style.sass scoped, and we'll paste that in here. So we have our modal, we have our modal content, and then we have our icon styled up right here. Now the only change I want to make to this is make this actually 303030. Okay, and then for our image here, you can see we have this box shadow, a height of 100%, width of auto, display block, and we're separating it a little bit by having a margin top of 16. Okay, so what we want to go ahead and do here with this component is actually import it to our create post component here. So right inside of the div with the class of create post, we're going to go ahead and say blog cover preview here, and then we'll close that off. And then we want to actually import this component in our script tag. So we'll say import blog cover preview from, and then we'll do ... components here. And then we should be able to see our blog cover preview. And then lastly, we need to go ahead and define this component here. So right below data, we'll say components, and then we will import our blog cover preview here, and then we'll put a comma there. So now if we head over to our application, we should see that we have this modal appear here. Obviously, we don't have any image. So if I go ahead and close this, you can see nothing is going to happen. So first off, we don't want this modal to be present when a user is loaded into this create post route. So what we need to do here is we need to put a v show on here, and we only want to show this if this dot store dot state dot, I believe it was, let me see here, the blog photo preview is true. Okay, so if we head back now, we should no longer see this here, and let me refresh it. And is it true? What is going on here? Okay, so right now it's true for some reason. So let's change that back to null, and there we go. So that was working, but now it is set to false, so we should no longer see that if that value is not true. Okay, so what we want to go ahead and do here next is head back over to our store, and we want to create this mutation we have in here of open photo preview. Okay, so inside of our mutations here, let's go right below our create file URL and create this mutation here. Now this one's only going to accept state, and then let's go ahead and open this up and put a comma here. We simply want to say state.blog photo preview is equal to the opposite of state.blog photo preview. Okay, so now if we go to upload a photo in our application here, so we click upload photo, we do view query string, and we go ahead and upload that, you can see our preview photo button is now enabled, but if we click it, we still don't see our modal appearing. Now that's because we have not added any way of clicking on this button to actually change our state. So let's go ahead and implement that. So In our create post here, what we want to go ahead and do is on this button here, we're going to listen for a click event, and we'll say click, and then we'll say open preview like that. And then we need to go down to our methods here, and we need to create that. So we're going to say open preview, and simply all we want to go ahead and do here is say this dot store dot commit, and we want to go ahead and run the mutation here of open photo preview. So with that implemented, we should be able to head back over to our application now. Let's go ahead and refresh this and do it from the start. So we want to upload a photo here. Let's say this one. So our file name is displayed here. The preview photo button is enabled. We can go ahead and click on it. And as you can see, we can now view our photo that we just went ahead and uploaded here. And then if we click on this button here in the top right hand corner, it's going to close out this modal. Now, currently, if a user chooses to upload a photo into our text editor here, let me show you what's going to happen. So if I click on our photo button here and upload a PNG, you can see that we're never going to see our image, and that is because we have not set up the image handling for our text editor here. So let's head over to our project and begin to implement the ability for a user to go ahead and upload a photo into our blog post here. Now, when a user uploads a photo into our editor, a custom event is going to be triggered called @ImageAdded, or it's going to be simply ImageAdded, and we want to go ahead and look for that event by saying @ImageAdded, and then we want to run our function here. So let's go ahead and implement that here on our component of Vue Editor. So we're going to say @ImageAdded here, and we want to go ahead and run a function called ImageHandler here. Okay, so how this is going to work is that we're going to reach out to our Firebase storage and we're going to upload the photo or the file that the user went ahead and inserted into the editor here. Okay, so once that photo has been uploaded, we'll go ahead and get a URL, and then we're going to go ahead and insert that back into our editor here. Okay, so that's kind of what the flow of this is going to look like. So let's go ahead and import our Firebase app and our Firebase storage package here. And then what we want to go ahead and do is in our methods here, we want to go ahead and define our function of ImageHandler. Now, this function accepts a few parameters. So the first one's going to be file, then we have editor, and we have cursor location, and then also we have reset uploader here. All right, so first thing we want to go ahead and do here is get a reference to our Firebase storage. So we're going to say const storage ref equals firebase dot storage dot ref here. Okay, now once we have access to this, we want to go ahead and create a document ref to go ahead and specify the path and the actual file name that we want to store this as on our actual storage dashboard. So let's go ahead and create another variable here called docref, and we want to set this equal to storage ref dot child, and then here we want to go ahead and specify the destination. So I'm going to use backticks here because we're going to use some interpolation here in just a moment. So we want to go ahead and say we want to store this in the documents / blog cover photos, or sorry, this blog, not cover, it's going to be blog post photos here. And then we're going to say /, and then we want to use our interpolation here, and then we want to go ahead and enter the actual file name. So what we can do here is we have access to this file name with the file param here, and we can say file.name here. Okay, now with these two variables, we can go ahead and begin to upload our file to our Firebase storage. So how we do this is we can say docref.put, and we want to go ahead and put the file in here, and then we want to say .on here. And then what we want to pass in here is going to be some quotes, and we're going to say, not capital, we're going to say state changed here. All right, and then we want to run a few callbacks. So the first callback is going to have a param of snapshot here. And then let's go ahead and open this up. Now, this is where we can go ahead and get a visual or an actual percentage of how much of our file has been uploaded. Now, we're not going to go ahead and do this in this example or in this application, but I'm just going to go ahead and console.log the snapshot here. All right. Now, the next callback we want to go ahead and run is going to be for our error handling here. So if there's an error, we want to go ahead and do something with that error. So we're going to go ahead and run a callback here, and then inside of here, once again, we're just going to go ahead and console.log the error if we do have one. Now, the final callback is going to be the ability for us to retrieve that URL from our storage, and then we can implement that URL and image back into our editor here. Okay, so what we want to do here is put another comma, and we're going to say async, and then we want to run a callback once more. Okay, now inside of here, we want to create a reference to our download URL that we want to go ahead and get. So we're going to say download URL here, and we're going to go ahead and await the docref.getDownload URL method here. Okay, now once we have this, we want to target our editor here, and we want to go ahead and say insert embed, and we want to go ahead and get our cursor location, and then what we want to go ahead and do is pass the image inside of some not parentheses inside of some quotes here, and then we also want to pass in the download URL here. All right, so at this point we have successfully gotten our URL from our Firebase storage. We have inserted that image here with this line of code right here. Now we want to go ahead and simply call the reset uploader here. All right, and that's going to be how we can handle our images here. So let's go ahead and test this out on our application now. So if we go and select our image icon here and we go and select a photo to upload, if I click on the accordion menu Vue.js one, you should see that we're going to have the image populate here inside of our text editor. Now if we head over to our Firebase console and we refresh here, you'll see that we should have a documents path right here. We're going to have the blog post photos path, and then we have our accordion menu Vue.js photo right here inside of this folder. Now, prior to publishing the blog, we may want users to have the ability to go ahead and preview it. So let's go ahead and implement that ability for us to click on this preview here and be able to see what this post is going to look like. All right, so in our application here, what we want to go ahead and do is create a new view. So we'll say new file, and we'll say blog preview.view here. And let's go ahead and start off with our Vue template stuff here, and then we'll put an empty div in here for now. Now, inside of our router, let's go ahead and create this path. So we'll go right below create post here, and we'll say, let's do post-preview. There we go. And for the name, we'll say blog preview here, and then everything else will be the same thing. So we'll just do like that. And we'll say preview blog post as the title here. All right, and let's not forget to import it like last time. So we'll say import, let's do blog preview, and we'll say blog preview right here. Now what we want to go ahead and do inside of our create post here, let's go back up to our markup. We have this route right here that we currently don't have going anywhere. So let's go ahead and change this to an object, and we're going to go ahead and say name, and then we'll say blog preview here, and we forgot that these need to be single string quotes, not double. And there we go. So now if we head over to our application, we should be able to click on post preview, and it's going to take us to this new route. So let's go ahead and quickly generate this markup here. It's actually pretty simple. So what we want to do here is go back to our application. We're going to go to blog preview. Now for the class here on the div, we want to go ahead and give it a post-view. And inside of here, you want to have a div with a class of container. And then we also want to have Quill, oops, we got to put a dot there, Quill wrapper here. Now, in order for us to keep the formatting and everything from our rich text editor, we have to apply this class to our preview here. So we're going to have container and then Quill wrapper. And then what we want to do here is have our h2, and then we're going to have this dot blog title, which we'll go ahead and import with our Compute It in just a moment here. So we'll say blog title, and then below this what we want to go ahead and have is our image from our cover photo. So we're going to go ahead and say image, and I probably didn't need to copy that down. So we'll say image here, and then we'll bind our, let's see here, blog cover photo here. And then lastly, we want to go ahead and export our blog HTML. So since this is going to be formatted as HTML, we can go ahead and use the vHTML attribute that Vue has. So how this is going to look is we're going to have a div with the class of post content. And then we also want to attach QL, oops, let's see, .ql ed editor here, okay? And then we want to put the v-html attribute on here, and we're going to say blog HTML here, okay? And that's going to be our markup here. Now inside of our export default, let's go ahead and give this a name. So we're going to say name, and then we'll say post preview. And then we want to import our computed here. So we're going to say compute it. Oh, I forgot the comma there. Computed here. And we want to go ahead and return our blog title. So we'll say return this dot store dot state dot blog title here, and we'll save that, and let's go ahead and copy this down 2 more times for the additional 2 we need. So next up we want our blog HTML here, and we'll say blog HTML, and then we want our blog cover photo here. So we're going to say blog cover photo, and then we're going to say blog photo file URL here. All right. And now for our styling here, it's going to be pretty simple. So let's go ahead and remove these style tags here and say style.scss scoped. And then we want to say post view here. We want to give it a min height of 100% here. And then we want to target our container. And inside of here, we want to give this a max width of 1000 pixels, and then give it a padding on the top and bottom of 60 pixels, and on the left and right 25. And then for our QL editor here, we want to go ahead and give this a padding of 0. And let me go ahead and scroll this down so you guys can see better here. Okay, now for our H2 here, what we want to go ahead and do is give this a margin bottom of 16 pixels. Then we want to go ahead and give this a font weight of something a little bit smaller at 300, and then give it a font size of 32 pixels here. All right. And now for our image here, what we want to go ahead and do is we're going to give this a width of 100% so it doesn't break outside of the container. And then let's go ahead and give it a margin bottom here of 32 pixels to go ahead and separate it from the blog content. So that should do it here for our blog preview. So let's head back to our application and test this out. Now let's go ahead and start here with our blog title. So we'll say this is a testing post, and then let's upload a cover photo here. So we'll just use this query string one, and we can preview it if we want to get an idea of what this is going to look like. And then let's go ahead and do some things here in our text editor to go ahead and test out the functionality. So let's say this is a testing post. Let's try list items here. And then let's go ahead and make a list here with our numbered. Actually not what I wanted to do. So let's go down a line here and try this. So let's say item number 1, item number 2, item number 3. And then let's go ahead and try doing our image here. So let's upload the accordion menu view one here, and we should see that here. And let's go ahead and resize this down a little bit to make it a little bit smaller. And then there we go. So if we click on post preview now, we should be able to get an idea of what this is going to look like. And as you can see, we have our title here, we have our cover photo, we have our text, and we also have our image here. Now the last thing here that we need to do for creating our post is actually publish our post and send our data over to our Firestore collection. All right, so let's go ahead and begin to implement that. Let's begin by adding our click event here to our button. So we're going to say @click, and we want to run the function of upload blog here. All right. Now we're going to be using our database here in this function. So what I want to go ahead and do is copy and paste that in here, and then we'll go ahead and get to that when we actually create our function here. So just below our image handler, let's go ahead and create our function of upload blog here. Okay. Now, before we go ahead and get into actually uploading this blog, we want to do some simple validation first. So the first thing that we want to go ahead and check is make sure that the user filled out the blog title and the blog HTML. So how we're going to validate this is by saying this.blog title.length is not equal to 0, and this.blog HTML.length is also not equal to 0 here. Okay, so what we want to go ahead and do here is if this is true, then we'll go ahead and run the code inside of here, and then we'll return out of here. So we'll just say that return. Otherwise, what we want to go ahead and do is we want to run our error handling here for our validation. So at this point, the user has forgot to fill these out, so we want to return them the error. So we're going to say this dot error, and we'll set that equal to true. Then what we want to go ahead and do is say this dot error message equals, and I'm going to go and copy and paste this in here to save some time. And we're going to say here that please ensure blog title and blog post has been filled. Okay, now we don't want this message appearing forever. So how we're going to go ahead and handle this is we're going to use a set timeout here. And we're going to go ahead and say after 5,000, after 5 seconds, so we're going to say 5,000 as a value here, we want to go ahead and turn off this error. So we're going to say this dot error equals false. All right. So we also want to do one more check here, and that check's going to be if this dot file is true, then at this point we know that the user went ahead and uploaded both their blog title, their HTML, and also their file. Now, if this equates to false, that means they did not go ahead and fill out or upload a blog cover photo. So let's go ahead and do an empty comment in here and also return out of here if this is true. So at this point in time, we know that they haven't filled out their blog cover photo or uploaded one. So we want to do the same thing down here as we did for our title and our HTML. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this right here. And let me see. All right, right here. And then what we want to do is paste it here, and then we're going to return out of this once we are done. Now, instead of having that error message here, what we want to go ahead and do is change that out, and we want to make it appropriate to what we're doing here. And we're going to say, please make sure you uploaded a blog cover photo. And I don't know why I have that semicolon there. So let me go ahead and remove that. Okay, so that is going to be our error handling here. And then we also want to return out of this one as well. So let's go ahead and test this out here really quick. And we're going to get an error here that says DB is defined but never used. So we haven't got to that yet. So to get rid of that error for now, to test out the validation here, let's go ahead and comment that out here. Okay, so right now we have our blog HTML filled out by default, but if we don't have our blog title here and I go to publish the blog, we should get this error saying, please ensure blog title and blog post has been filled. And I still see a quote there. Did I forget something? Yeah, there's a backtick there. Let's go ahead and remove that. Okay, so now if I go ahead and fill out a blog title here and I say hello, and we go ahead and publish it now, we should get our validation for the blog cover photo. Okay, but now if I go ahead and upload a cover photo here, such as my query string photo, and I preview it, see it's there, and I publish it, we should get no error, but nothing's going to happen because we have not set up the rest of our function just yet. So once we have that finished, at this point in time, we'll then be ready to go ahead and send our blog data over to our Firestore collection. Now inside of this if condition right here, if our file is true, we want to go ahead and continue on with uploading our blog here. So the first thing we want to go ahead and do is very similar to our image handle here. We want to go ahead and upload our blog cover photo to our Firebase storage. Okay, so what we're going to say here is const storage ref equals, and we're going to say firebase.storage.ref here. All right, and then we want to go ahead and create our document ref to go ahead and define the path where we want to go ahead and store this blog cover photo at. So we're going to say const doc ref equals storage ref dot child here, and we're going to use our backticks, and we want to store these in the documents / blog cover photo, the blog cover photos folder. And then we want to go ahead and give this a name of the actual blog cover photo. So we can say this.store, and we need to put a money sign there, store.state. Let's see, blog photo name here. Okay, so once we have this, we can once again begin to upload our file over to our Firebase storage here. So let's go ahead and say docref.put. And then we want to go ahead and say this.file. Okay, because if you recall, in our in our file change, we have this file stored right here, which is a value in our data. Okay, so that's where we're getting the file from. Now we want to do our on method here, and then we're going to look for state changed, and then we want to run our callbacks here. So the first one we're going to run again is going to be for our snapshot here. And then what we're going to say here is our callback, and then we're simply going to console.log the snapshot here. Okay. Now what we want to do here next is we want to put a comma and we want to return our error stuff, or our error handling here. So we're going to say error and then run our callback here. And we simply want to go ahead and leave this blank for now. And I'll go ahead and show you what we're going to do here. And actually we can't leave it blank. We have to console.log the error here. All right. And we're going to actually use a loading animation here. So if we did encounter an error, we're going to go ahead and turn off our loading animation here in this callback. But for now, we don't have that implemented yet. So once we do, we'll come back and add that. Now at this point, we have our cover photo uploaded, and we want to go ahead and actually start to work with our Firestore collection to add this data to that collection, or create a new collection item with this data. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to say async, and we want to run our callback here. Okay, and now at this time, we're going to want to use our Firebase collection, or our DB here. So I want to go ahead and uncomment this. And let's see here. What we first want to do is we want to create our download URL. So we're going to say const, let's say download URL here. And we're going to say await doc ref dot get download URL here. Okay. Now we also want to create a timestamp because we're going to want to go ahead and get some sort of reference to when we posted this. So we're going to say const timestamp equals await, and we're going to say date now. Okay. And then finally, what we want to go ahead and do is get a reference to our database here. So we're going to say const database equals await db.collection. Now we haven't created this collection yet, but if you recall earlier on in this video, I said if you don't have the collection created and you go ahead and actually look to post to one, it'll go ahead and create it automatically for you. So we want to go ahead and say blog post here for the value of the collection we want to go ahead and post this to, or get reference to. And then we're going to go ahead and attach .doc here. All right. So now what we want to go ahead and do here is actually set our data. So we're going to go ahead and say await database .set here, and we're going to go ahead and open up our object. And we're going to say blog ID is going to be equivalent to the database.id, which is this right here. So once we have this created as a reference, we can actually get the ID that it goes ahead and creates for this item. So we're going to go ahead and say our blog ID is going to be the database ID. Next, we have our blog HTML here, and we're going to say this.blog HTML as our value for that. Now for our blog cover photo, we're going to use this download URL right here. So we're going to say blog cover photo, and we're going to say download URL. Okay. And now we also want to attach the blog cover photo name. So we're going to say blog cover photo name, and this is going to be equal to this dot blog cover photo name here. All right. And then we also want to get our blog title here. So we're going to say blog title and say this dot blog title. All right. Now, the last two you want to go ahead and get here is our profile ID and our timestamp. Now, I don't believe we imported our profile ID here. Did we? We may have. Okay, we have. So earlier on in this component, we went ahead and imported our profile ID here. So we want to go ahead and run that as well inside of this set method here, because we want to go ahead and see who went ahead and created this post. So at some point in time, if you ever want to expand this application to more users and allow them to post blogs, you can get a visual representation of who's posting what blog with this value here on this blog post. So we're going to say profile ID is equal to this dot profile ID. And then lastly, we want to go ahead and get our timestamp here. So we're going to go ahead and define date here, and we're going to say this is equal to our timestamp value here. All right, so at this point in time, what we want to go ahead and do is this should be all done. Everything should be posted. So we want to go ahead and push them to this blog that they went ahead and created. So we haven't yet created this component yet. So let's go ahead and do that really quick. So we're going to go ahead and create a new view here. And we're going to say view blog.view. Okay. Now inside of our router here, what I want to go ahead and do is for now, just create this component and we'll set it up in just a moment. So we're going to say right here, and we'll say view blog, and we'll go ahead and say view blog there, and we'll copy this down right here, and we're going to go ahead and say view blog post here, and let's go ahead and import it up here inside of our imports, and we'll say view blog and also view blog here. All right, so now what we can go ahead and do inside of our create a post here is actually redirect them to this component that we just created, or this view. So how we do this is we say this dot router dot push, and then we want to go ahead and pass the name of the component, which is going to be view blog here. All right, so that should do it for the time being. So let's go ahead and test out actually creating and posting a new blog here. So we have a little error here, but it's because I went ahead and spelled storage ref wrong inside of our function here. So let's go ahead and fix that. So copy that and correctly spell that. So that should resolve our error. All right, so let's actually go ahead and test this out now. So let's say this is our first blog, and let's upload our cover photo here. And let's go ahead and say accordion menu here, preview that, all working great. And let's do this is our first blog post. Okay, so if we publish this, we should be taken to our view blog route, which we are. So it takes a few seconds. So what I also want to do is add a loading animation so the user's not wondering what's going on, but we'll go ahead and add that in just a moment here. But if we head over to our Firestore collection and we do a refresh here, you should see that we're going to have our new collection of blog posts, and we have our document right here. And then we also have all the information that we defined inside of our function here. Now, currently when we're publishing a blog, we have no indication as to what is going on, as it does take a few seconds for our blog to finish uploading. So in those few seconds, I want to go ahead and import our loading component to go ahead and give the user a better experience as to what is going on while they're waiting for their blog to publish here. So let's go ahead and implement that. So in our create post component here, right below our blog cover preview, I want to go ahead and import this component of, let's see here, loading. Okay, and then right in our script tag here, we got to import this. So we'll go ahead and just do loading right there. And then let's go ahead and register this as a component here in our component section. Okay, so if we take a look at this now, this component is going to be visible right when we come onto our view, and we don't want that. Now we only want this to be present while the blog is publishing. Okay, so how we can fix this is if we go back to our application here, we want to define a new data value of loading, set that to null, and then on our loading component here, we're going to do a v show, not show if loading is true. So that'll go ahead and hide that for now. Now we only want to display this, like I said, when we are uploading our blog. So at this point in time, if the blog title has been validated, the file has been validated, we want to start uploading. So this is where we're going to say this dot loading equals true. Okay. Now we also want to have a point in time where we're going to go ahead and turn this off. So if we encounter an error, we also want to turn this off. So we'll go ahead and do a just dot loading is equal to false in here. And I spelled that wrong again. All right. And then once our blog has actually finished uploading and we're about to get redirected, we also want to disable this. Okay, so with that implemented, let's go ahead and test this out now. So, wrong way. Let's do our blog title here. So this is a testing post number 2. Let's upload a cover photo here. And I think we did the accordion menu. So let's do our query string one right here. And let's say this is testing our blog loading animation. Okay, so if I hit publish blog, we should see the loading animation here. And it is publishing, and once it is done, we have been redirected. Our loading animation has disappeared. Now, with us being able to create blog posts, we can begin to populate our application with our actual blog posts that we have on our Firestore collection. All right, so let's go ahead and begin to implement that here. So what we want to go ahead and do first off is actually get the blog posts from our Firestore collection. Now, to go ahead and do this, what I want to go ahead and define here are two new pieces of state. So the first one's going to be blog post here, and this is where we're going to store all of our blog posts. And for now, I want to go ahead and leave this as an empty array. And the next piece of state I want to go and implement is a value of post, load it, and we're going to set this equal to null for right now. All right, so down here in our actions, I want to go and create our new function to go ahead and get our blog post. So we're going to be using async and await, and we're going to call this function get post, and for some reason I think it's going to like finish that for me. I don't know why it's doing that. So we don't want to do that. We want to do get post here, and really, okay, let me try this again, get post, and there we go. I'm not really sure why I was auto-completing that for me there. All right, so what we want to accept here inside of our get post, we're going to use our curly brackets here, and we're going to say state. All right, now first thing we want to go ahead and do is get a reference to our database. So we're going to say const database equals await db.collection, and we want to go ahead and look in our collection of blog post here. Okay, and now I'm going to add one additional method here, and that's going to be the order by, because I want to order these in a specific way. So we're going to say order by, and we want to order them by the date. And not only do we want to order them by the date, we want to do that in descending order. So I can pass these two values in this method to go ahead and do that. Okay, now what we want to do here is create a new variable called db results, and we want to go ahead and say await database.get here. All right, so this is going to return an array of items. So to iterate through these, what we want to go ahead and do is do a for each loop here. So we're going to say db results dot for each, and we're going to say doc, and then we're going to do our callback function here. All right, so what we want to do in here now, since we're not going to be using a real-time listener or anything like that, we will be calling this function more than once throughout our application in certain situations. So what I want to go ahead and do is put a little filter on here, and I want to check this blog post array right here and make sure that if we call this function, we don't add the same blog post twice. So I want to do a little filtering or a little check to make sure that the current blog that it's iterating through does not already exist inside of our array. If it does, we don't want to do anything. And if it doesn't exist, we'll go ahead and add it. So how we're going to do that is we're going to say if, and we're going to use exclamation point here, and we're going to say state dot blog post, and we're going to use a sum method here, and we're going to pass the value of post here, and then we're going to say post dot blog ID, because if you recall, we have this blog ID value on our Firestore collection as a value, and we want to say equals doc.id. So if this equates to true, that means that the value already exists, and if it's false, that means it doesn't. So if it's false, you can see we're looking for that with the exclamation point right here. We're going to allow this through, and then we're going to add this blog to our array. And if it does exist, we're not going to do anything. Okay, so let's go ahead and create our const data here. Set this equal to an object, and we're going to say blog ID is going to equal doc.data.blog ID. Okay, and then we have our blog HTML here. This is going to be doc.data.blog HTML. Then we have our blog cover photo here, and this is going to be equal to doc.data.blog cover photo. And then the last two are going to be our blog title here. So we'll say blog title, and we're going to say doc.data.blog title here. And then the last one's going to be our blog date here. Okay, so that's going to be doc.data.date. Okay, now last thing we want to go ahead and do here is we want to then push this object onto our array. So we're going to say state.blog post.push, and we're going to say data. Okay, so After this has been ran through, all of our results have been iterated through. What we want to go ahead and do here is we want to then say, hey, the value of post.loaded is true because this is all set. So what we're going to do is below here, or wait, is it right here? Oh, actually, sorry, right here, we're going to say state.postLoaded is equal to true. And I'll show you where we're going to go ahead and use this in a moment. Okay, so now that we have this created, we want to go to our app.vue here. And in our create it, we want to go ahead and run this function. So what we're going to say here, this.store.dispatch, and we're going to say get post here. Now, to explicitly show you that this is working, because right now, even though we're running this, you're not going to see anything, we can head over to our store. And just at the end of our function here, let's go ahead and say console.log, and we'll say state.blog post here. So if we head over to our application now, it's refreshed, and you should see that we're getting returned these two objects right here. So we have our first blog post right here, and then we also have our second right here, and it has all the blog information such as our cover photo, the URL for this, the date, the HTML, the ID, and also our title. Now, in order to populate our application, what I went ahead and did is added 7 new blog posts to our Firestore collection, as you can see right here. Okay, so just wanted to go ahead and point that out before we began populating our app here. So in our store, what we need to create is some getters. Now, the reason we need to create some getters is because we need to alter our state here when we go ahead and grab it within our components. So the reason we need to do that is, if you recall, here on the home page, what we're going to be doing is these two postcards right here. I think they're called blog postcards or blog post, whatever. We want these to be the very first and second blog post that we publish to our application. So the newest one will be here on top. The second will be right here, and then 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now, in order to do that, we need to create what are called getters. So let's go ahead and start there. So we're going to say getters here, which is a property, and then we'll go ahead and put a comma there to resolve that error. So the first getter we're going to create here is going to be called blog post feed, which are going to be for our blog post right here, or our blog post components here. Okay, so inside of here, what we want to return is going to be our state.blog post, but we want to go ahead and slice this. Okay, so when we pass in the values of 0 and 2, it's going to return us the two newest values in that array, which is what we want. Okay, and if you recall, inside of our get post here, we're ordering these by date and also descending. Okay, so if we head back up to here, that's going to be our first getter. Now for the cards, we only want to display 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, so how we're going to do that is very similar. We're going to say blog post cards. And then we're going to, we need to pass the value of state in here as well, okay? And then we want to go ahead and do our parentheses, say state, and then our curly brackets there. And then what we're going to say in here is return state.blog, blog post.slice, and then we want to return 2 through 6 here, okay? So now that we have that defined, if we head over to our home route, we can go ahead and change out the v4 loops that is iterating to go ahead and create our blog post component and also our blog cards. Let's begin by removing this array for our sample blog post here. So let's go ahead and remove that. And what we need to do next is, instead of sample blog cards here, what we're going to do is we're going to have it say blog post cards here. And instead of saying sample blog cards, we're going to go ahead and say this.store. And now instead of saying state, we're going to say getters here. And then we're going to say blog post cards. All right. And then what we need to do inside of this v4 loop on our sample blog cards is change this out for blog post cards. All right. Now we need to go ahead and do the one for our blog post here as well. So let's go ahead and copy this down here. And we'll say blog post feed. And we'll go ahead and change this out here, and then we'll go ahead and change it out here as well. And then instead of iterating through sample blog post, we're going to iterate through our blog post feed. Now we're going to have to make a few updates to our components here, because if we head over to our application, you're going to see that if we go to our home route here, we don't have anything visible because we have the wrong values inside of our component for the data that we're going to be populating it with. So here in our blog post component, the first thing we need to go ahead and change is going to be our h2, which should be post.blog title here. All right. And then for our content preview, right now we are outputting it as a simple text, but this is going to be HTML. So we want to go ahead and remove this. And what we want to say here is v.html, and we're going to say post.blog HTML here. Now we're going to leave the router link as it is for the time being. We'll come back to this in just a few moments, but for now, we're going to go ahead and leave that blank. And the final thing that we need to go ahead and change here is going to be our image tag here. So let's go ahead and remove this. And we're going to say post.blog cover photo here. And that should wrap it up for the changes we need here in our blog post. Now here for our blog card, what we want to go ahead and do is replace this src value. And we're going to say post.blog cover photo. And then our title here is actually correct, and so is our date, but we actually want to format this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, and we're going to say new date here, and then we're going to pass in the value of our post.blog date, and we want to convert this to local string here, and we want to pass in the value of en-us, and then also an object here for date style, and we want to set this equal to long, and that needs to be a lowercase here. All right, so with those changes saved, if we head over to our application, you should see now that we have it fully populated here. So we have our first post here, our second, and then 3, 4, 5, and 6 all populated with the data from our Firestore collection. Now, if we head over to our blogs view, you can see here that it's going to be currently broken because what we're doing right now is we're still displaying our old sample blogs array here on this view. So let's go ahead and update that. So in our application here, what we first want to do is remove the state of sample blog cards. Here we no longer have any need for this. So let's go ahead and delete that. Now, for this view, we're not going to be using our getters here. Now, the reason why is because on this page, you want to display all the blogs inside of our application. So with that being said, we're just going to go ahead and reach out for this array right here of blog posts. So let me go ahead and copy this. And then in our blogs view, what we want to do here is remove the name of sample blog cards. And then we want to change it here as well to blog post. And then all we have to do to fix this is go ahead and change this to blog post. And if we save that and head over to our application now, we should see that we're seeing all of our blog posts from our Firestore collection here on our blogs view. So currently, if we go ahead and select on the view the post option, you can see nothing is going to happen. And that is because we have not yet set up our router link to dynamically go ahead and generate our view to go ahead and display the current blog that we went ahead and selected here. Okay, and same thing applies down to our blog card here. So let's go ahead and begin to implement that here. So what we want to do first here is on our route that we went ahead and created for our Vue blog, we want to add a parameter here so that we can make a path that is unique for each one of our blogs. So what we're going to pass here for the param is going to be the blog ID here. Okay, so each path is going to have a parameter that's going to have the blog ID, and then what's going to happen is when you head to that URL with that parameter, it's going to look for that blog ID inside of our array, which we have here in our store, and then it's going to display the correct post based on that ID. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. Now, inside of our, let's see, our Vue blog here, what we want to go ahead and do is generate our structure here. So we're going to say our Vue template. And let's go ahead and give this a name of Vue blog here. Okay, now for our style tags here, what we want to go ahead and do is we want to first off just go ahead and give this a lang of SCSS here. Now, one thing I do want to go ahead and change is that in our blog preview, we went ahead and made this scoped. Now, we're going to be having the same exact sort of markup here for our blog preview as we're going to have for our viewing of the blog. So I want to go ahead and use the same markup here for both of these components here. So to make things a little bit easier, what I want to go ahead and do is actually copy this template tag, and we want to paste it inside of our Vue blog here. All right. Now, a few things that we want to go ahead and do here is first off, I want to go ahead and create a new data value, and we're going to return, and we're going to say current blog here and set this equal to null. Now, what we want to do is, because when we head to this Vue blog route, it's going to have that unique parameter in the URL, and we're going to use that parameter to go ahead and do a filter on our blog post here in the store, and then return the current blog that we want to display here on this page. So just below our data here, let's go ahead and create our mounted lifecycle hook, and we're going to go ahead and run this asynchronously with a sync and await, and we're going to say mounted here. Okay. Now, what we want to go ahead and do in here is we want to say this.currentBlog equals await this.store.state.blog post.filter here. Okay? And what we want to go ahead and do is we want to go ahead and define our param here of post, and then we're going to run our callback in here. And then we want to say return post.blog ID that is equal to this.route.params.blog ID. Okay, so the reason or how we're getting this is because we have set the param on this URL of this view to be blog ID, so it's going to look for that when we are getting navigated to this route here. Okay, so that'll go ahead and return us the current blog. Now, what we want to go ahead and do up here is a little bit of additional markup. So for this, what we want to do is we're going to say this.currentBlog, and we're going to say 0 because we're only expecting one result here, but we still have to go ahead and say 0 here. And then we're going to say blog title here. And then we also are going to have an H4 that's going to display the date here. So we're going to say posted on, and then we're going to do our curly brackets here. And then we're going to say new date. And then we want to pass in the current blog date. So we're going to say this.currentBlog, and we're going to say 0 for the first one. And we're going to say blog date. And we did this in our blog card. And then we're going to say to local string. And then we want to say en-us. And then we want to return our object here of date, style, and then long. Okay, and then what we want to go ahead and do here for our blog cover photo is you want to change this to this.currentBlog 0.blog cover photo, and then the same thing here for our HTML, and that should go ahead and do it. So let's go ahead and save that. Now, one thing I do want to go ahead and style up here is our H4, because we don't have that in the blog preview here. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is just say, let's see here, we're going to say post view, and then we want to say H4 and set that to a font weight of 400, font size of 14, and a margin bottom of 24 pixels. Okay, so now that we have this set up, we want to go ahead and head to our blog post component and our blog card and initiate this router link to go ahead and head to this route right here of Vue blog, and also pass in the unique blog ID for that specific blog post. Now here in our blog post on our router link, what we want to go ahead and do is remove this to attribute here. We want to go ahead and do our to with the binded, and then we're going to set this equal to an object. So nothing's going to change here. So for the name, we're going to say Vue blog here. Now we also want to pass a second value here of params. Okay, and this is going to be an object itself. So what we want to go ahead and pass in here is we have the value or the param on this route that we're going to of blog ID. And we want to set this equal to this.post.blog ID here. Okay, so what I want to do is save this. So let's go ahead and copy this like this. And I believe we need the whole thing. Okay. And then let's head over to our blog card here, and let's do the same thing. So here on this 2, we're going to go and replace it with this right here. And do we have one extra? What did we do wrong here? Let's just go ahead and paste it in there. And why is it giving us an error? Let's see. So this. Oh, we're missing the quote there. Okay. So now if we head over to our application and we go to click on one of these, we should see that we're going to retrieve the post. So one issue that we need to go ahead and fix here in our router, as you can see right now, is that we forgot to add the slash. So everything is just combined together. So let's go ahead and fix that really quick. So we'll say in our router here, let's go ahead and go down to Vue blog, and then we want to go ahead and say slash, and then we're going to have that parameter here. So if we save that, head back over to our application here, you can see if we go to this route right now, it's not going to be existent because we changed it. So if we go back to home and we say, let's go to one of our cards here and click on view post, you should see that we have this new route with the unique ID here and then our blog post. Now, two things I want to go ahead and address here with our view here is that first off, we have this posted on value, which is NaN. And the reason behind that is because we had a mishap in our markup here. Now, one other issue I want to go ahead and show you is if I go to copy this route right here and I go to actually paste it in the route, you can see that we have nothing come up, and it should because it's the same exact route that we have our Vue blog post on. So if we go to inspect it here, you're going to see we're going to have a couple console errors that we're going to see. We can't read the property 0 of null, and then we can't retrieve the property a blog title of null as well. So if you recall, in our application here, in our store, what I went ahead and did earlier, which I mentioned we're going to use, is we have this value of post loaded, and currently it is set to null. But we go ahead and actually change that to true once all of our posts have been loaded, and we can get rid of this console.log here as well while we're here. So what we want to do is head over to our app here, and we only want to show the app if that value is true. So that'll go ahead and remove some of those errors we're seeing here. So we're going to say vif this.store.state.post loaded. Okay. Now, where we also want to do this is going to be in our Vue blog. So we only want to display this view if this value right here is not null. So let's go ahead and say vif and change that to current blog. Now, if we head over to our application and we actually just go ahead and copy this and we close the tab and we open it up again, we should see now that we're going to get our blog post here and we're not going to get all those errors. Now, to go ahead and address this posted on value right here, what we need to do is head back to our Vue blog here, and as you can see, I guess somehow I had a mishap. Instead of hitting the period, I hit the slash. So if we change that to dot, we should be able to head back to our application now, and we're going to see the date posted here as May 10th, 2021. So that is all working correctly now. Now, currently when we go to publish our blog, if you recall, we never set up a way to actually be directed to the correct blog that we just went ahead and posted. So let's go ahead and fix that. So there's a few things that we need to do inside of our function here of upload blog. So first off, if we go ahead and actually post this blog, we're not going to actually have any way of retrieving the new one because it's not going to be in our array. So what we need to do is we actually need to reach out to our store and call the function of get post. So let's go ahead and say await this.store.dispatch here, and we're going to say get post. Okay. Now, what we also want to do is once that is done, you can see here then loading is going to turn to false, and then we want to push them to that new page that they just went ahead and created the blog on. So to do this, we need to go ahead and pass our params here, and we want to say blog ID. Now, before we had the actual blog ID right here, so what we can actually do is we can just go ahead and say the database ID because those are going to be the exact same here. So we're going to say database.id here. So with that implemented, let's go ahead and check out if this works correctly. So let's go ahead and do a new post saying this is a new post. Let's upload our blog cover photo here. We'll just say this one, and we'll say this is us testing a new post. Okay, so if we publish the blog, we should see that loading, the function should be called, and then we are taken here to our Vue blog route, and we can see the new post that we just went ahead and created. Now, the final two things that we need to do here for our blog posts is the ability to delete and also edit them. All right, so when we click on the toggle editing post button right here, we have the option to click on delete or click on edit here. So let's go ahead and first start off with deleting our blog post here. So what we want to do is head over to our blog card component, which is where we're going to be initiating this delete. So on our div, the class of icon that houses our delete icon, we're going to go and pass a click event here. And we're going to go ahead and say delete post here. Okay. Then down in our methods, which we haven't created yet, let's go right above computed. So we're going to say methods here. And then we're going to say delete post. All right. Now inside of here, what we want to go ahead and do is we're actually going to be reaching out to our store to have a new action. So what we're going to say is this dot store dot dispatch. And let's go ahead and put that there and that here. So the function that we want to go ahead and dispatch is going to be called delete post. So makes sense. And then we also want to pass a payload with this with the actual blog ID. So we can say this dot post dot blog ID. All right, so that's all we need to do here on our blog card. So let's head over to our store and actually create this function. Now, just below our get post function here, we're going to go ahead and use async and await again. So we'll say async, and then we're going to say delete post here. All right. Now, what we want to go ahead and accept here, we're going to put our curly brackets in here, and we're going to say commit, and then we also want to accept the payload that we're sending it. All right. Now, inside of here, what we want to go ahead and do is we want to go ahead and get that blog post. So we're going to say get post here. And we want to set this equal to await db.collection. And we're going to say blog post here. And we want to say doc, and we want to pass in the payload value here. Okay, so that's going to give us a reference to the post that we want to go ahead and delete on our Firestore collection here. Now, all we need to go ahead and do here is say await get post, and then simply run the delete method here, and that's going to go ahead and remove it from the Firestore collection. Now, we want to also remove this in real time when we go ahead and click on the delete button, so we have to also make the change on our front end, unless we'd have to refresh, and then we would see it delete, but that doesn't make for a very good user experience. So to go ahead and remove it on the front end, we're going to go ahead and do a mutation here, which is why we have the commit inside of this function. So just below this, let's go ahead and say commit, and we want to run the mutation of filter blog post here, and we want to pass along the payload here, which is going to be that blog ID. All right, so just below, let's say our toggle editing post here, let's go ahead and say filter blog post, and what we want to go ahead and accept here is our state and also the payload. And then let's go ahead and open this up. Now inside of this mutation, what we want to say here is state.blogpost equals the state.blogpost here dot filter, and we're going to filter out the blog post that matches the blog ID that we're going to pass in this payload here. So we're going to say post, and then our callback post.blog ID here that is not equal to the payload. All right, so that should go ahead and filter out the blog post that we want to go ahead and delete, and then recreate our array of blog posts here because we're setting this equal to this right here. So hopefully that makes sense. Now, one thing I did notice here is that this collection is wrong. It should be blog post here. So let's go ahead and save that, and let's go ahead and test this out here. So if we head back to our application here, we should be able to toggle the editing post button right here. And when we click delete, we should see that that blog is now deleted. And if we head over to our Cloud Firestore, you can see that when we came over here, we only have 7 and we did have 8. So we are now able to successfully go ahead and remove a blog post from our application. Now, in order to edit our blog, what we're going to be doing here is creating a duplication of our component for creating our post. So first off here, let's go ahead and make that duplication here. So what I'm going to do is hit copy here, and then we're just simply going to paste this inside of our views. Now, what we want to do is rename this to edit blog.view here. And then what we need to do inside of our router is create our path for this new component. So we're going to go ahead and copy the Vue blog because we're going to be having it very similar in regards to the setup and the param that we have here on our Vue blog route. So instead of it saying Vue, let's go ahead and change it to edit. And then instead of it having a name of Vue, we're going to have it say edit blog. And then we're going to copy this for the component down here. And then we also want to just say edit, let's see, edit blog post here. All right. Now, lastly, let's go ahead and import it up here inside of our import. So we're going to say edit blog and then edit blog there. Okay, so now over in our Vue blog, I want to show you this right here. So we're going to be using something very similar to go ahead and retrieve the current blog that we want to go ahead and edit inside of our edit blog component here. So what we want to do is go down here to our script tag inside of our export default. We're just going to go ahead and do a sync mounted lifecycle hook right here. Okay, now what we need to do is actually create a few new data values here. So the first one I want to go and create is going to be called route ID. All right, and by default, let's set this equal to null, and that should be good for the time being. Now, what we need to do here is inside of this mounted lifecycle hook, we want to go ahead and get the route ID and also set the actual component of our edit blog to have all the information that the blog currently holds. So to do this, we're going to say this dot route ID is going to be equal to this dot money sign. So this dot money sign route dot params, and then we're going to say blog ID here. All right. Now with this, what we want to go ahead and do is we also, I forgot, need to create a current blog value here. So what we want to do here is we're going to say this dot current blog is going to equal await this dot store dot state dot blog post here. And we want to go ahead and perform a filter method here, which is very similar to how we did it on our Vue blog. So we're going to say post, and then we're going to have our callback here, and we want to return post.blog, let's see, blog ID that is equal to this dot route ID. Okay. Now with this, what we want to go ahead and do is then we need to set the state inside of our store with this current blog post, which is this value right here. So what we're going to do is say this dot money sign store dot commit, and we're going to have a new mutation in our store that's going to be called set blog, actually not capital S, we're going to say set blog state, and we're going to pass along this dot current blog, and we want to go ahead and get that first value of 0 here, and we forgot our comma. Okay, so that should do it for actually retrieving our current blog. So let's go ahead and set up our mutation to actually set our state so that we can populate this component with all the post details. So let's go ahead and create our mutation here of set blog state, and then we want to simply pass the state value here and then our payload. Okay, and then we'll put a comma right here. Now what we want to go ahead and do here is say state.blog title is equal to the payload.blog title here. And let me see, there we go. And then we have our state.blog HTML, and we want to set that equal to our payload.blog HTML here. And then we also have our state.blog photo file URL, which we're going to set equal to payload.blog cover photo here. And then lastly, we have our state.blog, let's see, photo name, and we're going to set that equal to payload, let's see, payload dot blog cover photo name here. Okay, so that is not correct. Why is it? Oh, we forgot to put semicolons there, so that should fix our issue. I was wondering what was going on there. So there we go. That is our mutation here. Now what we need to do is back on our blog card, we want to go ahead and actually create the ability to click on this and take us to that edit component route here. So let's go ahead and do something similar here. We're going to go ahead and go on our icon that houses the edit, and we're going to say click, and we're going to do edit, let's see, edit blog here, or I guess edit post to keep it consistent. So we'll say edit post. And then what we want to do inside of our methods here is we're going to say edit post, and then we're going to do a this dot router dot push, and then we want to go ahead and throw our object in here of name, and then we're going to say edit blog, or is it edit blog or edit post? Because now I'm getting myself confused. It should be edit blog. Okay, and then we want to go ahead and pass a param here. So we'll say params, and then our object here, and we're going to say blog ID, which is the param on this route, and we want to say this dot post dot blog ID here. All right, so now if we head over to our application, we should be able to toggle our switch and be able to get directed to this new component and have all of our actual blog info generated inside of that view. So it appears that I went ahead and did edit post choice, which I should have seen because it's right on top of each other. So let's just go ahead and say edit blog here. All right. And then change this to edit blog there. Okay. So now if we head over to our application and we toggle this and we go to edit, we should be taken to our edit page here, which didn't actually work here. So let me see what we did wrong. So it appears I had a typo on the param, so let's go ahead and actually spell this right, and that should resolve our issue here. So if we go back to our blogs, we try this one more time, and we go to edit, we should see that we have all this information generated inside of this edit Vue component here. Now the issue is we don't have this name of the file chosen in here because I believe we forgot to actually implement this into our get post function over in our store. So let's go ahead and update that really quick so we can get everything that we need for this component here. Now here in our get post function, what we want to go ahead and do is actually return the blog cover photo name, which we're not doing as of right now. So what I'm going to do is copy and paste this in. So over on our Firestore collection, we have a value of blog cover photo name, which is assigned the value of doc.data.blog cover photo name here. So if we save that and we head back over to our application here, you should see now that we're going to be able to have the name of the current file that we have loaded into our edit blog component here. Now that we're populating our edit component with our post details, we want to be able to save and update these changes within our application here. So first off, what I want to go ahead and do inside of our markup here is change the name of our buttons here. So instead of saying publish blog, we're going to go ahead and do save changes here. And then instead of running the upload blog function, we're going to go ahead and run update blog. Okay. And then for the post preview here, what I want to go ahead and do is say preview changes here. All right, and we're still going to direct our users to the blog preview component here. Now down here inside of our methods, I want to go ahead and change this. So we're going to use async and we're going to say update blog here. All right, so let's go ahead and alter this function just a little bit. So first off, we're no longer going to need this error validation for our blog cover photo, as when a user comes into this route, they're already going to have one, so we no longer need to validate that. So let's go ahead and remove that. Now, what we're going to be doing here is having two separate updates. So we're going to do this based on a condition, which is going to be this.file. So if this.file is true, then that means that the user updated or uploaded a new cover photo. So therefore, we're going to have to go reach out to our Firebase storage and update that file or upload that file. Okay. And then if they don't, this will be false. So then we want to go ahead and not update our blog cover photo, and we don't need to reach out to our storage, and we just simply want to go ahead and update our blog title and our blog HTML. So let's go ahead and work on the scenario or the condition where this is false. Okay, so what I want to go ahead and do first is, since we're going to be using our database in both of these conditions, let's go ahead and make a local variable here for this. So we'll say database equals, and we'll say await db.collection, and we're going to say blog post, and we want to go ahead and get a specific blog post which is relevant or is going to be the same one that we're on this component of. So we can go ahead and say this dot route ID. Okay, and let's see here. It says, do we not need it on here? Actually, we don't need await on here. So let's go ahead and actually take that off here. Okay, so where we want to go ahead and do our code here is just below this if condition here. So we're going to say, let me go ahead and close some things up here. So we're going to say this dot loading is equal to true. Okay, and then what we want to do next is we want to await our database dot update here. And let me see, actually, let's go ahead and say await here. That should hopefully resolve our issue. Update. And then we want to go ahead and pass an object in here. And what we're going to be passing here is the blog HTML, and we're going to say this dot blog HTML. All right. And then we also want to do our blog title here. So blog title, and say this dot blog title here. All right. So that is all set. Now, at this point in time, we need to reach out to our store, and we're going to have a new action or a new function that we want to go ahead and run. So let's go ahead and call that. And we're going to say await this dot store dot dispatch, and then we want to say update post here. All right. And then we want to pass it this dot route ID. So the reason why we need to go ahead and make a new function is because what we're going to have to do is if we make an update, we want to therefore remove the old one, and then we want to add a new one. So we're going to have to go ahead and call our other action or our other function inside of our store of get post. And we'll go ahead and get to that in just a moment. So at this point, we want to go ahead and say this dot loading, and we want to set this equal to false because we are all set and everything has finished. So we're going to set this to false here. And then what we want to go ahead and do is we want to push them to their new blog post. So we're going to say this dot router dot push here, and we're going to say name, and we're going to change this to, or we're going to add the name here of Vue blog, and then we're going to have our params, so like that. And then we're going to go ahead and say blog ID and have this equal to the data, let's see, database.id here. All right, so now that we have this complete, what we need to do is head over to our store and actually create this update post function. Now, just below our get post function here, let's go ahead and create our function for updating our post. So we're going to say async, and we're going to say update post. And what we want to accept in here is going to be a commit, and we also want to accept a dispatch, and then we need to also accept our payload here. And let's go ahead and put a comma here. So the first thing that we want to go ahead and do is filter out the blog post that we are going to update. So we can do that by actually running the same mutation we have here in our delete post with the filter blog post mutation here. So let's go ahead and copy and paste that in. Okay, so now what we need to do at this point is we need to go ahead and run our function of get post to go ahead and get that newly updated blog post that we just went ahead and changed. So let's go ahead and say await, and we're going to say dispatch, and we're going to say get post here. So now if we save that and we head over to our application, we should now be able to make a change to our blog title and HTML and save that, and we should be redirected to our blog view with our newly updated information. Now let's go ahead and test out the first part of our function here and see if we can actually update our blog title and our blog HTML here. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the toggle editing post button here, and let's go ahead and edit this design to code number 1. So let's go ahead and say this is a test here, and then let's go also remove all this and say we are editing this post. Okay, so hopefully if I change it or I hit save, we should see it loading, and there we go. So you can see we have our newly updated title right here, and we also have our newly updated content. Now the other portion of this function is going to be handling when a user goes ahead and updates their cover photo. So let's go ahead and implement that ability here. Now, before we get started with that, let me first go ahead and add a return right here at the end of our updates for our HTML and our title to avoid any errors here. All right, so inside of here, what we want to do is keep most of this the same. Now where we're going to make the changes is down here in our async function. We're going to get rid of timestamp and database because we're not using timestamp, and we actually have database defined up here now. So we no longer need these two variables. Okay. Now what we also want to do is we're not going to be setting, we're going to be updating here. And we no longer need the blog ID. We're not updating that. And we no longer need the timestamp or the profile ID. All right. Now, instead of dispatching our get post, what we want to go ahead and dispatch is going to be update post here. And then we want to dispatch or throw along a payload of this dot route ID here. All right. And we're still going to go ahead and keep this to loading as false. And then we're going to push them to the Vue blog component with the params of blog ID, which is set to our database ID. So that is all the updates we need to go ahead and make here to go ahead and update our cover photo. So let's go ahead and give this a try. So on our application here, we have our blog that we went ahead and updated. So let's just go ahead and use this one as a guinea pig here. And let's go ahead and toggle our editing post button here and select edit. Now, let's go ahead and update our cover photo here. So let's go to cloud photos here, and we'll just use this DevTools Flexbox one. All right, so let's go ahead and hit save changes here. And hopefully when we head to our component, you can see that now we're able to also update our blog cover photo here. Now, currently in our application, if we're signed in as a non-admin user, we're not going to show the user the create a post route, and we're not also going to show them the admin route. But even though we don't see it here on the navigation, if we go ahead and just say, for example, go to /admin here, we can still access this route if we have the URL. So what we need to go ahead and implement here is what we call route guarding, which will go ahead and block certain users from ever being able to get to certain routes. All right, so let's go ahead and begin to implement that here into our application. Now here in our index.js for our router, what I want to go ahead and do to get started is actually paste in our Firebase app and then our Firebase auth service here. And then what we need to do is head down to the bottom here, and just below our previous router before each, we're going to create a new one here. So we're going to say router dot before each here, and then what we want to do is also define this as a sync, and then we're going to pass the parameters here of to, from, and then also next here. And this is going to accept a callback as well. Okay. Now inside here, what we first want to go ahead and do is define or actually create a variable for our user. So we're going to say let user equals firebase.auth, and we're going to say .current user. All right. Now what we also want to do is create a variable for our admin and set that equal to null. Okay. Now we're going to run an if check here, and we're going to say, hey, if the user is true, then let's go ahead and check and see if they are an admin as well. So we're going to say, or create another variable here called let token, and we're going to set this equal to await user.getID token result here, which we've already used in this application a few times. Now what we want to go ahead and do is then we're going to define our admin variable here, and we're going to go ahead and set it equal to the result here of token.claims.admin. So what this is going to say is that if there's a user, let's go ahead and check and see that if they are an administrator, and if they are or not, let that be defined here in this variable of admin. Now, just below this if condition, we want to start implementing our route guarding here. So what we're going to say is we're going to run another if condition here, and we haven't defined these actual values on our routes yet, but we will. So the first if condition is going to actually check to see if the route we're going to requires auth, and if that is true or false. So what we're going to say here is if to.matched.sum, and then we're going to go ahead and pass the param here of res, which we need to go ahead and put in parentheses there. So we're going to say res, and then our callback here. And we want to say, actually, we don't need that there. We want to say res.meta.requires auth here. So what this is saying is if this is true, then we're going to go down here and see if we actually have our user authenticated. Now, if this equates to false, then we don't need to worry. That user can go ahead and navigate to that page. So what we want to say here is we're just going to return, and we're going to say next, that'll let them into the route here. Now, if it does require auth, what we want to go ahead and do is we're going to say right here, if user is true, then what we want to go ahead and do is continue on with our checking here, because then we want to see if the route then requires administrative access. Okay, so what we're going to say here is if user is not true, then what we want to go ahead and do is we want to return, and we're going to say next here. But instead of just saying next, we want to go ahead and point them to a certain component or a certain route. So the component or route we want to go ahead and take them to is going to be name, and we're going to say home here. Okay, so then if the user is true, we're going to run another if check in here. Okay, and what we're going to say is pretty much the same thing we have in this condition right here. We're going to say if to.matched.sum, and we're going to say res, and then have our callback here. And what we're going to say, we'll put another, let's see, I think I did this wrong. Let me go back here. We'll say res, and then our callback here. And we're going to look for the value of res.meta.requires admin here. Okay, now what we want to go ahead and do here is if it requires admin, we want to go ahead and do another check. Now, if it doesn't, we want to just go ahead and let them continue on to the next or whatever route they're going to by saying return, and we'll say next here. Okay, now we have this value of admin. So what we want to go ahead and do is say if admin is true, then what we want to go ahead and do here is simply let them go to that route. So we'll say return next here. Now, if this is false, then we want to go ahead and navigate them back to the home page. So it'll be similar to what we have right here. Okay, so let me see. That's actually not right. Where do we mess up? Oh, did we? Oh, we forgot to put, I think, an extra one right there. Okay, so there we go. That is our route guarding here. Now, what we need to actually do is go through all of our routes here and determine which route we want to have or require auth, and also which route we want to have require administrative access. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to start off here at the top with our home route. So for our home route, we want to change the requires auth to false. We don't want to require authentication to get onto our home route. And then same with our blogs here. And then also for our login, and then also for our register, that's going to be false, and then also for the forgot password. Now for the profile here, we want to go ahead and require auth and set that to true. And then for our admin here, what we want to go ahead and do is instead, we want to have both of these. So we want to require auth as true, and then we also want to require admin here. Okay? And then for our create a post, we want to go ahead and do the same thing. So these two routes are going to be, well, actually, there's going to be a few. So we want to have this require auth and admin is true. And then for our blog preview, we want to go ahead and have this as both true. And then let's see here. Let's go ahead and grab the false one again. And let's go ahead and paste it. So we're going to be on our Vue blogs. So we want to go ahead and have this one as require auth as false, because we want to go ahead and have all the users be able to get to this route. And then for our edit blog, we want to go have these as both require auth and admin as true. So now if we head over to our application, and since we're signed in as a non-admin user, we should no longer be able to get to the certain routes that we went ahead and defined auth and also admin as true on. Now, before we go ahead and test this out, I just realized that where we define name and home, this actually needs to be an uppercase H in order for this to redirect us back to the right component here. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that and let's test this out here. So if we go over to our application here, as you can see, I am not signed in as an admin. I am a standard user, so I should not be able to access the routes that we defined that we needed both admin and auth on. So if I go to say /admin here, we should be redirected back to our home page, which we can see is working. And if I try to go to another one, such as create post here, I should also just be redirected back to the home page here. So as you can see, we do have route guarding now enabled in our application. Now to wrap up this application, the final thing I want to go ahead and talk about is our Firebase rules. So we're going to be looking over the rules for our Cloud Firestore and also our storage. Okay, now let's go ahead and start here with our Cloud Firestore. So as of right now, anybody can read or write to our database if the request comes in before June 2nd, 2021, which is not good. We don't want anybody just accessing our database here. So what I'm going to do is delete these and copy and paste in the correct rules that you should be using for this application here. So for our users collection, we want to allow anybody to read them, but only write to them if the auth.uid is not equal to null. Okay, now for our blog posts, we can allow anybody to read these, but we only want them to be allowed to write if they are actually an admin. So what we're going to say here, if the request.auth.token.admin is equal to true. Okay, so that is going to lock down our Cloud Firestore here. So what we want to go ahead and do is publish these. So for our storage rules here, let's go ahead and head over to these. I have these on a separate tab. And what we're going to be changing here is the write access. So right now, they're only allowing you to write to these if the request.auth is not equal to null. So if you're logged in, you can go ahead and write to these. So we want to take this a step further, and I'm going to remove this. And we're going to paste in, let me go ahead and do a separate line here. And we're going to do a comma. So we only want you to write to these if the request.auth.token.admin is equal to true. So we only want to allow admins to publish to our storage. Okay, so what we want to go ahead and do here is publish this. And there we go. We have went ahead and locked down our database and also our storage. Now that our application is completed, we're going to deploy it to Firebase hosting. So here on our Firebase console, we have this tab right here of hosting. So let's go ahead and select on this. And then we need to go ahead and select this Get Started button right here. Now we already went ahead and installed our Firebase tools earlier on in this video, so we can go ahead and skip this step. Now what we want to make sure is we're logged into our Google account here, so let's go ahead back to our project, and we're going to open up a new terminal here. And we're going to run the command Firebase login. Now I should already be logged in, but if you are not, it will populate a Google window for you to sign in, and then it should go ahead and register, and then you should be all set, and then you should see that you are already logged in, or you should get a message saying that you're logged in under that specific email. Okay. Now next up, what we want to go ahead and do is actually initiate our project. Now we did this earlier, but we actually never went ahead and initiated Firebase hosting, so we need to go ahead and do this again. So we're going to copy this, and then we're going to come over here and we're going to paste this in, and then we're going to get a list of options to go ahead and set up. What we want to do is say hosting. Okay, and then it's going to ask us here, what do we want to use as our public directory? We're going to go ahead and say dist. Okay, and then configure as a single page app. We're also going to say yes here, and then we're going to go ahead and say no for automatic builds and deploys with GitHub. And then what should happen in here is we're going to have an already exist, because I already went ahead and did this, so I'm going to go ahead and select yes. You shouldn't have this option here. And then what's going to happen is it's going to configure, and you can see right here we got this Firebase init completed. So if we head back over to our console here, we can select next, and you can see the next step is going to be actually running the command Firebase deploy. Now before we go ahead and do this, we actually need to build our project here, and what we can do is open up a new terminal here, and we want to run the command npm run build. Okay, and this is going to go ahead and build out our project here, and this will take some time, but as you can see up here, we're going to have the folder, I believe. Let's see if it generates. And there is our dist folder. So once it finished building out, then that folder went ahead and populated. So this is why when we set up our Firebase hosting, I changed it from public to the folder dist, because this is where we're going to serve our app out of inside of our project here. Okay, so now that we have this completed, what we want to go ahead and do is open up our other terminal here, and we're going to go ahead and do Firebase deploy here. Now this will take a few moments here, but once this is finished, we should have our application deployed to our Firebase hosting. Alright, so as you can see here, our deploy has now been completed, and we are given this hosting URL and also a URL back to our project console. So if we head back over to our browser, we can go ahead and click continue to console here, and we should see our two links here to go ahead and get to our Firebase app. So if I click on this, you should see now that we have our deployed application here on Firebase hosting. Alright, so that's going to go ahead and do it here for our project and application of FireBlogs. Now hopefully you guys did enjoy and learn something new. Now I know this was a pretty lengthy project, so if you guys stuck around to the end, I really appreciate it. And if you guys want to check out more content from myself, the link should be down below in the description. And to end this off, I want to go ahead and give one more massive thank you to Brad for having me here on the channel and having the opportunity to go ahead and create this application for you guys here today. So anyways, hopefully I see you guys in a video very soon on my channel. Take care.